We're on the record in case number 2023-00413, electronic application of Duke Energy Kentucky, Inc. for an approval to rider NM rates and for tariff approval. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm Chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. I'll be presiding over the hearing today. Joining me is Vice Chair Angie Hatton. Not joining us today, but participating in this case is Commissioner Regan. For those in the hearing room, I'd ask that you all please turn off your cell phones or please turn them to silence. For those, Mr. McCann, that will be testifying remotely, I'd ask that you please mute your microphone and turn off your video until it is your turn. Please alert the commission if you are having any issues in participating, either directly the commission or your counsel in the room. The purpose of today's hearing is to take evidence in this matter. Before we get started, we'll have an entry of appearance counsel for the applicant, Duke Energy.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of Duke Energy Kentucky, my name is Larissa Vaisman, Associate General Counsel, and our business address is 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202. And appearing with me in this proceeding, also on behalf of Duke, is Allison Honecker.
Allison Honecker, Honecker Law Office, 1795 Ali Sheba Way, Suite 6202, Lexington.
Thank you, Ms. Honecker. And for the Office of the Attorney General?
Mike West, Office of the Attorney General.
And for joint interveners?
Morning, Your Honor. Byron Gary on behalf of Joint Interveners, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, and Kentuckians for the Commonwealth. Joining me this morning is Audrey Ernstberger.
And for Casilla?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. David Spinard and Randy Strobo Barkley, PLLC, on behalf of Casilla.
Thank you. And for commission staff?
Mariah Tessie and Ashley Hatcher.
Review the record this morning. Public notice has been given in newspapers of general circulation between, it looks like, the 7th and the 10th of May. It's my understanding that there's one outstanding motion or petition related to confidential information. That's with the most recent data request responses. Are there any other outstanding motions that we need to take up?
Your Honor, I had one minor matter. I filed a motion for leave to file corrected testimony on behalf of Dr. McCann. I had inadvertently omitted his verification
Okay.
with the first one.
Okay. All right. So that'll be granted, but we will do so in a follow-up order as well.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. No one had indicated as of 9 o'clock their interest in pursuant to the public notice that we given in this case, their interest in providing public comments virtually. Is there anyone in the room today that's from the public, not participating in this case, that would like to provide public comment on this case? Okay. Seeing no one, like everyone to know, if you're watching this in real time or watching a recording of this prior to submission of this case, public comments can be provided a number of different ways. You can mail those to the Public Service Commission at 211 Sower Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky 40601. Sower is S-O-W-E-R. You can email those to the Public Service Commission at pse.comment@ky.gov. Or you can enter those comments through a portal on our website. We ask that whichever way you provide public comments, that you include your name, where you're from, and the case number, which in this matter is 2023-00413. All right. If there's nothing else, counsel, you can call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. For our first witness, we're going to call Bruce L. Sailors.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
Bruce Sailors, 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Okay. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sailors, would you please state your title?
Director, Jurisdictional Rate Administration for Ohio and Kentucky.
Thank you. And Mr. Sailors, did you cause testimony and certain responses to data requests to be filed in this proceeding?
I did.
And are you adopting any additional responses to data requests?
I am. Those of Mr. James Okowski.
Thank you. And do you have any corrections or changes to any of those responses?
I do not.
And if you, or to your testimony?
I do not.
Thank you. And if you were asked those same questions here this morning, would your responses be the same?
They would.
And is it your intent that the testimony and those discovery responses be admitted into the record for this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Before I just assume, have you all had any conversation amongst the interveners in this case about the order in which you would like to conduct cross-examination?
We have, Mr. Spinard and I spoke the end of last week and agreed that he would take cross-examination first.
Okay. Mr. West, would you like to go first?
That's fine. I'm not
All
gonna
right.
have any questions for this witness.
Okay, no questions. Mr. Spinard?
Yes. Good morning. We have some questions. Good morning, Mr. Sailors.
Good morning.
And if you can't hear something I say, just let me know, or if a question, you don't understand a question, just let me know, okay?
Certainly will.
All right. So the application tendered to the Public Service Commission on December 11, 2023 includes, among other things, your direct testimony. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the PDF version of your direct testimony, the public version, includes, among other things, an attachment identified in the table of contents as attachment BLS-2, costs of service review. Do you have that in front of you?
I do have my direct testimony in front of it, yes.
Including attachment BLS-2?
Hold on just a second. Yes, yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. On page 10 of your direct testimony, at line 2, you use the phrase, and specifically, you identify this cost of service study, COSS. Do you see that?
Page 10, line 2.
Yes.
Cost of service study, yes.
And so, as you use that phrase, you use those interchangeably while referring to the same thing, namely Duke Energy Kentucky's cost of service study, the one relied upon by Duke Energy Kentucky in Kentucky Public Service Commission case number 2022-372. Is that correct?
Yes, the cost of service study on the line that you're referencing, the revenue requirement values, correct, are from that case.
Okay.
Actually, it's from the cost of service study that was revised for the commission's order in that case.
So with regard to lines 15 and 16 on that same page, reads, using the profile hourly data for the same period used in the COSS, April 2021 through March 2022, that in terms of that, so that's the study period for your cost of service study, April 2021 through March 2022, is that correct?
That was the historical 12-month period used in cost of service study, yes.
Okay. And on page 10, staying on page 10, line 5, there is a statement regarding the demand component. The company simplified the multiple definitions of demand used in the COSS for allocation purposes into a single demand definition based on the system 12 CPs, coincidental peaks, close paren. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. So please explain why you made this simplification.
The simplification was made based on the fact that the company had decided that building a separate cost of service study with the net metering customers as a separate rate class we would not have the data necessary, the robustness when we filed this case. So what we did is we took a simplified approach to take a look at the cost of service, results through this unit cost analysis.
Okay. And the unit cost analysis that you're referring to is Table 3. Can you summarize Table 3 for us?
Yes, Table 3 contains the information from the cost of service study revenue requirements. Let me make sure I get this right. Functionalized, classified into customer demand and energy components, divided by their appropriate billing determinants from the rate case. So you get a unit cost result.
Okay. With regard to Table 3 on page 10 of your direct testimony, would these values be the same if you had used the same demand definitions that were used in the cost of service study?
Could you repeat that again, just to make sure I understand?
Well, if I understand your testimony, you've made the statement that the demand components that your company simplified the multiple definitions of demand used in the cost of service study for allocation purposes into a single demand definition based on the 12 CPs. If you had not performed the simplification that you reference in this on line 6 of your testimony, would the numbers, would those cost of service study component values be the same as they're presented here?
Thank you for repeating that. There would be multiple demand component lines in that table if we didn't simplify it. And no, that demand value would not be the same.
Okay. So on Table 3, the 2 columns and 4 rows, and in the row for the demand component, the cost of service unit cost for rate RS, as described, is $29.42 under the 12 CP kilowatt. In basic terms, is that what is your reference point for describing that? Is that $29.42 per kilowatt?
Of 12 CP kW, correct.
Okay. So, I'm going to distribute an exhibit that I asked to be marked as CASIA cross-examination exhibit 1. There you go. And it is a page that is currently in the record. And please take a second to take a look at that. And it is a page from attachment BLS-2 from your direct testimony. Specifically, it's page 111 of 112. And this is from your testimony. I know there's a mass of information that you went through in your testimony and your data request, but are you familiar with this document?
I believe so, yes. Yes, I am.
Okay. So if we look at the top left-hand corner of the page, there's the phrase inputs for calculations. Do you see that heading?
I do.
Okay. So in terms of what is already in the record in this case, Duke Energy Kentucky's response to CASIA's second request for information, item 11, includes a copy of the company's most recent cost of service study. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And per the statements that have been made and the witness list filed into the record by Duke Energy Kentucky on May 14th, you're the one who is adopting the responses of Mr. James Zukowski?
I am.
Okay. And so you get to answer some questions with regard to the response to CASIA Data Request 2-11.
Fair.
So again, this is an item that's currently in the record, and it is the company's response to CASIA's second request, item 11, page 86 of 116 of the attachment to that response. And I ask that it be marked as CASIA cross-examination exhibit 2. And just take a second to take a look at that, please. And just let me know when you're ready to answer a few questions.
Okay.
All right. The Exhibit 2 contains, among other things, monthly statistics for the residential RS rate group. Is that correct?
That looks correct. Yes.
Okay. And so in terms of this sheet, it contains the cost of service study information for the residential class for the period running from April 2021 through March 2022, the cost of service study period. Correct?
Yes.
And in terms of comparing Exhibits 1 and Exhibits 2, if I look at the column on Exhibit 2 that says System Coincident Demand, and it's got date and times, and the first date time entry of that is January 26, 2022, and it's got for the time 8. If I look over at the Exhibit 1 for the 12 CP system peak hours from cost of service study, COSS, hour, we see the same date and time, January 26, 2022, 8. Do you see those numbers?
I missed the second one. Can you describe the second one again?
Yes, I'm looking at Exhibit 1, and at the bottom of Exhibit 1, there are a couple of columns.
Yeah, I see.
Okay, and so is it the case that the inputs for the calculation, these 12 CP system peak hours from cost of service study, is this information pulled from or otherwise match the information on Exhibit 2 under System Coincident Demand?
The 1/26/22, 8 o'clock, it looks like that matches.
And would you, and you can take your time to compare them, but would you, when you take a look at System Coincident Demand on Exhibit 2, does that represent Duke Energy Kentucky's 12 CP for the study period?
Yes, the system coincident demand on this table would be the hours used in the cost of service study for the monthly 12 CPs.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's the system. On Exhibit 2, if you move just to the left, you have group coincident demand. And can you describe the difference for us between the system coincident demand and the group coincident demand?
A group in this case is a just a second.
Sure.
Okay, the group coincident demand should represent the date and time that the group, the class, rate RS here, actually set their peak.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of again, looking at Exhibit 2, is it fair to describe the 12 CP system peak hours for the cost of service study, the single hour in each of the 12 months of the study period in which Duke Energy Kentucky experienced a system coincident demand peak?
I'm not sure I followed that question. Well, could you just repeat it, please?
Well, in your testimony, and I'm looking at the testimony on line 8, page 10, lines 7 and 8, you talk in terms of the single demand definition based upon the system 12 CP's coincident peaks. Are you familiar with coincident peaks?
Yes, that would be the hour that the system peaked and the rate RS demand at that time.
Okay. Well, but in terms of you have the Duke Energy Kentucky system, and does that represent all customers?
That would be the hour that, yes, all retail customers set the peak load for that
Okay.
month.
Whereas the group coincident demand is the hour that the residential class separately experienced their peak. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. Okay. At the bottom corner of Exhibit 2, there's a note, and the note states, all hours are in EST. What does EST mean?
It should mean Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, all right. And this is a page from attachment BLS 2 from your direct testimony. It's page 2 of 112. I'm going to ask that it be marked as CASIA exhibit, cross-examination exhibit 3. And the exhibit itself is in very small print as it prints out from the computer. And so what I did is I reformatted by hiding some of the columns and have an extract of it that makes the print just a little bit larger for ours. And it's, if you want to use the original, you have at it, but there's also a separate, and you can inspect them for comparison. There's a separate one that's a little bit larger on the second page.
Very early to be blaming technology already, Richard, tonight. You would like to mark this as CASIA 3?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
And you don't have to examine, you can examine every single line, but the purpose of the next few questions is just to ask you about the basic structure of attachment BLS-2 to your direct testimony. So after you have a chance to examine it, just tell me when you're ready.
The basic format looks familiar, looks like attachment BLS2. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. So if I look at the left-hand column, the far left says rate class, and under that it says, it has the initials KY_RS. Do you see that?
I do,
So that's Kentucky Residential, correct?
correct.
Okay. And we move one column to the right, and it has date, and the date of the study period for the cost of service study is April 1st, 04/01, 2021. Do you see that?
I do,
And so if we follow this column down all the way through attachment BLS, it has every day of the cost of service study period from April 1st, 2021 through March 31st, 2022. Is that correct?
yes, yes,
Okay, so we move one column over, and we have the hour, and we have number 1, and it goes 1 through 24, and then after that, it resets again for 1 through 24. Is that showing, for example, that very first line, 04/01, 2021, hour 1, that's the first hour of April 1st, is that correct?
it's hour ending 1, yes.
Okay, and does that correspond to the time between midnight and 12:59 a.m.?
Yes,
Okay, so then we move a little further down, we see that number 13, and that's the 13th hour of the day, and does that correspond to the time between noon and 12:59 p.m.?
right, hour ending, that would be hour ending 1 p.m.
Okay, all right. So the next column over says AVG CUST underscore PRE SOLAR. Do you see that heading?
I do,
And does that stand for average customer pre-solar? These are the results of the cost of service study for the average customer before any analysis is made with regard to solar generation.
these were the hourly values from our load research group for this time period, 4/1/2021 through 3/31/22. And those, let's see, hold on just a second, let me make sure I'm not getting confused here.
Sure.
Service study. And those were adjusted to match the average use per customer in the rate case. So they were scaled, yes.
Okay. So with regard to the value under that this is that rust color or that orange color or whatever tangerine, whatever color you want to make it, with regard to that value for the first hour of April 1st, 2021, it reads 1.0128. Do you see that?
1.0128, I do.
And what does that number mean?
It's an average per customer, per residential customer.
Okay, is that per kilowatt? What's the transition in terms of it's 1.0128, but for what?
It's an hourly value, so it'd be KWH.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Spinor, while you're thinking of your next question, I want to clarify what the witness said. Tell me again what average customer pre-solar represents.
Our load research group has an hourly profile, which just means 8,760 for the whole year for numbers of hourly consumption per customer.
Okay. But you know, or should know, I guess, what every single customer used in hour one on April 1st of 2021, right?
That's right. These numbers are developed from that. These are just on an average per customer basis.
Okay, but, and that's fine if you want to do the math. So you got 134,850 customers,
Okay, okay,
January. That's what Exhibit 2 has. That's what your BLS 2 says,
okay.
okay? You know what the entire usage in hour one was across that entire group, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you're just dividing the two,
Yes.
okay. And then you
But
said,
now, but, go ahead, I'm sorry.
and then you said it was further adjusted,
Correct.
and how was it adjusted?
These numbers are adjusted because we are trying to put them on the basis of the rate case order in 372, 2022 00372. So those in the rate RS class, the average per customer, I think from memory was 11,052 kWh for the year. So we scaled that, so all the hourly values were scaled to add up to 11,052. So that matched the rate case number.
Okay. So if you're only gonna use a test year anticipated KWH, a billing determinant from a forecasted test period, okay, why use anything historical? Like what's the benefit of using a historical basis of usage if you're just going to be using the forecasted usage amounts?
To get the hourly profile of how customers use power.
Okay, so you're using 2-year-old profiles updated for future anticipated billing determinants.
We use the same profile, hourly profile, that was used to create the cost of service study.
Okay. Okay, but you're talking about an embedded class cost of service study in a forecasted test period rate case. You're saying you use the same profiles, the term you'll use, load data, historic load data from each and every hour about how customers either use electricity or produce electricity, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that you use those as the basis for your billing determinants, as a starting point for your billing determinant assumptions in the forecasted rate case in 2022 372.
That's the
2022?
numbers here in the column,
Okay.
correct.
2023, well, yeah, I think it's 2022 372. Okay. And then you, all right, that's, okay. Sorry, Mr. Spinard?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to the usage values taken from the cost of service study for BLS 2, are those usage results based upon the corresponding weather conditions in the study period for the cost of service study?
The numbers from the cost of service study?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So, all of the column headings we've been discussing are in rust or orange or whatever the color is. We're going to move a little bit to the right into the blue columns, that was highlighted in blue. And there is, the overall caption is pre-solar, less solar output, paren, all values, close paren. Do you see that series of those blue columns?
I do.
Okay, so the very first one, it says PV watts 7.0815 kWDC. Do you see that heading?
I do.
Okay, so what does that 7.0815 value represent?
That was the size of the rooftop solar system that yielded 80% of the total annual KWH.
Okay, so with regard to your testimony on page 10, trying to get to where we are on the relationship between those two, this column, PV watts 7.0185 kWdc, does that represent, the entries on that, does that represent the modeled results for what you think that an average solar generator would produce on that day during that hour as you go down? Is that, how would you describe each of these values that appear? There's a 0 in hour 1 for this column, and if you move down a little further, there is in hour 8 a 0.4271. Does that represent the projected or the modeled solar generation from that rooftop unit?
Correct.
So then we move, well, first, this is PV watts. This column, in terms of the generation, it's a model generation number. These are not, it's a model generation number, correct?
It's the data from PV watts that was output, correct.
Okay. What it does not represent, this column does not represent, on an average basis, Duke Energy Kentucky's residential service customer generators. It doesn't represent their average numbers, their actual numbers experienced in the Duke system. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we move one column over, we have another set of lines, and it just looks like the math, but you're the witness and you need to confirm this. If you move over to that next column, for hour 1, April 1st, 2021, you see the value 1.0128, and then you move over one more column, you see the average customer underscore post-solar import only, and we see 1.0128. Is what you're doing on this schedule, you take the average customer pre-solar amount of 1.0128, you consider the modeled number for the solar output, in this case for hour 1 is 0, and then you arrive at the net on a customer basis of 1.0128, and then in that final column, does that represent, what does that final column represent?
Are you talking about the final blue column that says export, or the final blue column that says import only?
Import only.
Okay. So that would be energy imported from the grid.
For the average customer, that's the average customer
Yep.
receives, okay. So, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so when we see a 0 in that column,
Mhm.
does that mean that for that particular customer in that particular hour, there was no import of energy to that customer?
Correct.
Okay, so then we go over to the column that you mentioned just a second ago, and this is the final column in this block of blue. It says export, and when we look at that column, that's where we arrive at the values that Duke Energy has modeled that the customer with solar generation is going to put into the Duke system. In this instance, the very first one will be that 0.2055.
Correct. Exports, right.
Okay,
Yep. Yep.
thank you. With regard to the profile created through the PV Watts calculator, Duke Energy's response to CASIA's second request for information, item 9, part D states that the company used the typical meteorological year setting. And are you familiar with, this is, I know that you supplied a lot of information, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, so take your time, but you are the person responsible for the response to CASIA 2-9. Are you familiar enough to talk about the typical meteorological settings?
Only to the extent that I know that those were the settings that were used. I don't know the particular weather or the numbers associated with the weather that PV Watts has embedded in it for typical meteorological year.
So with regard to follow up on that statement, in the context of the PV Watts calculator, you do not know whether or not the typical meteorological year included meteorological information for the cost of service study period from April 1st, 2021 through March 31st, 2022.
I would find it unlikely that it would, but it could. But that's why we scaled the usage data, just to get it kind of on the same footing. Because the forecast data that we use, that we mentioned in the rate case, is based on an average weather conditions as well, normal, if you want to call it normal.
Okay. Did you conduct any examination concerning how well the actual weather conditions that occurred on the days and hours in question during this study period match up to the typical meteorological year weather conditions that were used in the PV Watts model?
No, because this was just a glimpse and an estimate, and we had recommended not to separate out customer generators into a separate rate class. We didn't go to that detail, no.
Okay. In CASIA's second request for information, item 9, part F, you were asked to provide the hourly load profile of RS class from April 21st, 2021 to March 2022. And in your response, you say to see your direct testimony of this attachment BLS, and you also reference an attachment supplied in response to that request, attachment 2. And so I'm going to, at this stage, distribute an exhibit that I asked Mark, CASIA Cross-Examination Exhibit 4. It is page 177 of 187 of the attachment that you think, the attachment, give me one. Yeah, that's good. This is, this one goes to the court reporter. It is page 177 of 187, and just take your time and take a look at it, and when you're ready, I'm going to have some questions for you.
Do you happen to have the text data request response, so I can
Well,
recall what these numbers are?
What we would be happy to do is, if your council doesn't have it, we'll be happy to share our copy of your response.
She just handed me that.
We found it.
Okay. Okay.
This is to attachment 2. So this was in response to letter F.
That is correct.
Okay?
Okay, so if we look at just the very top and kind of go from left to right, rate class, Kentucky residential, is that correct?
Correct?
And then there's a date, and in this one, the very first entry is 03/11/2022. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and then we have hour 17, and do you see the hour column?
I do.
So 17 is the 17th hour of the day, and it goes, if you move down, you go through the remainder of March 11th, and you get to 24, and then it restarts on March 12th at hour 1. Do you see that?
From 17 all the way through. Yes, yes, I see that.
Okay, so we go down the page, and we see the entries further down the page for 03/13/2022, March 13th. Please find hour 1 for 03/13/2022.
Okay.
Okay, and so when we take a look at this one, we have, as we go down the rows for this column, we have 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and so on. Do you see that?
I do.
So it skips 3. Can you explain the skip?
The load research group provides data that it recognizes the daylight savings time transition.
Okay, so with regard to the daylight savings time transition that occurred on March the 13th, that hour 1 entry, is that hour 1 entry consistent with Eastern Standard Time?
These numbers, I think they use the term Eastern Prevailing Time, but yes, that March 13th, hour 1 would still be Eastern Standard Time, Eastern Prevailing Time. Yes, yes.
Well, Eastern Standard Time can be Eastern Prevailing Time.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Can be.
Okay.
Yes.
And so by reference to that entry, that number 4 hour, is that Eastern Prevailing Time?
That would be the first hour of the daylight savings time period, correct?
Okay, so hour 4 is the first hour of daylight savings time, but the value itself, is that value for hour 4 consistent with Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Prevailing Time?
Well, let's go back to the old adage, you spring forward. So, yeah, that should be then with Eastern Prevailing Time, yes, or Daylight Savings Time, however you want to look at that.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
And in response to CASIA second request, item 9, among other things, you also provide attachment 1, and the results, they include the results for the PV watts hourly profile generated for supporting this application. Are you familiar with that? Thank you.
What letter was that?
This is going to be,
That was A. Please provide all settings used to produce the PV watts hourly profile.
yes. And you provided that as the response. It was C CASIA DR 02009 attachment 1. And so what I'm doing at this stage is Mr. Strobo is distributing a page from Duke Energy Kentucky's response to CASIA second request, item 9, attachment 1, and it's page 41 of 205, and I asked that this page be marked as CASIA Cross-Examination Exhibit 5. Thank you. And just let me know when you've had a chance to take a look at it.
Okay.
Okay, so in terms of what this page is representative of, it includes profile information for the model month 3, March, and also includes information for part of the day 13 for March. Do you see that information? These were going to be the rows they're very close to the bottom of the page. They're the lower part of the page. Column 1 says month 3. Column 2 says day. It starts at 11, and you can move down, and it picks up through 12 to 13. And then column 3 says hour, and it starts at hour 20, but then it cycles through. Do you see those columns and those rows?
I do.
Okay, so in terms of this information, for March the 13th, what we see is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And it, do you see those entries?
I do.
There's no skip hour for 3, is that correct?
No, they have 3 there.
Right, and so, and this is your understanding of the PV Watts model. In terms of your understanding, does the PV Watts model, does it make any adjustment for leap years or daylight savings time?
I do not believe it makes adjustments for leap years, because I think I made such an adjustment. I honestly don't remember about the daylight savings time.
Well, it's a lot of information. I know that. I'm appreciative of that fact. What we're going to hand out at this stage is an exhibit that we asked, there you go, sorry. We asked to be marked as CASIA's cross-examination exhibit number 6. And this one is in the public domain, but it is not in the record in this case. It is the National Renewable Energy Laboratory PV Watts version 5 manual. And on this one, in terms of the technical detail, on page 4.
Counsel, you'd like to mark this as Exhibit 6?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. CASIA Cross-Examination Exhibit 6. And if you can you examine this document and at some stage please turn to page 4, and there's a section called Solar Resource, and let me know when you get there.
I'm sorry, are you requesting that I read the document?
Well, you can examine the document to just check it out, as they would say in the vernacular. But in terms of what I want to ask you a question about, it is section 4 on page 4 with regard to solar resource. That's the one that's the area of interest, of specific interest in this document. You don't have to read through the whole thing, but just let me know when you have a chance to get there.
Okay, I've looked over section 4 on
Okay.
page 4, solar resource.
So, of particular interest is the section that appears, the second paragraph. It reads, "No adjustments are made for leap years or daylight savings time. Hence, hourly data in this context implies 8,760 data points for 1 year." Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any reason to believe that the PV watts calculated values that appear in attachment 1 of your response to the CASIA request for information are in any way differ from that statement? For example, your attachment 1, does it have hourly data for 8,760 data points?
I would have no reason to believe that it would be different, assuming this document is applicable to this data, yes.
Okay, all right. All right, at this stage, I'm going to distribute 2 more documents. The first document is page 1 of 187 of your response to CASIA's second request, item 9. And this is the attachment 2 to the response. And then the second item is page 28 of 187 from your response to CASIA data request, second data request, item 9. And I'm going to ask that the page 1 of 187 be marked as CASIA cross-examination exhibit 7, and page 28 of 187 be marked as CASIA cross-examination exhibit 8. And I do apologize for distributing 2 documents at the same time, but I think it's going to save time when we walk through these.
Just so I hear you right, Mr. Spinard, page 1 will be cross 7 and page 28 will be cross 8.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Have you had a chance to look at those, Ms. Sailors?
Oh, these are from the same
Yes, they're both
exhibit
from,
as the other one, correct?
that's correct. It's from BLS. I'm sorry, this one is from your response to CASIA second request, item 9, attachment 2.
Okay.
We
Yeah, I just
talked
want to,
about.
I'm sorry, so this is from the same data set as 4, is that right?
Let me double check to make sure. Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's
Okay.
correct. It's the same data set as 4.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There is a group coincident demand for the residential class for the cost of service study. Is that correct? And I'm looking at, if it helps you, I'm looking at Exhibit 2.
Yeah,
And,
you're talking about this one, right? My exhibits aren't numbered. You're talking about that one?
oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Secretary. So this is from the cost of service study, group coincident demand. And the just take a look at, under the group coincident demand, take a look at April, and the group coincident demand for April occurred on 04/01/21, hour 20. Do you see that on that exhibit you just showed me?
I see that.
Okay, so if we take a look at the information on Exhibit 7, which is, begins with the April 1st, 2021, and we go down to hour 20, and we look at the average customer value and usage value in that column. There, do you see that entry of 1.55719?
I see that.
Okay. And if we look at the row right below that is 1.59927. Do you see that one?
I see that.
So when we look at that, the hour 21 value, is that greater than, equal to, or less than that value 20 hour?
It's less than.
Okay. So with regard to Exhibit 8, and this is page 28 of 187 of your response, this has information. The first entry is for the date May 23rd, 2021, hour 22. So with this one, by reference to Exhibit 2, and this is the cost of service group coincident demand, it indicates that the group coincident demand peak was on 05/24/2021 at hour 18. And so when we go down the date, May 23rd into the May 24th, and we look at hour 18 and move across to the average customer usage, and that number is 2.31942. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and if we go one row down and we see for hour 19, the number is 2.36323. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and the same exercise again, is hour 19 value greater than, equal to, less than that value 18 hour?
Well, these are less than, and I would expect them to be so.
Okay. And so you say that you would expect it to be so, and help us understand why.
The numbers from the cost of service study, I hope I get this right. I think this is Exhibit 2.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Those are performed by the Load Research Group, very detailed data, 15-minute data in Ohio and Kentucky we're talking specifically about. So this would be the 15-minute KW. The numbers here are simply the averages. That's not the maximum peak. Again, this is just an estimate that we did on an hourly basis, not on a 15-minute basis.
Okay. But in terms of the presentation of evidence, the peak modeled on page 28 of 187 would have that peak occurring in hour 19 rather than hour 18. Is that correct?
Well, yes, the number here for hour 19 is greater than the hour for hour 18, correct?
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Your direct testimony includes BLS 2, and it's page 1 of 112. And on this one, I'm going to it's in the record, and on this one, I'm just going to ask for your counsel. If you don't have it with you at the moment, I'm just going to ask for your counsel to supply you with a copy, because I have a few questions to go over with you for this particular for this particular item. It's attachment BLS-2 to your direct testimony, page 1 of 112. It looks like this.
Okay, I think I have it, yes.
Okay, all right, it's got four, just a rough description, it's got 4 blocks on it. 4 blocks of
The-
information?
The page I'm looking at has 9 columns. Attachment BLS 2, page 100 of 112.
No, page 1, page
Oh,
1.
page
of-
1.
Yeah, I'm sorry, page 1 of 112.
I-
Lots
I-
and lots of
I
data.
apologize.
Mr. Spinar, is this the page that starts with comparison views?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, page 1 of 112.
Yes.
It is the comparison views of pre and post solar. I'm with you.
Okay, all right, okay, all right. So, in terms of understanding this particular document, in that upper left-hand block of information, rate RS, pre-solar, COSS, unit cost plus riders, DSM, PSM, FAC, ESM application. You see that?
I see.
And so you have a column for each month, 1 through 12. Do you see those?
I do.
So 1 would correspond with January, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you have kilowatt hour consumed, the next column over.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a kilowatt exported, and for this one, because it's pre-solar, there are no values there, is that correct?
Oh, that is correct.
Okay.
Before adoption of solar.
Okay, and then we have the 12 CP demand kilowatt,
Okay.
and then you move successively through the next columns going to the right, energy, demand, customer charge, export value, and total. So do you see all of those?
I do. I do.
Okay, now. So, when we look at this exhibit, that's basically, you're the one testifying to it. So this upper left-hand block, does that represent Duke Energy Kentucky's baseline or base or starting point for what Duke Energy Kentucky's cost of service study looks like without solar for the residential class?
Using the hourly profile that we've just discussed, scaling that to the 11,052 kWh, using the unit cost values that are in my testimony, yes, this is the average rate RS customer cost of service
Okay.
estimate, yes.
So, and when we move down on the page to the block of information below that, we have rate RS, post-solar, COSS, unit cost plus rider, paren DSM, PSM, FAC, ESM, application. So do you see that block of information?
Yes.
Okay, and then that's where we actually do have, in among other things, it's the same format, but this, one of the differences between the two, that's where we do actually see a column with amounts for the kilowatt hours exported, and then also in the next to last column, as we move to the right, we see an export value. Do you see all of those entries?
I do, and I might want to give a little bit more detail on my last question. You know, typically in a cost of service study, you know, the riders, we applied riders to both to keep them consistent on the billing side versus the cost of service side, so I just didn't want to imply that, you know, that's necessary in the cost of service study, the PSM or something. It's a rider value.
Okay.
But,
all right.
yeah, I'm sorry. But yes, I see the values below in the table below as well. Yes.
No, it's quite all right. It's a very comprehensive discussion, and in terms of trying to get to the point where we're at now, is that the upper block does that represent Duke Energy's Kentucky view of its residential class without solar generation?
Yeah, what this is specifically trying to do here is look at the difference between that 1,680 in that first block, the ultimate sum, that, dollars, and then the one below in the block, the 885.92, look at how that changes as compared to the two tables on the right-hand side. Correct.
And so in terms of matching up that response, if you look at the line that appears below that second block, the first line, post-solar COSS unit cost reduction 794.08. Do you see that?
I do, I see that.
Okay, and if I understand your testimony to be correct, these items represent, based upon the cost of service study, the reduction, the unit cost reduction in the cost of service study that is attributable through this modeling to the residential class customers having solar generators.
To adopt, correct.
Okay, all right. So when we move to the right, we have two more blocks, rate RS pre-solar billing. And you mentioned the rate case a few minutes ago. Please describe the difference between rate RS pre-solar billing and then the block of information to the left, rate RS pre-solar cost of service study.
I'm not sure I followed that because you mentioned the rate. Could you repeat that question? What did you want me to compare?
Well, am I correct that there is a difference between the information in the upper block for the pre-solar COSS and the information in that upper block for rate RS pre-solar billing?
Correct. These were the cost of service unit in the left-hand side. Those are utilizing the unit cost analysis that we provided. On the right-hand side, that's using the rates set out of the current rates out of the rate case.
Okay, and that rate case being, is that 2022?
00372.
Okay, all right.
Which I feel obligated to mention, there is a rehearing on that rate case, so the rates may change.
Certainly, I appreciate that caveat. So the block below that, this is rate RS post-solar billing proposed. What does that represent?
That represents using the current rate RS numbers. That represents in using the proposed AC EGC of what happens to the customer's bill after they adopt solar.
Okay, and so the post-solar rate RS bill reduction that's on this page, one of 112, the value is $770.02. Is that correct?
Yes, yep.
So is one way of describing this that that Duke Energy Kentucky has modeled what its system looks like without solar and what its system looks like with solar, and that these numbers, $794.08 and $770.02 in each scenario represents the reduction in Duke's cost of service to serve those residential customers with the adoption of solar.
Yes, this is the estimate we provided as input. Again, I would note that we did not perform a full cost of service study because of the available data.
Okay.
But
Oh, please.
I
go
believe,
ahead.
I was trying to follow along with what you said, and I probably should just be quiet at this point, but I think what you said is accurate.
Well,
So yeah, we're comparing the 794 to the 770 to get a input into, well, what happens with the cost of service versus what happens with the customer's bill.
okay. And thank you for that additional clarification to make the record clear on that point. At this stage, I'm going to, there'll be distributed a document that we ask that the commission mark as CASIA Cross-Examination Exhibit 9. And I'm going to explain this exhibit a little bit to help with this identity. The information in this exhibit is already in the record. In his direct testimony, there is an attachment, BLS-2, and that's the attachment that we went over at length a little bit earlier in this hearing. And so that attachment, BLS-2, contains thank you. If we look at CASIA Cross-Examination Exhibit 3 that we went through with this witness earlier, it contains the information of the Duke Energy Kentucky residential customer average usage free solar, and then the PV watts modeled solar production, and it has export values. The Exhibit 9 is an extract, and Exhibit 9 is an extract that is designed to, instead of having every hour of every day in an exhibit passed out, it has the extracts for,
Mr. Spinard, I'm just gonna interrupt you real quick.
Yeah.
His exhibits are not numbered, so if you can tell him what page.
Is that
I
Exhibit
don't-
3?
This is-
The colors match, so you're talking about
Exhibit
the
3.
two?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the one. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And so what we've extracted, if you'll examine the exhibit that we've just given to you, cross-examination Exhibit 9, what we've extracted is the information on your BLS-2 that matches the information for the 12CP, the system coincident demand peak, from the cost of service study. It matches on the date, and it also matches on the hour. And so we've extracted this information as a means to, it's all in the record, but we've extracted it for a convenience of not passing out an exhibit that has literally several hundred pages. So can you take a look at Exhibit 9 and tell me whether or not this is, from yours, whether or not this looks, at least the structure looks generally familiar?
The structure looks generally familiar.
Okay. So when we look at, when we examine, for example, this will be for the date of June 29th, 2021, hour 16, and the average customer pre-solar amount is 2.5416. So that amount, does that amount represent the pre-solar, average pre-solar usage for the residential class customer?
The average customer, correct?
Okay. And then when we move to the right, we see on that day that the model projected, PV watts model projected for a generator, a solar facility of that size, 7.0815, it would generate 3.9175. Is that a correct assessment of that number?
I see that number there, yeah, that's
Okay.
from PV Watts.
Okay, and so that customer would generate during that hour more power than the average customer would use. And so we see that the customer would be exporting, so that next column over, it's in red, and it's in parentheses, 1.3759. Does that number represent the model value of the energy that that solar customer would be sending out to Duke Energy Kentucky's system during that hour?
Export it from the home, through the meter, through the transformer, out to the grid.
So, okay. So then, when we look at the, number, that customer with solar is going to be a net exporter. Is that correct?
In that hour, net exporter, correct.
Okay. So in terms of the system, this is going to be column M, system peak hour used in cost of service study post-solar. That value is 0 for month 6, the corresponding value. Do you see that?
I lost track. Are you talking about column M for,
Yes.
for June, where it's 0?
Yes.
Correct, I see that 0.
Okay, and why does that column, why is there a 0 in that column?
They're a net exporter net, so they consumed from the grid 0, 0 that hour.
Okay, so they consume from the grid 0, but as a net exporter, did they send out energy to the grid?
They did as an exporter that hour, correct.
So for that solar customer, why is that number not a negative number rather than simply 0?
Well, you may be getting at one of the distinguishing characteristics of how we look at export versus load. I mean, certainly load consumed at the home is load that is they demand off the grid or is being served by their solar panels. So that's treated as we treat load. The company tries to reliably, safely provide for the load of our customers. The power that's exported to the grid, as I said, kind of goes through the meter, goes through the transformer, it's out to the grid. That's not treated the same way as load. I mean, that's exported power, or like akin to a purchase power, so that it's not treated the same way as load.
Okay. When you say akin to purchase power, can you be a little more granular about that in terms of how does Duke Energy Kentucky treat purchase power?
Well, and probably let me restate that's power that under the new net metering proposal, net metering 2, that Duke Energy would be purchasing from the customer generator to serve the load of other customers.
So in terms of May 24th, this is on the same exhibit that we just handed out. May 24th, for example, it says hour 17. Is that the hour is that the day and the hour of the highest system load of that month from the study period?
I do not know. I think you produced this. Is that what you included on the exhibit here?
Extracted from, yes, that's the extraction from the BLS-2, and also in terms of the second exhibit and the cost of service study, it has there's the group coincident peak on May 24th, 2021 at hour 18, and then there's the system coincident demand on May 24th, 2021 at hour 17.
Yeah, that matches that exhibit 2. The load research cost of service study, yes.
Okay.
That number, those numbers match on their system coincident demand. Yep.
So, and this is by your education, training, and experience. Is it generally the case that high system load hours outside of the winter occur when the temperature is high and/or at the end of several hot days in a row?
Those certainly would be conditions that would contribute to high load, high temperatures, heat buildup, correct?
Okay.
Are you about to hand out another?
Yes,
document?
Mr. Chairman.
So I'm going to ask a quick question while you hand out,
Yes, Mr.
identify and hand out your document. If you want to go ahead and do that, and then after you've handed it out, we'll take a short recess, and then we'll come back and let you continue your
Yes,
cross-examination.
Mr. Chairman. Would you like to ask your
Yeah,
question first?
I want to clarify something for a second. Page 1 of 122 of BLS 2, the 4 squares,
Yes,
4 tables.
yes.
Is the 12 CP demand KW the average KW or the peak KW?
The numbers from those 4 tables are from the analysis on those other, the detail.
Okay,
tabs.
yeah, and I'm going to get to that. But so 12 CP demand KW
Yes,
on that table,
Yes.
you'll look at it.
12, those were the 12 CP hours.
But is that the average hourly demand or the peak demand in that hour?
That was the average consumption of the customers during that hour, not the peak demand that
Okay.
you found it on the Exhibit 2. I think this is, I'm sorry. It's this exhibit.
I guess what I want to make sure I have an appreciation for is, here you're calculating what that cost of service study is, assuming that the billing determinants were on the equal footing or whatever to the thank you, the billing units. Is that right?
KWH, correct.
Okay, so on a unit basis, and the dollar per KW is charged on the average KW
We do not
over a
have
single month in
No.
this first table. Okay,
The
so it's not
the dollar per KW 12 CP number is multiplied by that value that would be there on that hour. That average number for that
only
hour.
within that hour.
Within that hour, that one, or 12 hours throughout the year.
Well, I get that, but by month, it's within a single hour.
Correct.
It's not 30 minutes of the back end of 1 hour and 30 minutes of the next hour. It's the average within the hour in which the hour was the peak.
We do not have 15-minute profiles from our load research, so I do
Well,
not
as
have
I said,
a-
your load research
Correct.
could get 15-minute profiles if they wanted to do it.
We-
This is not a data issue, you would agree.
We use the hourly profile used,
Yeah.
yes. in the
But
customer site.
you all have spent tens of millions of dollars, well, customers are paying tens of millions of dollars for meters that give the utility interval data on at least 15-minute bases.
Correct, we use 15-minute intervals
Okay.
for collection, data collection.
So I guess what I want to be clear about is, you all have do you all charge demand rates on a hourly average of the peak for the hour coincident with the system?
Demand rates are for a max demand rate would be for the maximum hourly integrated 15-minute period for the month.
Okay, so differently than how you all did this calculation.
Correct.
Okay. And then I just want to make sure I have an appreciation on 2, which is the cost of service one. When you say group coincident demand in that column, that is really group peak demand. It's not
You could- you
relative
could
to,
read-
it's not relative to anything else.
I
It's
believe-
just
I
the
believe you could
group's
rename
demand.
it that. You could substitute that name, yes.
Okay, but well, coincident presumes it's occurring alongside or relative to something else.
It's with the customers, that class coincident in that class. The
Just a
customers
peak
in that
for the
class.
entire
Yeah,
class.
yeah.
But the second column is the class, their usage at the same time as the system's peak in each one of those months.
Correct.
Okay. So the only use of peak demand or system or for the group RS for their peak demand or their coincident peak demand, 12 CP on a 12 CP basis, is to identify the hours of the peak. And then after that, for this entire, all the calculations and the application of the dollar per kW and everything else is on the group's intra-hour demand on average in that hour.
Correct.
For DEOK customers across both territories. All of this, when we talk about class and RS and everything else, this is the load profiles are not DEK specific. They're DEOK. Is that right?
That is not my understanding.
Well, you said a second ago that it was
Specific to
across
DEK.
Ohio and Kentucky. Is that not the case?
I don't recall what I was referring to at that time, but the data here, excuse me, is specific to Kentucky.
The average load profiles used in the class cost of service study is exclusively DEK customers
Correct.
that you get from the load research group.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Mr. Spinardi, you want to talk about this exhibit for a second?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and we'll get with the council at the break to make sure that we get the witnesses' exhibits numbered. And so, with regard to what has been passed out, and we ask that it be marked as CASIA Cross-Examination Exhibit 10, it contains 2 pages from the attachment to the response to CASIA Request for Information 2, Item 9, page 81 of 205, and page 82 of 205. And with that, as far as identifying the exhibit, if it's, we're at the stopping point, I think, that you've indicated.
This is a good place to just take a short reset. All right, so we will take a short break until 11, then we'll come back and you can continue your cross-examination.
Thank you.
We can recess until 11. We're back on the record in case number 2023-00413. Mr. Spinard, do you have to continue?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before the break, there's distribution of CASIA cross-examination Exhibit 10, which is an extract of 2 pages from an attachment to your response, Mr. Saylor's response to CASIA's second request for information, item 9. And this is, have the witness confirm that page 81 of 205 and page 82 of 205, these are the, attachment 1 shows the modeled solar generation output that you used in your direct testimony to put together your attachment BLS-2. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
So when we look at exhibit, cross-examination exhibit 10, we have page 81 of 205 and page 82 of 205. And this includes, the reason we have 2 pages is because May 24th, hour 0 begins near the bottom of the page and it continues over to the next page. And in terms of an exhibit that we've been working from quite a bit, exhibit number 2, May 24th, 2021, hour 18 was for the residential rate group, the group peak demand. Is that correct?
On Exhibit 2, for the group coincident demand column, May 24th, hour 18. Correct.
And if you move over to the system coincident demand, it's also May 24th, 2021, but it's hour 17. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so the system coincident demand column, that's consistent with the 12 CP value for May. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when we look at Exhibit 10, and this was the exhibit of the model solar profile generation, and we look on the second page for May 24th, and we look at the row for hour 16, and hour 16 is going to be the consistent with the hour for the 12 CP for that day. AC system output, the final column on the right, that's in blue. AC system output kilowatts, it shows a value of 0.6463. Do you see that value?
I'm sorry, I can ask a question. Just clarify your question, Mr.
Yes.
Smurf, for a second. You said 16 or 18?
This is our, with regard to cross-examination Exhibit 10, I've asked the witness to look at the hour 16 for May 24th, because hour 16 is the hour that corresponds to the
Is that because it corresponds to hour 17 on cross exhibit 2?
2. That's
Okay,
correct.
all right, thank you.
Okay, all right. So for hour 16, let's work from hour 16. The value is 0.6463. Do you see that?
I see that, but if I could clarify, I see the value of 0.6463 under hour 16, but on Exhibit 2, I think the system coincident demand was at hour 17.
Okay.
So can I confirm the number that you're asking me to look at?
Well, certainly. You say that hour 16 is let's take a step back, because I don't know if the foundation was good on this one. Let's take a step back. The attachment one is the solar generation calculator from PV Watts, is that correct?
Yes,
And I think earlier was it your testimony earlier in the hearing that PV Watts uses Eastern Standard Time?
that was what I think the document that you gave me said, correct.
All right, so when we look at the hours, the hour for PV Watts is listed at, for the hour on the PV Watts moves from 0 through 23, is that correct? There's 24 hours in a day, and the PV Watts reports 0 hours 0 through 23. Is that correct?
I see the hour 0 through 23. I don't recall if that's hour ending or hour beginning, but I see the 0 through 23, correct.
Okay. And by reference, we can use Exhibit 4, cross-examination Exhibit 4, page 177 and 187. This is from your attachment 2. This Exhibit 10 is attachment 1, Exhibit 4 is from attachment 2. The numbering system for the hours of the day in for the attachment 2 for the usage run from 1 through 24. Do you understand that? Is that your understanding?
Yes, hour ending.
So,
Hour ending.
hour ending. So, once again, when we talk about the attachment 2 on Exhibit 4, when we see the entry for March 12, 2022, and it says hour 1, does that time correspond with midnight through 12:59 a.m.?
I'm sorry. Tell me which attachment again?
This is going to be Exhibit 4, and this is attachment 2, your response to the second data request, item 9.
Yes, all in Eastern Standard Time, correct.
Okay, so then we look at PV Watts for the hour reporting information for PV Watts on March 24, on May 24th. It has as the first hour at May 24th 0, and this is on the first page. Do you see that? Because the numbering for May 24th on the PV Watts, the hours are numbered instead of 1 through 24, 0 through 23. Can you take us a little bit of time and confirm that?
Well, I see the 0 through 23, correct. Again, I don't recall if it's hour ending or hour beginning, but I understand what you're saying. I see the 0 through 23.
Okay, so with regard to looking at the May 24th entry for hour 0, and this is your understanding, and this is one of those situations, if you don't know, you just say you don't know. But with regard to May 24th, the hour 0, is that your understanding that that's the block of time between midnight and 12:59 a.m. for that day?
I would need to review the data and how it was adjusted. I don't recall.
Okay, at this stage, CASIA would like to have, as a post-hearing data request, and we'll write it out in the fancy form, but as a post-hearing data request, CASIA is going to ask for Duke Energy Kentucky to provide a narrative that explains how the numbers appearing on the PV Watts generated, the PV Watts modeled solar generation in attachment 1, how the numbers for May 24th, 0 to 23, 3 match up to the numbers on the attachment 2 to the response, the numbers that, for May 24th, that are going to go from 1 to 24. We want to see a reconciliation of those numbers to confirm, to either confirm or to dispel the notion about whether or not hour 0 on the PV watts generation corresponds for that date to hour 1 on the calculated usage on attachment 2.
Okay. I mean, so certainly, but I'll just ask, I guess, a very simple question. Is the hour ending at midnight the previous day or the current day?
Most of the time that I'm familiar with, it would be the current day. You know, hour 0 would be that first hour, and you would say, well, this is hour beginning midnight through.
Well, I guess that's what I'm trying to. Well, you've got the thing there. You've got their cross-examination exhibit 10, the one you were just handed.
Correct.
So, but it says it doesn't just give you hours; it gives you days.
Right.
Right. So, like on the first one, you've got May 22nd, and May 23rd. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. So, where it's 5:23 and hour 0, and then the one before that is 5:22 and hour 23, is the only logical conclusion that 5:22 hour 23 is the hour starting 23. Because the next
Almost
one,
always, yes, but that's why I was saying.
because
I
the
just
next
don't
one
remember.
is technically on this chart, you would agree, the next day.
Correct, unless they have some different numbering formula that I'm just not remembering. I think yeah, it's probably correct.
Okay, and then after the middle of March, where your all's data just skips the hour, right? Then that would necessarily mean if it skips an hour and the NREL data doesn't skip an hour, that the hours post-March are going to be off one. Would you agree?
Agree.
Okay. And we saw the March. I mean, you agree that the March skips
Oh,
an
yes.
hour
Yep, absolutely.
for your all's data. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
I think it was Exhibit 4, the CASIA DR2-9 Attachment 2, 177, 187. It's, when you become an adult, you actually figure these things out, but it doesn't happen at midnight, right? It happens in the second hour, after the second hour. So it goes, Exhibit 4 here shows March 13th, hour 1, March 13th, hour 2, March 13th, hour 4.
Correct.
That's where the skip occurs.
Correct.
And we would expect an extra hour, I guess, or the opposite implication in the fall. Is that right?
Yeah, you would expect that, yes.
Okay.
I don't believe that's the way the load research calculations actually are performed, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay. What I want to very clearly ask after this entire line of questioning is that the NREL data has 8,760 hours. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. Does the data, and I don't want to count the rows, is why I'm asking. The Exhibit 4, the 177 of 187, does that also represent 8,760 days, or 8,760 hours?
Exhibit 4, that was to CASIA 9.2, average customers. That was the load profile. That was the one that it skips the hour, correct? Yeah, that one might have 8,759. I'd have to go back and check that file.
Okay.
I would have had to adjust the data to make sure it lines up with all the rates and times. Correct.
Okay. But do we know for a fact, well, we do know for a fact this was not a leap year, right? This is 21 to 22. 20 and 24 were the leap years.
Right, so it would not be a leap year then?
Okay.
Right.
So,
Would not be a leap year.
but then you said you don't know how it treats the missing hour here, you don't know how it treats moving back to EST in the fall.
Right, I believe they just present one number. But that's the thing I wanted to check and verify.
Okay. Mr. Spinar?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to exhibit 10, the second page, what I'd like you to do is focus upon the information for May 24th, hour 16 on this exhibit. And there are a number of columns, and obviously this is several rows down. There's one column well, first let's go to the far right-hand column, and it's highlighted in blue. It says AC system output KW. Do you see that column?
I do.
And do you see the value of 0.6463 that corresponds to hour 16 on May 24th?
I do.
Okay, so am I reading it correctly, is that on that particular day and hour, the PV Watts system calculator produced an output of 0.643 for use in your analysis?
0.6463, correct.
Okay, and if we kind of back up a little bit, move to the left, there is a column that says plane of array iridescence. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and briefly explain what that, if you know, briefly explain what that means, what that column is, the information that column is reflecting.
I do not know.
Okay. Well, for May 24th, hour 16, is it the case that the plane of array iridescence the value is 121.584?
That is the value?
Okay. This is what you supplied in response to a request for information, and it's PV Watts calculator information that you relied upon in your direct testimony. How does that, if you know, how does that number for the plane of array iridescence value for hour 16 on May 24th, how does that stack up to the other numbers in this study, if you know?
How does it stack up? I'm not sure the meaning or what you intend with the question, but the numbers to the left there, that blue column that you were talking about, in my understanding, those are the inputs that PV Watts have decided are the typical meteorological year, if you will, inputs that are used there. I do not know what each of those, the meaning of each of those values are. I use the outputs from the PV Watts thing.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. One of the things about before I leave this, just to confirm, because this is sometimes for that date and hour, May 24th, hour 16. There's a ambient temperature column, C, which I think is reporting in Celsius. Do you see that ambient temperature column?
I do.
And there's a value for May 24th, hour 16 of 19. If you know, is it your understanding that that's what the PV Watts calculator, the temperature per the model that would correspond with the system output that you used for your study?
I assume so. That's the value that came from PV Watts for that hour.
Okay. But in terms of what you put together, when you're looking at May 24th, 2021, hour 16 or hour 17 or hour 18, in that range. Does your study take into account the actual weather that Duke Energy Kentucky's service territory was experiencing during those hours?
The study takes the April 21 through March 22 rate RS profile and scales it up to the weather normal kWh per customer used in the rate case. So there are assumptions embedded in there from the actual usage, but they would not necessarily match up with these.
Okay. And I do apologize for jumping around a little bit. Previously, it was distributed as Exhibit 3, Cassia Cross-Examination Exhibit 3. And this is, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I'm going to strike that and I'm going to find the correct exhibit. Let's take a look at your direct testimony. And this is page 10 of your direct testimony, and I'm looking at Table 3. And this is the COSS cost component values for rate RS and rate DS. And let's work from your testimony. And just tell me when you get there.
Okay, page 10, table 3, I'm there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sailors. And there is a row for demand, and the cost of service unit cost for rate RS for demand is listed at $29.42. Do you see that amount?
I do.
And so if the 12 CP demand for that month, for any given month, were to be reduced by 1 kilowatt for that hour, would the demand component of the cost of service analysis fall by $29.42?
In our comparison that we presented with the other exhibits, no, it wasn't, I'm sorry, you did not hand that out. For our results page, where we were comparing the change in the cost of service and the billing amounts, that's exactly how we applied it.
Okay, so the cost of service study based on 12 CP, is it correct that you take every day of the year and corresponding hours for that day, but from that information, you pick out one value of 1 hour for each month to arrive at, that's the 12 CP comprises 1 hour each month of the day that you have that system peak. Is that correct, or am I getting in the ballpark with that explanation?
Let me state it a different way, and, well, I'm not supposed to ask you questions. Okay, the cost of service study calculates allocators. One of those allocations are based on 12 CP, and that would be the system peak hour for each month.
Okay. All right. So if you, in this if to your knowledge, In a situation in which the solar generator customer is exporting more energy than that solar generator is using, it's a net exporter, okay? The solar generation customer is exporting energy. And if that event hit during a peak hour in the 12 CP, what impact would that have on your analysis? So say for a given hypothetical month, and you have a solar generator, and it's a net exporter, and how would that impact the study that you put together? And this goes back to your page 1 of 112. How would that impact your study?
So the load reduction at this average customer would be reduced to 0. So there would be, no 0 kW times that value for that particular hour. And then the exported amount would be power exported to the distribution system, which would be available for the company to purchase and to serve other customers' load. And that is provided at the cost of service unit cost number for energy.
Okay. And so if you're still, for that hypothetical solar generator that's hitting at that 12 CP peak hour, as they're reducing their usage on a per kilowatt basis, they're to 0, what they're reducing the cost of service for Duke Energy Kentucky is they're reducing about $29.42 per kilowatt. Is that correct?
Well, okay, so you worded the question, so let me make sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
Reduce the cost of service for Duke Energy Kentucky. That's not necessarily true. I mean, the cost of service information is based on embedded costs. And yeah, that's the kind of like what we're doing here is showing, okay, well, what's this impact on this unit cost analysis? But, for this one customer, pricing them out. But it doesn't necessarily reduce the cost of service for Duke Energy Kentucky because that's based on embedded costs, and those don't evaporate just because someone, installs solar. So we are using that concept to compare, well, what would happen based on this unit cost approach to this customer versus what would happen to their bill, just to kind of see, if they are lining up. But yeah, with the cost of service study, if you follow that through, I guess, you almost assume that the next rate case that's reallocated, and other customers have to pay whatever the reallocation is. I wouldn't know exactly that. I mean, obviously, there's fuel cost savings that would reduce cost of service and things like that, variable O&M. But the way you worded the question, I just want to make sure that we were on the same page. It doesn't necessarily reduce the cost of service of Duke Energy Kentucky by $29.42.
Okay. Well, in terms of that $29.42 number that you have in Table 3, is it the case that you're using that number to demonstrate or to otherwise approximate, or however you're the one who has to testify, you're using that number to show the impact on the cost of service results for a 1 kilowatt or on about kilowatt basis, the impact of that solar generation?
For that customer, yes.
Okay, all right. So when that customer becomes a net exporter, and that net export hits in a 12 CP hour, is the treatment of Duke Energy Kentucky for the analysis that you present is the treatment to create a floor of zero through which you're reducing the demand, and then when you get to zero, you stop reducing demand for the export. If I'm an exporter, I'm sorry, I'm asking too many questions.
Nope, you said that correctly. The load goes down to zero, reducing that customer's load. Exporter power is put onto the distribution system using company assets. As we talked about, the meter goes onto the lines, through the transformer. That is power the company is purchasing to serve other customers.
So in the analysis that you present, how does Duke Energy what value does Duke Energy Kentucky place upon the net exporter who hits net exporting during a 12 CP hour?
Okay. I think well, let me just, as before, I think I said the same thing, so let me say it a different way to make sure that, if you might be asking the same question. For that customer at Solar Power, the tables would show that the load reduction at the home would go to zero, and those would then, of course, be receiving the 2942. I say credit, reduction in value, and then the exported power would receive the energy, the 046797 per kWh.
Okay. On page 24 of your direct testimony, this is line 5. Let's see. You provide the company's proposed avoided cost excess generation credit amount. And I'm just going to say, if it's okay with you, I'm just going to refer to that as best I can as ACEGC amount. Do you see your testimony on page 24?
I do. I'll keep up. I might say things like ACEGC, I've heard it called that, or ACEGC, but I will try to keep track of what you're talking about.
Okay, all right. And if you're ever confused, just ask me, and we'll make sure that we don't have this confusion. So if we look at table 5, the last row on table 5, the middle column for residential, it contains an amount of 0.057132. Do you see that amount?
I do.
And in this instance, does this represent Duke Energy Kentucky's proposal for compensating the energy that is sent from that residential customer to the grid per kilowatt hour?
It is.
Okay. And likewise, with regard to the next column over non-residential, that has a value of a value of 0.057463 per kilowatt hour, and that represents the proposal for the non-residential.
It does.
Okay. In terms of the elements of these two values, they include, do they include avoided energy?
They do.
Okay. Do they include ancillary services?
They do.
And do they include generation?
They do.
Okay. Do they include anything else as an element that does not appear on table 5?
No, I would note that the environmental and carbon, the way that the energy is calculated, we are proposing that those are included in the energy value. So it would include those components, but nothing else that's not on the table.
Okay, all right. Well, okay, thank you. Okay, if we look at the ACGEC rate proposed in your direct testimony in Table 5, we see a value of 0.057132. And if we compare that to the energy cost in your Table 3, we see a value of 0.046797. Are you aware of that there are different numbers, but will you compare those two numbers and take a look at the residential energy costs, the residential avoided cost excess energy generation credit on Table 5, and then take a look at compare that to the energy cost that you have on Table 3?
Yes, they are different. I mean, they're calculated differently based on the, as we've talked about, the cost of service study components, the unit cost analysis was used for that. Gosh, what was the number? Oh my gosh, 0.04 number, 046797 in Table 3, whereas the number in Table 5 is calculated looking at the avoided costs on a projected 25-year period, discounting those to the present analysis from that standpoint. So it's a completely different value.
Okay. But just to be clear on the Table 3 is that as that customer, solar customer is a net exporter, and there's a zone, if you wish, that they were going to be reducing the costs, they were going to be reflective of a reduction of the cost of service, and they're reducing that demand towards zero, they're going to get $29.42 per kilowatt, correct?
Yes.
From the analysis that you
Correct.
presented.
Correct.
And then once they hit zero, then the number switches over to energy, and that's that 0.046797, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And in that cost of service analysis, of course, on the billing side, not the, if we looked at those tables, if you remember, you had the two tables on the left and the two tables on the right, the proposed ACEGC was used, of course, for exports on the billing side.
Okay. So in terms of the results for the analysis that you present, if you know, well, first let's ask this question. The analysis that you present is based on average customers, correct? Average
Are you
residential.
talking about the ACEGC, or are we talking about the Table 3?
Let's go to the attachment to your direct testimony, BLS-2.
-2, okay.
And when we look at the information on the far left on customer usage, that's average customer usage, is that correct?
That is, yes, that is that average customer usage.
Okay, and so of those average customers, if you know, of the residential customer class, approximately how many residential customers, how many people in the KYRS group, the class, approximately how many of those customers are solar generators?
Current, well, depending on the vintage and the time frame that you're asking about, there is a table in my testimony. I believe it is table 1 or 2. Hold on a second. So, that's it. It's on page 8 at the top, as of the filing, it was 776. Of those, I do recall from memory, I'm not sure it's in my direct testimony, I think it was in a data response, 760 of those were residential.
Okay. In those instances in which the residential customer with the solar generating is exporting more than the customer is exporting, is sending out energy to Duke Energy's Kentucky grid, the non-solar customers, would it be your understanding that those non-solar customers would be importing energy during those same hours? Net importers?
If they were consuming, correct.
Okay. So, is it a hypothetical question? We take the number of participants in residential customer generators compared to the number of residential customers in rate RS. Is it the case that the entire residential class in the aggregate is exporting power during the 12 CP?
I think the answer is that no. The aggregate residential class is not exporting power at a 12 CP.
So they're net importing power during the 12 CP?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to your understanding, is that when a Duke Energy Kentucky residential customer with solar is exporting, if your knowledge, and if you can answer this, where does that exported energy go? It enters the Duke system, and how does it, and I don't mean to be flippant about this, but it doesn't go back to your power plant. What happens when the energy enters the system?
I can give a high-level answer to that. I think you might want to ask Mr. Malalo that question, but from my discussions with Mr. Malalo, the high-level answer is it goes to the path of least resistance, and you're going to have to ask him what that actually means.
Sure. I appreciate that. Thank you. We're going to, Cassia will distribute one more exhibit and ask that this be marked as Cassia's cross-examination Exhibit 11. It is, it comprises 2 pages. The first page is already in the record. It is from Mr. Saylor's direct testimony, attachment BLS-2, page 28 of 112. And it's the second page is the same, an extract of the information. It's the same information for a smaller portion of time, but it's in a little bit larger. It's a little easier to read. And once you get a chance to take a look at that, Mr. Saylor, I'm going to ask you hopefully just a few more questions.
two, okay.
Okay, now, when we read across the page from left to right, we can see, if we go to the far left-hand corner, we see for the date, we see entries for June 29th. Do you see those?
You're talking about the page 2 of what you just handed out? Yes.
They're somewhat the same, but you can use whichever one you want to use. But
Oh.
I'm gonna look on the top page so we can get here. There are some for residential, the rate class KYRS.
Yep.
There are, I'm sorry.
Yep,
Okay, you're
I'm with
there.
you,
All
I'm
right.
with you.
So June 29th, there is an hour 16. And there's information that corresponds with hour 16 as we read across from left to right. And is it the case that for June 29, 2021, and hour 16, that the analysis you present would show a residential customer of solar to be a net exporter of energy?
Although the column headings aren't on here, I do believe I remember what the column headings are, and this would show that they are a net exporter of energy during that hour.
Okay. And in terms of the, there's a little number there in isolation, 2.5416. Do you see that number?
I do, yes?
Okay, and so with regard to June 29, June 29th, hour 16, and I'm looking at Exhibit 9. June 29th, hour 16. Is that reflective? You've supplied this attachment and put it together. Is that pulled out separately to reflect the 12 CP, the value for on the 12 CP date and hour?
On Exhibit 9, it has a date of June 29th, hour 16, yes.
Okay. And so you're very good at explaining these things. Just explain what that 2.5416 means on your attachment BLS-2.
The 2.5416 is that value that we looked at under column D on Exhibit 9. It's that average customer usage for that hour.
So, and just to confirm, the average customer usage for that hour is 2.5416, but to the right of that, it just says 0. And does that reflect the fact that you have prevented, the 0 there to prevent the attachment BLS from reflecting a negative rate in that cell?
Depending on exactly what cell you're talking about, the imports would then be 0, correct?
Okay.
And that would be in column G, and over there in column M, I believe I think it's the same number. Yes.
Okay. And to confirm, I think this confirms it has to be your testimony. It's essentially the 0 is basically, does that reflect that in the study that you put forth, the net export of a customer generator during a 12 CP event hour will never go lower, that amount will go to 0, but it will never go negative?
I think you said the net export, but let me say that if the amount of solar production is greater than the household load, then load would go to 0, Load would not go negative, but the exports then would be exported to the system. And that would be the excess from the solar production after you eliminate the load at the home.
Okay. He has, this witness has referred us to another witness, which is fine. And we will have post-hearing data requests concerning the reconciliation of the TV watts hour information to the usage information, hour information. We will have we will ask for a post-hearing data request to compare the total number of hours used for the PV watts calculator number, the calculator analysis results to the Duke Energy Kentucky results that were presented for usage. We have tendered to the commission during the cross-examination 11 exhibits. All 11 exhibits, well, 10 of the 11 exhibits are information that's presently in the record. The other exhibit is the Exhibit 6, which is the PV Watts version 5 manual from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. And if it's to some additional foundation, we can ask the witness some additional questions. But at this stage, CASIA moves for the introduction of all of its cross-examination exhibits.
Counsel?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved. We'll have CASIA cross-examination exhibits 1 through 11 as Mark, you have all those, Candace?
And Mr. Chairman has been a very gracious witness, thank you, and at this stage, we expect that the witness he deferred to will be able to answer the questions, otherwise that's all that we have from Mr. Saylor.
Mr. Gary, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
To what extent do you have questions? Not that I'm attempting to limit you, but
No,
I'm
if you're trying to get a sense for lunch, not to the length of Mr. Snart's, I don't think, but substantial.
That's fine. So let's go ahead and we'll take a recess for lunch, and we will come back at, let's come back at 12:50, 55-minute lunch, and I'll let you conduct your cross-examination. Back on the record in case number 2023-00413. Counsel, would you like to conduct your cross-examination?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here this afternoon, Mr. Sailors. Thank you for coming back. I know it's been a long morning already. My name is Byron Gary. I work for Kentucky Resources Council. We represent the joint interveners. Kentucky is for the Commonwealth and Kentucky Solar Energy Society. As with Mr. Spinard, if I ask you anything you don't understand, just let me know. I'll try to rephrase. I think my question should be a little less technical, so hopefully not anything too confusing and hard to get into. But if I ask you anything that somebody else would be better suited to answer, also feel free to let me know that as well. First, I just wanted to clarify what you have with you. I wanted to refer to a few things from the case so far. I just wanted to make sure I know what you have with you and what I need to hand off.
I have a copy of my direct testimony, which looks like it has attachment 2, and I believe it had what's in here? Yeah, I don't believe that attachment 3 is in that. I have a copy of the application, a copy of rebuttal testimony, mine, a copy of Mr. Kalemba's direct testimony, and then I have all of the exhibits that were presented this morning.
Okay. So to clarify, you mentioned Mr. Kalemba's rebuttal. He didn't file rebuttal testimony.
No,
So
I'm
it's
sorry,
just his direct. Okay.
misspoke.
Just making sure I'm not completely way less aware than I thought I was even. So you don't have your responses to data requests in front of you
I do not.
necessarily? Okay.
I do think there's, my counsel has
might
said
be
they
able to
have
be
a
handed
copy.
off. And Your Honor, I may possibly have a few things that it might be easier to share on the screen. I don't know if that's a possibility. We've done it in the past, and I think Mr. Rhodes indicated there might be an even easier way.
Yeah, have you had a discussion with him? Have you set things up to be able to do that?
I didn't. I was told that as long as I had an HDMI port, that's all I needed.
Take a short recess.
Sorry.
We're back on the record, counsel.
Thank you. And we don't need to share just yet. I'll get to that in a minute, but thank you very much. But I forgot one other point. If I verge into anything that you feel might be confidential, I don't have any intention of getting into it, but let me know, and we'll get to that when that comes. As an initial point, KRC, not me, but the joint interveners have been involved in a couple of other cases previously that dealt with net metering. I think you're generally aware of those other cases, at least.
I am.
You referenced them in your direct testimony, and I think some of your responses to data requests. So if I refer to the Kentucky Power case, you're aware of what I'm referring to, at least?
Yes,
Okay. And if I refer to the LG&E and KU cases, you're aware of what I'm referring to?
yes,
And just to be clear for the record, the Kentucky Power decision was 2020-00174. Does that sound right?
that sounds right.
Okay. And the LG&E and KU cases were 349 and 350, same year, 2020.
And if you could, if it matters,
It-
there was an original order and a rehear order in that
Yes.
case, so.
Yes, and I don't plan on referring to the specific orders generally in
Okay,
those. Just
okay.
generally you're aware of those cases, and it sounds like you are pretty familiar with those. Okay. In those cases, the commission laid out a series of principles for how net metering 2 should be set up, right?
Yes,
And those principles, do you recall them off the top of your head?
I did not memorize
Okay.
them.
No,
but I
that's
think-
okay.
I think there's 7,
I-
maybe.
So there are a number of different avoided costs, but before that, the commission laid out a number of principles. If I told you, it included evaluating eligible facilities as a utility-size system or supply-side resource. Is that one of them?
Do you have a copy you can give them?
So perhaps this is what we could do. Maybe we could share. You actually responded specifically to what these principles were in response to one of our data requests, right?
I'm fairly certain I sponsored a data request that
Okay.
had them listed in some text next to them.
If you wanted to hand a copy of the response to joint interveners requests, the first round of requests, number 4 specifically. And we can share the screen now. I have that pulled up, and I could show everybody else as well. It might help if I make it a little bit bigger. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Mina, thank you very much, Mina, sorry. So in response to, you label it cases, but that's that's Kentucky Solar Energy Society and KFTC. Our first round of requests, number 4, we asked if you were aware of the principles generally, and you laid out the principles and how the company treated each of these principles in its filing, to your understanding, right?
Yes, that was
Okay.
the data request.
And the principles were, as I said, evaluating them as a supply-side resource, treating benefits and costs symmetrically, right?
Correct, that's the second one?
Okay, sorry.
Yes,
I'm looking back and forth, so if you just nod, I might miss you.
Oh, sure.
It's probably
Yep.
beneficial to answer out loud, sorry. Commission required that you conduct a forward-looking, long-term, and incremental analysis, right?
yes,
Okay. And to avoid double counting.
yes,
Okay, and the last one, just scrolling down to be sure, the last one, ensure transparency.
correct,
The commission addressed how each of these were treated, correct?
yes,
Okay. So transparency is one of those key principles of the prior agency orders. I think you referred specifically to 2020-174, but the same principles are discussed elsewhere, right? Okay.
yes.
And can you read your response 5A there, how the company ensured transparency?
The company has attempted to be transparent through stakeholder engagement discussions and where appropriate, uses publicly available information.
Okay, thank you, perfect. And taking that first part, you went through a number of stakeholder engagement discussions, right?
2,
2, and you were involved in both of those?
I was.
Okay, and were those in person or virtual? How were those conducted?
There were Teams meetings.
Okay, Teams meetings. And I think you laid out in your direct testimony even that you invited a number of stakeholders from various different places to participate in those, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And those were intended to be a discussion with stakeholders, right? It wasn't just, here's our application.
the original intent was to just go over the timelines for, net metering 1 really to talk about as I said, the original intent. The first forum was to talk a little bit about what happens, after the cap, talk about, programs, and I think there's some slides in the presentation that we included, and I think I can't remember how much in the first forum, but the second forum was definitely was a, stakeholder comment that we want to talk about, well, this proceeding. So that's what we tried to focus on in the second forum.
Okay, but the overall purpose of the stakeholders was to address the stakeholder engagement meetings, both I think it was April 19th and June 29th, right?
Yes.
If I say those dates, that sounds right. The purpose of those two meetings was to address the commission's order, at least in part, to address the commission's order to ensure transparency during this process, right?
Well, it was to address the upcoming events with net metering. I don't know if ensure transparency was the absolute focus, but yes, that was part of, we just wanted to be transparent about what was going on, let everybody know, and this proceeding was going to be coming. So yes, in
Was
part,
part of
we
ensuring
didn't
transparency.
talk about, I don't think, transparency specifically in the meetings that I recall.
Okay.
But just having the meetings was trying to be transparent.
Okay, thanks. And just jumping back for 1 second, you said part of it was also to discuss what happens after the cap. Can you just explain what you mean by that?
Oh, we were interested in talking about a program that could be developed jointly with stakeholders for something that was scalable and after the cap was reached.
Can you define the cap, what you're referring to
The
specifically?
net metering cap.
Okay.
In the statutes.
Okay.
The 1% of the producer peak load.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page, referring to the same thing there. And so, aside from ensuring transparency, you mentioned that part of the purpose of this was to have a constructive and open communication. So it wasn't meant to just be one way you presenting, it was meant to be back and forth a little bit, at least,
Correct.
right? Okay. So you talked about it a little bit, but on the agenda, and if you want a copy, I'm going to talk just a little bit about your response to Joint Intervenor 113. I'll bring it up here as well, but those are in response to that, you gave the presentations that you gave during these two meetings
okay.
as
Okay.
attachments to that response, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just for shorthand, the one that's up now, that's the April 19th one, right?
It looks familiar.
Okay. And that's attachment 1 to Joint Intervenor 113. So
Okay.
I might say April 19th presentation or attachment 1, same thing. So on the agenda, aside from introductions there, and you mentioned this before, the purpose and the terms discussed at this first meeting were net metering 1.0, which is what your Duke is currently doing, right? NEM 1.0 in this presentation refers to the current
Yes.
pre-filing
Yes.
structure. Okay, and NEM 1.1 here, structured to comply with KRS 278.465. To be clear, NEM 1.1 there refers to what in this application would be NMS 2, right?
Yes, I think we turned the writer NM2, but
Okay.
yes.
NM2,
Yes,
sorry,
yes.
yes, that's right. And then also on the agenda is that post-cap solar program, and that's for after that 1% cap
Yes.
that you discussed, right? And just to be clear, sorry. So in those meetings, you gathered input, especially that first one, you gathered input from the stakeholders, right? You heard their preferences, right?
Yes, I did.
And I think in your direct testimony, which you do have in front of you, right? You referred to some of the main themes that you heard from them, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then Some of those themes that you heard included that stakeholders prefer monthly kilowatt hour netting, right?
Could you point to the page number?
I'm
just so I
sorry,
follow
that's in
along?
response to, sorry, that's your direct testimony at page 6 and 7. Sorry, I don't have the specific line in front of me.
I see it.
Okay.
Yep, the list, the bullet point list.
Thank
Yep.
you very much, David. And you heard that stakeholders believe the company should consider the impacts of new technology. Yes?
Yeah, that is true. Yep,
Okay.
bullet 2,
And all other things being the same, simple rules were preferred.
bullet 3. Yep.
Yep. And there should be transition periods and grandfathering.
Yes.
And that the company should consider future potential through augmented demand response, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated in response to, again, I think you still have joint intervenor 113 with you. That's the actual answers that included this presentation.
I do. Right here.
Okay. And you stated that you considered that customer input, or that stakeholder input, as well as stakeholder precedent, right?
I did.
Okay. How did you consider that stakeholder input?
I consider it alongside the orders from the commission,
Okay.
as well as the statutes.
Okay. Were any changes made to the filing as a result of the stakeholder input?
I'm trying to recall, I believe there was a discovery request that asked that exact same question. I went to try to remember what was said so I can. Well, I know the stakeholder input was taken into account along with the other factors. I would say the main part that would say, the stakeholder input was keep it simple, and that's where we kind of like, as we talked about this morning, that cost of service attachment BLS2. We recognize our data wasn't as robust enough, and we just proposed that they not be separated, that customer generators not be separated into a separate rate class, and they just continue to pay the same rate as rate RS.
Okay. So the main way you considered stakeholder feedback was to keep it simple?
Well, I think all of them were considered in the context of the other items. We mentioned, you asked me about the LG&E order on the rehearing. We did, consider things that we talked about in the stakeholder engagement, versus what was ordered by the commission in the rehearing. So, I think we considered all 4 of those topics together.
Okay. One of the other things that you heard from stakeholders, aside from keep it simple, was that you should consider the impacts of new technology, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that was one of the comments.
Okay. And in the presentation, attachment 1 at page 15, you also proposed a framework for a solution to stakeholders. Is that right?
We talked about one possible future, yes.
Okay. And part of that was ensuring reasonable returns for adopters, right?
That was, certainly we wanted to recognize that from the stakeholders' perspective, yes.
Okay. Also in that presentation, you mentioned on the last page, actually, new possible EE/DG programs. To be clear, EE stands for energy efficiency there, right?
Correct.
Okay, and DG would be distributed generation.
Correct.
Okay. And you stated that cooperation between EE and distributed generation programs will be essential to maximize the value and positive impacts of both, right? That's the second bullet point at the top.
Yes.
Okay. Has the company taken any further steps along that line? As a part of this filing or otherwise?
As part of this filing, no.
in general?
In general, I would have to say, yes, there's I don't know the specifics of everything that's going on in other service territories, but I do know there's a lot of things going on, such as in our North Carolina service territory.
Okay.
There's pilot programs being run there that I'm sure that, you know,
Specifically, there are a few that I looked up. There's the Improve and Save program that lets customers pay for energy efficiency upgrades over time as part of their bill. Does that sound familiar?
generally.
Okay. There's an EnergyWise program that offers rewards for shifting energy away from peak periods.
That's very, if I'm not mistaken, that's very similar to the Kentucky's Power Manager program.
Okay. And then there's a Power Pair Pilot program. I think that might be the one that you were referring to just a minute ago as a pilot
We brought
program.
in a speaker, I think stakeholders asked to hear more about that program. We brought a speaker in the forum too to talk about that.
Okay, and you talked specifically about that Power Pair Pilot program. Do you remember anything else about what the speaker said that would just generally describe the program even?
It was a pilot program. I don't know a lot of the details recalling it, but there is some slides in one of the presentations. It was a pilot that involved home batteries in North Carolina.
Okay. And has Duke, Kentucky explored implementing programs similar to any of those?
I would say we would want to see the results of that pilot that's being carried on first before we went down that path.
Okay.
But that's probably a better question for Ms. Adams,
Okay.
our DSM folks, representative here. I'm not sure exactly what the DSM team has explored and what they haven't.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rhodes, if you're listening, we can stop sharing for a little bit now. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is much more efficient. I will. Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Rhodes' name does start with the capital letter, and he is all hearing and all seeing. So, anytime you need to share the next thing, just say it out loud, and
Thank you so much.
it'll come to fruition.
And thank you, Mr. Rhodes. So you also stated, returning to your direct testimony at page 6, that some stakeholders prefer monthly kilowatt hour netting since it smooths out variations in the net metering benefits among customers with different load profiles. Is that right?
That was a comment from the.
Okay.
Yes.
From some stakeholders?
Yes.
More than one, then?
I don't recall. It might have been from one and others agreed or, but I
anybody
do remember that
disagree?
as a comment.
Do you recall anybody disagreeing or expressing an interest the other way?
I don't recall anyone disagreeing or expressing an interest otherwise.
Okay. Also, in presentation 2, the June presentation, you laid out the excess generation credit just a little bit. There was at least a slide on that. Do you have the slides there too, or just the?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I have the cost there.
Might be easier so I can flip back and forth too. Specifically, it looks like page 9 of 17 of attachment 2.
Yes, it lists the avoided cost the commission asked utilities to consider.
Okay. And you discussed how that dollar value would be set. Right, it didn't just list them. Aside from the list, after each of the colons, there's like marginal energy price projection consistent with IRP inputs. To be clear, that second part, that's not from the commission order, right? The commission order that you consider avoided energy, right?
This was information about some numbers we ran that were on the next page. They were preliminary numbers. I'd call it, we weren't even using the cost of service study from the rate case that we're using in this proceeding. Yeah, and they were just, estimates to share.
Okay. And on the heading of page 9 of 17, it says filing topics, right?
Filing topics, yes.
Okay, so you were showing stakeholders how you intended to deal with each of those filing topics, right?
I would think it was more of a one possible way. None of the presentation was binding in any way, and that was stated straight up front.
Okay. Was any other possible way presented to stakeholders?
For this analysis, no, we were showing them the results of one potential analysis.
Okay. In either of the stakeholder meetings, was any other potential analysis shared with stakeholders?
Well, the only slides we shared with stakeholders were the slides here.
Okay, so if there's not some other method for dealing with any of these other avoided costs in the slides, there wasn't one presented to stakeholders?
There wasn't one presented, but I thought it was, I can say that at the time of these stakeholder forums, there was an absence of information, because I know that myself personally, I was unaware of the LG&E KU rehearing order at the time these forums took place. So maybe if I was fully aware at that time, maybe there would have been an alternative as well.
Okay. And looking at those avoided costs in the presentation given in June, you mentioned that energy, Duke planned for the energy costs to be consistent with IRP inputs at the time, right?
That's what was stated there, yes.
Okay. And ancillary services and environmental costs would be embedded in the energy cost above, right?
Yes,
And carbon tax projections consistent with IRP inputs would be used, correct?
that's what it says. Yes.
Okay. And with regard to transmission and distribution, both say the company is evaluating appropriate value to include for transmission benefits and for distribution benefits, right?
That's what it says,
Okay.
yes.
So no option either way was presented on those, either
Correct.
there or in the values you referred to on the next page, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And I think at this time, this might be a better question for Mr. Kalemba. I think at that time, the company had not produced the IRA impact forecasts, IRA being the Inflation Reduction Act, of note.
Thank you. Not discussed in here also was FERC Order 2222, right?
Without looking through all of the agenda items, I don't believe it was discussed.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Oh, if I can restate that.
Yes.
I believe there was a note on one of the slides. Now that memory serves, it's up front where it's just saying, it was just making everyone aware that, oh, don't forget about FERC 2222.
Okay.
In one of the, either Form 1 or Form 2. Let me look. See if I did. If I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, it's in Form 1 on page 4 of 19. It just, on other considerations.
Okay.
FERC Order 2222, and it talks, 2 bullets on it about what the status of that was.
Thank you. Returning to your response to joint intervenor request 1 4. And the consideration of the principles that were laid out by the commission. Your response to how Duke, Kentucky ensured transparency was, aside from the stakeholder engagements, to use publicly available information, correct?
Correct. Where we didn't have something that we considered better information.
Okay. Sorry. And where appropriate, uses publicly available information, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you stated in your direct testimony at page 19 that you are aware the commission has expressed a preference for net cone for the avoided generation capacity cost, right? Specifically lines 3 through 5.
Yes, I read that right now. Yes.
Okay. But you didn't propose in this application to use net cone for the avoided capacity, right?
We did not.
Okay.
We felt we.
But in your rebuttal testimony, you do propose to use an updated ELCC for fixed tilt solar from PJM, right?
In the rebuttal testimony, we noted for the commission that we have recently filed our cogeneration, 2-year cogeneration tariffs. At that time, we calculate the CT, the peaker method numbers, and those numbers were revised. And so we said, well, that calculation could be used as an update in this proceeding. Tying the two together, saying, well, if we're going to update the peaker method dollars for the CT, then we probably should go ahead and update the PJM ELCC values as well.
Okay. And looking at your rebuttal testimony, you note that on page 11, PJM has also recently released revised ELCC values for fixed solar for use in the 25-26 base residual auction, revising 31% to 9%, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
There's no citation or footnote there, correct?
Okay, you said page 6?
Page 11 of your rebuttal, at the bottom, sorry.
There is not a notation, no, does not
Okay.
point to a presentation.
In the questions to joint interveners, there's cited a single-page document, and Mr. Rhodes, if we could share screen again. Sorry, this is kind of small. Maybe this one I should actually hand you a copy of. That might be a little easier. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. So, I think I've got enough for two here.
Okay, thank you. Here, thanks.
Thank you.
Would you like to mark this, counsel?
Yes, can we mark this JI 1, please? Does this document look familiar?
It does. I remember the numbers of 9% and 14% for fixed tilt and tracking solar.
Okay.
It looks correct.
Okay. And this would be then what you were referring to in your rebuttal testimony regarding the revised ELCCs?
Yes.
Okay. This shows updated ELCC class ratings for a variety of type of capacity resources, right?
Yes, it does.
You noted fixed tilt and tracking solar, but aside from that, scroll down a little bit, this covers variety of storage options, right? With updated ELCCs,
Yes.
nuclear, coal. There are also values there for combined cycle gas, right?
Dual fuel too? Yes.
And combustion turbines without dual fuel and with dual fuel.
Yes.
Okay. And the document up at the top references a FERC order, right? Up above the table, just below, just above the table.
Yeah, FERC on January 30th, 2024, and docket number ER 24-99.
Yep. And have you read that order?
I have not.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's in it at all?
I am generally familiar with how to use ELCC values, but not the details. That might be a better question for Mr. Columba.
Okay.
Oh, well, I assumed what you're going to ask questions about. I apologize.
So you're not familiar with what was proposed by PJM that FERC order was responsive to?
I'm familiar that these were supposedly the approved values, the
Okay.
new
They came
ELCC
out of
values.
a revised methodology that was proposed? Okay. But you're not familiar with what changed about that methodology? That would be a better question for Mr. Columba.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it would.
I think I'll save a number of questions for Mr. Columba then.
Okay.
You've spared yourself, I think. But when you updated when you filed your rebuttal testimony, you applied this updated ELCC to that peaker methodology to get this revised number in your rebuttal testimony, right?
The rebuttal testimony was, transparent with the commission and, that, okay, we realize that the revised number looks kind of similar. It's not exactly the same as the net cone, but it looks similar to net cone. And if we're going to revise numbers, then we should probably revise the ELCC as well.
Okay, so you're generally familiar with net cone and how that's set, I guess.
Generally, yes.
Probably about the same level as I am then. Probably a little bit more. But these ELCC numbers, to your knowledge, were those used in setting net cone values?
Are the ELCCs used in setting net cone? I do not know.
Okay. So you're not sure on the interplay between those different parts?
Between net cone and ELCC, I am not.
Okay. And the updated peaker numbers, those were provided to you by Mr. Columba as well?
Correct.
Okay. The ones in your rebuttal testimony, just to be
Correct.
clear, the updated peaker in your rebuttal testimony. When that peaker method was updated, do you know when that was done?
I think we made the filing on April I'd have to check. I'm going to say, I think it was around or about April the 18th.
So, if we could stop sharing again for just a minute. Actually, hopefully only one more time. I think I'm going to save those for Mr. Columba, but I do have a few other questions still. You mentioned in your rebuttal testimony some changes to Kentucky statutes during this legislative session. Just generally, you're familiar with referencing the session in your rebuttal?
I am familiar with that, yes.
Okay. So you follow the Kentucky legislative session at least somewhat, right?
No, I was just familiar with that passage of 349, I believe.
At least, yes, things
Yes.
that apply to utilities, I guess that would be the one that I'm referring to specifically. You followed that at least somewhat.
I have been informed by others of what that's about.
Okay. And you mentioned that that updates KRS 278, 262, and 264. I know I'm referencing statutes now, so I'm verging on legal opinion, but I'm not asking your opinion on what's in the statute, just you're aware of what's there, right?
Generally aware of
Okay.
what's there as described through others, yes.
So you're aware that it adds new definitions for dispatchable and intermittent, among other things?
I do not know the definitions that are provided there, but
But you're aware that they provided new
Yes.
definitions? Okay, yeah, I don't have them memorized, I certainly don't expect you to have the new definitions memorized. And you're aware that it creates this new Energy Planning and Inventory Commission, right?
generally aware, yes.
Okay. And you're aware that utilities proposing to retire facilities, specifically fossil fuel-fired facilities, are required now to give notice to the commission, this new commission, right?
I'm generally aware that there are new requirements when such retirements are happening. I
Okay.
will leave it at that.
Not referring to the statutes, but because it's a term that comes up several times, could you define intermittent for me? I don't think we've ever gotten to an actual definition in any of the data requests or anything, so.
I know intermittent is used with resources like wind and solar, simply to describe the fact that the wind facility will run when the wind is blowing. If the wind is not blowing, then it doesn't. Same as the solar facility, the solar will produce if the sun is shining, and if it is not, it doesn't.
So generally, something's intermittent because it's not available when called upon if needed.
Intermittent is I don't know if the term is as available is appropriate or not, because I know that has a specific meaning. Yes, it may or may not be available when needed.
Okay. So rooftop solar's intermittent, as you said, because you can't, because you can't call on it when the sun's not shining, right?
Well, it's not dispatchable, correct?
Okay, so there's intermittent and there's dispatchable, right? You can have a resource that is dispatchable that isn't, or sorry, that is not intermittent and also not dispatchable, right?
Yeah, correct. My understanding is solar is both, and I believe there's a witness here today who probably can answer these questions much better than my knowledge of them, and that would be Mr. Suez.
Okay. So following 349, as you referenced, are you aware that Duke took a position on 349 generally?
I was aware yesterday I was provided a document that I read last night.
Okay. You weren't aware in following 349 before that?
No, I was not.
Okay. You know who Amy Spiller is?
I do.
Okay.
The president of Duke Energy Kentucky.
Okay. And you said you were provided a document last night. Was that the one that I filed?
Yes.
Okay. Sharing screen for last time, and Your Honor, if I may approach one more time, I'll actually hand this one out to you. If we could have this marching out to you.
Jay, add to?
Yes, thank you. Does this look familiar to you?
Without reading, it looks like the document that was provided last night.
Okay. And without reading the whole thing, this appears to be a letter from Ms. Spiller to the Honorable David Osborne, right?
Correct.
So,
Okay.
objection, Your Honor. I'm not clear on the relevance of this document to this proceeding. It seems to be whether or not the company took a position, you know, on the legislation before it passed. It has passed at this point. And so I'm just not sure where it's going in regards to the rate proposed here.
Do you have an objection to an individual question?
Just to the relevance of the letter and questions pertaining to the letter.
Okay, so I would ask that if you have an objection to an individual question, that we make it as particular as possible so that council has an ability to respond to the objection. So the initial
If I could,
question, I think
I-
at this point is, are you aware of it? That's the last one I've heard. Have you
Okay.
seen this letter? Are you aware of this?
Okay, so I guess even that, I'm not clear why Mr. Saylor's awareness of this letter is relevant to this proceeding, why his awareness of the position the company took on legislation that has since taken effect and is not about net metering, why that's relevant to this case.
If I could ask one more question, I think it'll become clear. Thank you very much. On page 2, the paragraph that begins SB 349, the first full paragraph, you see that?
I do.
Sorry, that's not the one question. Just making sure we're in the same place. The midway through, trying to find my own place, I apologize. The letter states, the mandates will force continued investment in aging plants and prevent investment in new generation, and will ostensibly tax Kentuckians in order to keep uneconomic coal plants online, overlooking the operational reality that uneconomic plants do not reliably dispatch power. Do you see that?
I'm tracking it. Is it about
Sorry, it's about midway through that
Midway through.
paragraph.
starting with the mandates of
Yes.
SB 349 will ostensibly? Okay, I
Yep.
see that.
In order to keep uneconomic coal plants online, overlooking the operational reality that uneconomic plants do not reliably dispatch power, right?
That's what it says, correct.
Okay. Would you agree that uneconomic plants do not reliably dispatch power?
I think, I do not know.
As coal plants age, they become more intermittent as well, right? They're not available as often.
That question might be better sent to Mr. Suez.
Okay. That's all I had with regard to the letter.
I want to overrule the objection, council. Anything else, council?
I had just a couple short questions left, Your Honor.
That's
Thank you. So solar, like some other forms of generation, is intermittent, right? I think you stated that just a
I'm
minute ago.
aware that solar is considered to be intermittent, yes.
Okay. But you did do some modeling of solar in this proceeding, right?
We use PV watts to do the attachment BLS2 to my direct testimony. And we use some solar information in attachment BLS3 as well. But what modeling are you referring to?
Sorry, the PV watt specifically. You modeled solar production using PV watts, right?
We did,
Okay.
certain items.
You can also model capacity from other resources, right?
Model capacity from other resources.
Sorry,
You mean like a
production.
competitor
I
of
should-
PV
I should-
watts?
From other, you can model how much a gas plant is going to be able to produce over the next given set of years, right?
Oh, I assume so. I have not done that
Okay.
in this proceeding.
And generally, you also can track load, right, from year to year.
We do track load from year to
Okay.
year.
And you presented it in response to a number of different data requests. Mr. Spinard covered a number of them at length, right? That the load tracking is a part of the record here.
The load of certain customers, yes, I think was presented in
Okay.
data requests.
And just, not just by year, you track it by month, and I think you said even down to the 15-minute increment. I know that wasn't presented here, but it's tracked down to a very granular level, right?
Please define tracking. I know that the data is recorded in the meters at the 15-minute level,
Okay,
yes. And I believe that there are certain responses to discovery that included 15-minute data.
okay. And you can not just track, but you can use that to, and other data to model the load out into the future that you expect to see, right?
I wanted to answer, trying to think of what our load forecasting group does.
You have a load forecasting group, right?
Yes, yes. And they forecast load out into the future, and I'm trying to remember the details of how they do that, but if you.
Without getting into the details, they do forecast load, they model what the load is expected to be out in the future.
That is their function, yes, they do.
Okay. And you use this to make decisions about capacity needs and energy needs, right?
That load forecast is used in planning processes.
Okay, including capacity, energy, distribution, transmission, all of those things require that load forecasting, right? The planning processes for all of those.
I'm aware that certainly the load forecast is used in proceedings such as rate cases, IRP filings. What were the other things that you mentioned?
Capacity, energy, distribution, transmission, the IRP.
I do not believe that those load forecasts are used in the distribution.
Okay,
But you could ask, Mr. Hohenstadt is certainly our transmission planner here today, and Mr. Malello is our distribution planner here today. They can probably give you more details on that.
thank you. And so, in talking to Mr. Spinard earlier, you talked about how you compared the load that was tracked to the modeled solar, right? And got an export value, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
If we're
And that
attaching
export
PLS2?
value was just high level, because I get lost in some of the weeds, was the modeled production from the solar minus the load that was consumed, and there was either a positive or negative balance left, either a positive balance out to the grid or a zero, essentially, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the exports equal the generation from a given facility minus the load used by that facility, in terms of distributed resources anyway.
Right, load used at the site.
Okay. So the exports are the generation minus the load, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you model the generation
through PV watts,
and you model the load,
yes.
okay. Last couple of questions, I promise. You can also say electric rates greatly impact economic development, right?
Can you repeat that, please?
Electric rates impact economic development.
Generally, I would assume so.
All other things being equal, they can have an impact on economic development. And you offer economic development rates sometimes, right?
We do have an economic development tariff.
And you specifically, I think, are sometimes involved in analysis regarding marginal costs versus revenues for these economic development rates, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had cause to look at the broader regional impacts of such economic development rates?
I have not. Usually my involvement with economic development is for specific customers that we're going to try to offer a rate to,
Okay,
or offer the economic development tariff to.
thank you. And have you ever had the opportunity to look at the broader regional impacts of rates generally?
Can you define the broader regional impact of rates for me?
Okay, maybe just some specifics then would help. Have you ever had cause to use the in-plan model?
I'm not familiar with it.
Not familiar with the in-plan model. Have you ever had cause to use any other regional input-output modeling system to show what the impact of your rates, or in a previous position, or in Ohio, or wherever else, would be on economic development within a service territory?
Not for electric rates, no.
Okay. Have you ever used the JEDI model?
I have not.
Okay. You're familiar with the JEDI model though, right?
From this proceeding?
Okay. You weren't aware of the JEDI model prior to this proceeding?
No.
Okay. So you didn't consider using it in this proceeding?
No.
Okay. So you didn't consider using the in-plan model, right?
No.
Okay. And with regard to job creation, your presentation to stakeholders, back to Joint Intervenor 113, not sure if you still have that or not, but you state that on that list of avoided costs, I think it was in the second one, the attachment 2, you listed the avoided costs. And with regards to job creation, you stated there was no method of evaluation proposed in other cases, right?
There is no commission approved or designated method to review the job benefits.
Okay.
I think in terms of, did we put that in terms of the job benefits and as far as cost of service base, we don't view the job benefits as a cost of service type element that would be able to be avoided. The commission has talked about on the benefit side of the job creation, and when we considered that, it was more of a, well, in terms of what we're talking about here, 2.1 megawatts of solar left for our service territory, it seemed like it might be limited or zero job benefits for net metering too.
But you didn't conduct any analysis?
Did not conduct analysis for net metering to remaining megawatts.
But you're aware the commission has previously ordered that job benefits and economic development be considered as an export rate component in these net metering proceedings that you've reviewed before?
I believe they ordered them to be reviewed and considered.
Okay. I think this may be my last question. Just generally, you based your compensation rates on a 25-year horizon, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you haven't made any determination about the process for updating that compensation rate?
In discovery, we said it would either be during rate case proceedings or, if warranted, during a standalone proceeding. But we did not, I think it was just maybe one or the other.
So there's no future deadline by which we know these will be reevaluated?
We have not proposed a schedule.
Okay. Just one moment. No further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Sailors.
Commission staff?
I will try to keep my questions to things we might not have covered, Mr. Saylor. So, as an aside, I just want to pick up on something that Mr. Gary asked you about. You mentioned that you and I think Mr. Kalimba worked together perhaps to calculate the avoided capacity costs.
I received inputs from Mr. Kalimba to calculate the costs that I think you're referring to in attachment BLS 3, when we're calculating the ACEGC value.
Okay, and I've spoke with council, and staff intends to ask the post-hearing data request, asking Duke to clarify, some differences in the schedules that were tendered in the 22-372 case, and in turn in this case, related to voided capacity cost calculations, for further clarification. I know it's all confidential, so I don't want to get into the numbers of it, but there was some discrepancies between them that we had some questions about. So I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Okay.
And then I'd like to shift gears to the tariffs in general. I think that if you go through and read the tariff right now, that it prohibits net metering, it prohibits customer generators from simultaneously participating in net metering riders and any distributed energy resource aggregation. And that would apply to any aggregation formed by someone other than Duke. Does that sound correct?
It does, except I believe, let me find a tariff for a second. It does begin such language with regarding the net metering generating facility. So we're talking specifically about, well, what we've been talking about is the rooftop solar facility.
Okay, so but that's not what it says, right? It does, is that just what you all intended it to be? Is only to the rooftop solar?
Well, I guess the tariff language that I'm reading from, it's application page 1 of 22. It's on the net metering 1. I believe the same language as in net metering 2. But it starts out with that paragraph you're referring to as regarding the net metering generating facility.
Right,
Okay.
okay. Yes, that's the paragraph I'm talking about.
Okay.
It would prohibit aggregation amongst the generators unless Duke was the aggregator or acting as the aggregator. Is that correct?
Correct. Because PJM filings and FERC orders have said that, those facilities are not going to be able to be used in DERA. It's all about the double counting costs.
Can you describe when you say that, what do you mean by double counting?
Using the same resource to be paid twice for the service provided.
Can you explain? Well, I understand that concept generally,
Okay.
but can you apply it in your description to these circumstances?
Through this proceeding, the commission will order a credit to be paid, the ACEGC, and that will include the consideration of all the avoided costs. So, for example, there will be an energy value undoubtedly included. And so using that, that resource is going to be paid an energy value for every kWh exported. So using that resource in the energy market for additional payment would be double compensation.
Do you view that to be the case for both riders, since the customer is compensated differently under both riders?
I do. The first rider is, of course, the credit where we have the KWH bank. And so those are put into a bank and they use those credits in future months. The net metering 2 rider is what I was referring to with the ACEGC.
And for you, that's interchangeable in this circumstance?
It's compensation for those KWH, yes.
Is there a particular PJM or FERC order that you could direct me to that would address the double counting?
Didn't memorize the text, but the September 1st, 2023 PJM filing, page 17. I did memorize that. So,
Thank you. Okay. We talked about the compensation looks different under each tariff.
yes,
Okay. The net metering one customers receive a one-to-one KW credit, right?
the net metering one customers, yes.
Yes.
They have what we've termed in other discussions as monthly netting.
So you would agree that while they receive a lower bill, they don't necessarily receive a dollar amount credit from Duke, Kentucky, like the net metering two customers will?
They receive the retail rate. Yes.
That's not, you would agree that's not the same thing, though?
It may not be the same value.
Okay, that's,
Correct.
and then can you explain why, if Duke, Kentucky is the aggregator, it is okay for the aggregation to occur?
It's not certain that we will be able to use those resources to be an aggregator, but if PJM, if we can control the double count, double counting and everything, and do that, if that's a possibility and there's some benefit that we can identify, which we haven't at this time, then yes, Duke would be the aggregator, because we are paying for the resource. Especially when I say resource, oh my goodness, the excess generation.
So although you have carved out that exception in both riders, you're saying today that Duke, Kentucky hasn't identified a benefit to the company?
The PJM rules, I think, our DSM team is investigating those, but I am uncertain if we will be allowed to use those in FERC 2222, DERA, based on the PJM rules.
Okay. I'm gonna shift a little bit to.
And I should preface that by saying, if they're participating in net metering. So we're talking about mutually exclusive. I'm not saying if they're not participating in net metering, they can't participate. I mean, I'm not saying that, and that was a double negative. If they're not in net metering, then they would be available, if they so chose, to participate in FERC 2222.
Okay. I was gonna move on to the inverter capacity, the changes, so if you make a change, according to the net metering, the proposed net metering one tariff indicates that customers altering their generating facility beyond, like replacement of equipment, resulting in a material increase in the generating capacity will be removed from participation in net metering one. Is that correct?
They will be, if they increase the size of their inverter capacity, then they would no longer be grandfathered in NM1 and could potentially, as available, be moved to NM2.
And you say potentially, but you talk about that it requires a new interconnection study. Like if they
Correct.
want to change out their invert. So at what point does it become a removal? At what point would you would say you have to shift to the net metering too?
The exact process might be a question for Mr. Collie. I think when they apply their application, and it indicates that they're going to increase the size of their inverter, then that would be the first notification the company would receive.
I guess my question would be, at what point does it become you are changing from net metering one rider to a customer receiving service under the net metering two rider? Like, at what point? Would that be at the application process? Because that is noticed, like you said. Or would it be at the interconnection study where the effect of that increase is going to be studied to see how it affects the system? I mean, where's your?
Well, at the time that interconnection agreement was approved, would certainly become effective.
Okay, so
at
for
that point.
sure, after the interconnection study.
Correct.
What is this intended to have any leeway for you? Like, if they do an interconnection study and the change in the inverter, the increase ends up just being extremely minimal? Is there any way that a net metering one customer could remain on the net metering one tariff?
That's not the proposal.
Okay. And is there any other circumstances besides an increase in or change in the inverter to increase capacity, that you could see a customer being forced to change from net metering one to the net metering two tariff?
Forced to change from net metering one to net metering two.
Or just removed from net metering one to net metering two?
Well, I mean, certainly at the customer's request, if they didn't want to participate in net metering anymore, for whatever reason. They are grandfathered into the site is grandfathered under the current rate structure. Nothing is coming to mind, but you may also ask that question, Mr. Collie. He might have a comment on that as well.
And if somebody reached out to you and asked about what a material increase what would the company view as a material increase? Are there any standards that you all are going to apply?
Increasing the size of their inverter.
Period, that's it?
Correct.
Okay. I think everything else I had kind of got taken to Mr. Columba, so that's all that stuff has.
Yep, but before we do that, I want to go to Mr. Gary. I'll hold off on, probably best to hold off on JI2. You're going to ask, I'm sorry, JI1, because you're going to ask further
Yes.
foundational questions on that.
Thank you for coming back.
Would you like to move for introduction with JI2?
That would be my motion to move.
Council?
We still have the same objection, to its relevance, that, it's not something that Mr. Sailors has personal knowledge of. He didn't see it until it was filed in this proceeding. And we just don't see it as relevant to this proceeding.
Your Honor, I think that it does go to the fact that the company is aware that there are varying capacity factors and that some resources not listed here as intermittent are intermittent. And I think that goes to the characterization of distributed resources in this proceeding.
I'm going to overrule the objection and permit the introduction of JI2.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Question?
Hello,
Hello,
can you hear me okay?
I can.
All right. Mr. Sailors, did you look at the public comments that were filed in this proceeding?
At one point, I did look at the public comments. I can't remember when that was.
A number of them were complaining about changes to the billing for net metering customers. They were saying that they seem to like and understand a monthly netting accounting method. They weren't interested in instantaneous billing or two-channel billing. Do you know what they're referring to?
The term instantaneous usually is referred to, I'm not exactly sure what a particular customer was referring to, but typically instantaneous is referring to, you pay for all the energy that is consumed, and you have a credit for all the energy that is exported. Very consistent with what the statutes currently say.
So maybe the easiest way to ask this question would be, could you explain to me how net metering customers' bills will change if the new rider is approved?
Yes. The main difference is in that KWH netting process, where in the current program, you meter the amount of KWH that is consumed at the site, at the home. And then you also meter the amount that is put out onto the grid, exported. And at the end of the month, you compare those two values and you reduce the consumed amount by the KWH that was exported.
That's currently.
That's currently.
And what if this new rider is approved? What would
The
it look
new
like?
rider is a netting of dollar values, where you place a dollar value on all the energy that is consumed, and you place a dollar value through this credit we've been talking about, the ACEGC. You place a dollar value on all the energy that is exported, and then the dollar values are netted at the end.
What's the purpose of that? The change?
What is the purpose of the change? The purpose of the change, to comply with this, maybe I don't understand your question. To comply with the statutes as written.
Because statutes have changed?
Since net metering one, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, the customers seem to like it. Is it absolutely necessary that their monthly bills would change?
To comply with statutes, yes.
Changes in statutes?
Yes.
Are you talking about which changes exactly?
278, I can't remember if it's in 65 or 66. 278, 365, 366.
I'll take a look at those. And then you had, in some of the answers that Duke had provided, we were told that 98 customers were currently queued for the NMS 1 rate. And then that was updated to show that 110 are now waiting, but 13 had been approved and placed in service. So of the remaining ones that are waiting in queue, I guess that's about 97. If have they applied in time to get into NM1 rate, or because they've already applied? Or does it matter when they applied or when they're approved for whether they're included in NM1?
I believe the statutes designate, and again, I would have to go back and look to see exactly the reference to provide to you, but the statutes designate that NM2 will be effective on the date of the order from the commission. So they would need to have their facility in service before the effective date of NM2.
So if they've applied, they don't have their facility in service?
Potentially not.
Okay. And do you know what's taking so long, or what's the holdup for getting these other 97 applied?
I think that's a better question to ask to Mr. Collie.
Is he
I
listed
know
as
he
a
has
witness
expressed to
today,
me
though?
that there's, I'm sorry?
Is Mr. Collie listed as a witness? Okay.
Yes. There are many pending customers that simply have not responded to data requests, and, so that we're just waiting on the customers to respond.
Okay. What would you say is the overall reason for asking for the change to have the net metering 2 rider?
The overall reason is we committed in the rate case filing to actually initiate this proceeding within 60 days of receiving the order, and we feel we are obligated to comply with statutes. So.
In the particular terms of the net metering 2?
Correct.
The reason would be just to comply with statutes?
Yes.
That's all the questions.
You're not obligated to seek a successor net metering rate, right? That's not how you read the law.
I'm not an attorney.
Well, you
think
just
we are
answered,
obligated.
you just answered the question that you were obligated under statute, so I think that ship has
Well,
sailed as to what
okay. Well, my interpretation of the statutes I think we are obligated to comply with the statutes at some point, and
Okay.
it seemed like, well, other utilities in the state have done that through rate case proceedings, and that was what initiated ours. We filed a rate case proceeding. We tried to follow the commission precedent of separating that out into a separate proceeding. And I know it wasn't actually a separate docket number, but it was kind of separated out, so we took that same process.
Yeah, what I'm asking you is, have you taken away from any conversation that you've had with anyone at Duke that you are obligated to file this case? Or you merely have a choice to update your net metering rates consistent with the statute?
I have talked with attorneys about our obligation, and we felt we should file.
You know, that's very different. That's why I'm trying to make you all have made a choice to file. It's not your understanding that you're required to.
I think I guess my understanding is, I think we are required to. At what time, I think is maybe the issue.
This is a very helpful conversation. So are you under the impression, because you clearly have read the statutes, are you under the impression from the conversations that you've had and all of the work that you've done, that you all couldn't, Duke Energy Kentucky merely couldn't provide current net metering 1.0 up until you hit the 1% cap?
I don't think that was
I
what
think it was a proceeding that's initiated by the utility. Yes.
So that's just a truism. I'm saying you all have made a conscious choice. That's what I'm
Yes.
asking.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
We decided to initiate this proceeding.
You could have initiated it a year before, probably 2 years before the other utilities when they did it, right?
Correct, the rate case filing was what prompted us to initiate the proceeding.
So I think that's what the vice chair was asking is,
Yes, I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood the question. Did I answer a different way for the Vice Chair?
I just wondered why you need the net metering two, why you couldn't continue under net metering one.
We
Tariff rider.
took the
You're
rate
very
case
close to
filing
your cap already.
as the catalyst to initiate the proceeding. That we were going to we decided that we were going to comply with the statutes upon the rate case filing, and so we said that we would file 60 days after we received an order. And so we were just following through on that statement that we made in the rate case.
it's a self-imposed deadline, correct?
Self-imposed deadline.
Okay, great. I want to ask a second, what was the date of the order that you were discussing about where you believe FERC has said that net metering customers, NM 1.0 customers cannot participate as DERs as part of a DER aggregation?
The PJM filing was on September 1st, 2023. I hope I'm remembering that correctly.
So
Yes.
so PJM made a compliance filing on September 1st, 2023. Do you know if
Yes.
that's been
Yes.
accepted by the commission?
I'm not 100%, I believe it has. I
Okay,
believe it has.
but, so you all file tariffs, right? And when the commission has an open case here, and Duke Energy Kentucky files tariffs, do you go by what the tariff said when they filed it, or do you go by what the commission's order says when it's accepted and ruled upon?
Could you restate that?
Yeah, so
question?
when you do a lot of tariff work here,
Yes.
right? So when you, as part of an open docket, when a tariff is submitted, does the proposed tariff speak for itself as being the rule, or is it the approved tariff and what the commission says in approving the tariff that's ordinarily instructive?
The commission's ordered tariff.
Okay,
Yes.
do you know if the commission has ruled on that filing, and if so, what they said?
Are we talking about the
The
FERC?
September 1st filing.
Correct.
Whether FERC has ruled on the September 1st, 2023 filing made by PJM in regard to what you talk about as double counting.
I believe they have ruled on it. I believe there was another compliance filing required, but there was no additional compliance filing on that section.
Okay, great. So since you've read it, do you know whether they make a distinction between being credited for something versus having provided a service?
Credit for something or provided for service. Can you explain the question, please?
Yeah, sure. Are you aware of whether or not the distinction made in that filing, or that filing makes a distinction between being credited for a service as part of a retail program.
Receiving money compensation?
I'm using technical terms here.
Okay.
Credited as part of a retail program versus providing a service as part of a retail program.
I don't recall the specific language.
Yeah, and the specific language matters because I'm reading the sentence from Tariff Attachment K, Section 1.4BH of the operating agreement, Schedule 1, Section 1. The OA and the tariff, same schedule, Section 1.4BH, where it talks about a DER aggregator may participate in the PJM energy capacity and/or ancillary services market through the DER aggregator participation model using DER aggregation resources containing one or more component DER that also participate in one or more retail programs. That's the subject matter in which you are discussing when you talk about double counting pursuant to Order 2222, correct?
Right. My understanding is double counting is that the same service provided isn't compensated twice.
Okay, so originally, and I'm just looking at the September 1 filing that you're referencing when you're discussing this, okay? It previously said, the Office of Interconnection shall only credit a DER aggregator for the sale of a product in the PJM energy capacity and/or ancillary services market if the same product is not also credited as part of a retail program. They proposed to change as a markup in that September 1st filing for it to say that the aggregator would only be credited for the sale of energy capacity and or ancillary services in the PJM markets if one or more of those same services are not also provided as part of a retail program. So there's a couple of changes in there. The big one is, used to say credited, now says provided. Were you aware of that distinction in the September 1st filing?
I don't believe so.
Do you think that matters when we're talking about NIM 1 of whether or not a service is provided versus a service is credited?
I think it matters if we're avoiding double compensation. If we are paying for a service, then it should not be compensated a second time.
So NIM 2, what you guys are proposing as successor net metering rate, your proposal specifically calls out a credit for the services of energy, capacity, and ancillary services, correct?
Yes.
What's the value stack for NIM 1 credits?
That value stack is for everything included in the retail rate.
What are those? So let me ask you this question. Does crediting a customer under NIM 1 directly avoid the utility purchasing a corresponding amount of ancillary services?
I think the answer to that is going to need to be broken down by what ancillary service you're talking about specifically. Might be a better question for Mr. Swaz.
Does providing a credit for customers under NIM 1 directly avoid a corresponding amount of capacity under NIM 1.0 customers?
The retail rate is, of course, as you know, an embedded rate cost. So, you know, the plant that is in service today doesn't evaporate because the NIM 1 customers implement their solar facility.
Okay. So I think what we're going to ask is a post-hearing data request. Is assuming that that tariff is approved by FERC, how you believe that NIM 1 complies with the rules set forth in the PJM tariff and the operating agreement in terms of provided versus credited. Does that make sense?
I believe it does. I think, all
We're going to
the
ask
costs,
the
all
post-hearing
the
data
embedded
request for you
costs-
to put on paper how you think
Right.
it, because, you've opened the door.
all the embedded costs from the retail rate are provided to the customer.
I would really take a look at the tariff as to how it describes provided for now and how FERC has provided clarification on what service is provided and is not provided, and the net benefits test to use to determine that. We'll ask as a post-hearing data request to give you an opportunity to actually review the tariff and the OA in that regard. I do want to ask you, in the presentations that you all made in April and June, one of the items that you all refer to is, in your filing topics, are the A through H of a generation credit. Do you remember that?
A through H of a.
Yeah. You provided, I guess that would be 8 different types of compensation, 7+ jobs.
I think we listed the avoided costs that the commission specified to be considered.
Yeah, and you can pull it up, but it's the excess generation credit, energy, ancillary services, environmental, carbon capacity.
Okay.
It's A through H. Sorry, that's how you listed them.
Okay.
So originally it says energy, marginal energy price projection consistent with IRP inputs. Is
Okay.
that what you all ultimately filed?
No, those energy prices have been updated.
Ancillary services, embedded in the energy projection above, investigating separation. How did that go compared to what your all's presentation to the group was? What was your all's filing relative to what you all projected in this group?
So we do have projected ancillary services costs from Mr. Kalimba, and we use those in the filing. From the models that he runs.
Environmental, embedded in the energy projection above, investigating separately. What did you all end up doing?
On that one, it could not be separated, so it is embedded in the energy.
You say is embedded. In what regard is that embedded in the energy?
Mr. Kalimba can describe those models for you, but the environmental costs are embedded in that LMP forecasted number.
Okay. Yeah, I'll ask Mr. Colombo more about that. Carbon. It says here, carbon tax projections consistent with IRP inputs. What'd you all end up doing in that regard?
Mr. Kalimba, again, probably a question to ask Mr. Kalimba specifically about, but we took into account the Inflation Reduction Act in the forecasted LMP values.
Okay. So it's different than what you all proposed in this presentation. Is that right?
In that presentation,
It says carbon tax
we were
projections
looking at
consistent with
the
IRP
old
inputs.
IRP, yes.
You say old IRP. This was
Well,
in-
it's the current IRP, yes.
So it's a current IRP, but also in June, pretty sure, June of last year, the company's position was to propose to change the depreciation rates in the rate case consistent with the IRP. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. So you all moved off that now?
Like, that's, again, probably a question for Mr. Kalimba. I think we're due to file an IRP next month, I believe.
Okay. You didn't take part in the integrated resource
No.
plan case, did you? Yeah. Okay. But you all use, well, I'll take a step. Capacity peaker method consistent with assumptions in the IRP. You all did do that as part of this filing, correct?
Correct.
Did you all ever ask to make the IRP filing or the rate case filing part of this case, or did you all just kind of pick and choose the parts to implement here?
I don't believe we ever asked to make the IRP filing a part of this case, no.
Okay, but you all use the peaker method along with that case, using the information for that case, and then you took the entire cost of service study based off of the approved revenue requirement, absent rehearing, as the basis for the filing in this case, the cost of service calculation that you did, correct?
On that first part, the numbers that we used for the capacity were revised. I don't believe they're not the same ones that were used in the 2021 IRP.
Are they
But
the
Mr.
same?
Kalimba
Let me ask
can
a
confirm
clarifying. Sorry, let me ask a clarifying question. Are they completely different methodology, or did you just increase it by an inflation factor, but use the exact same base 2016 peaker reference unit?
We use data that Mr. Kalimba can probably describe better from the spring of 2023.
Okay, you don't know whether, so for most of the DSM cases that you all have had for the last, I think, something like 8 years, it's just been a reference unit from 2016. I think it's been a CT that's just had an inflation factor added every year. Do you think that's what you all use or something completely different?
I used the data from Mr. Columba. Ms. Adams could talk to you about the DSM.
So
of
you
what it
don't,
costs.
I mean, because you've done a number of those DSM cases, you don't remember what that unit is?
It's been a while, Your Honor. I don't know.
It's been exactly the same length of time for me, but okay, all right. And then transmission, company evaluating appropriate value to include for transmission benefits. You all made a determination there's not an appropriate value, is that correct?
Correct, for the excess generation.
And then distribution, company evaluating appropriate value to include for distribution benefits. You all have determined there's no appropriate value, is that
For
correct?
the excess generation, correct.
Job creation, no method of evaluation proposed in other cases, is that correct?
Correct.
So you referenced the LG and KU case. Do you remember that? I think your reference in your testimony is that the reason the commission didn't was the paucity of number of installations, that there just wasn't enough data. Do you remember testifying about that?
For the cost of service study?
No, for the job creation. You said the commission in the LG and KU cases didn't make a determination on this because they said they didn't have enough data due to the small number, or whatever the phrase you used was, but the small number of installations available up to that point.
That's right. The additional megawatts left under the cap for the job creation benefits, combined with the fact that there was no apparently accepted, approved method of valuing those items, job benefits.
So-
We didn't see that there would be any for the next 2.1 megawatts.
Okay, so the latter thing you said is very circular. So so you guys aren't gonna do it because the commission hasn't made someone else do it. So wouldn't all the other people be arguing, if you haven't made another utility do it, we can't be made to do it?
Well, there's an investigation that you ordered the other utilities to provide, an investigation on job benefits. But again, I think in terms of job benefits for the next 2.1 megawatts of solar under the cap for Duke Energy Kentucky, I'm not sure how the job creation benefits for that.
You say you're not sure, but you didn't study it.
We have not done a study.
Okay, so that's just, okay.
We have not done a study.
It's hard to find something out if you're not looking. Would you agree?
It's fair.
Okay, but also, let's go back. The reason you said that you read the commission didn't require that for LG and KU, does that necessarily apply to Duke in that you are assuming that you're gonna run up to your 1% cap next year?
Potentially, we will run up to the cap next year, correct?
That's your projection, is that you'll run up against the cap in 2025.
Yes.
So do you believe that that's the same case with Duke? Is that you have a lack of data relative to the number of installations or size of installations that you have of net metering customers?
I lost track of you. For the job creation benefit,
That's right.
I would say that I'm unsure of the valuation to place on the employment for the next 2.1 megawatts.
So you're just waiting for us to tell you what methodology to use. Is that the company's position?
Well, the company's position is that there's no method to look at from the other utilities that had cases to say, oh, well, we should use that one. But then when we looked at, well, how much room do we have left? How many megawatts are left? Is that going to create any job benefits? And we decided that it would not.
And the basis for deciding that it would not is what exactly?
That there's a limited amount of megawatts left under the cap.
So that's the opposite reason that you said the commission didn't require LG and KU to look further into the jobs benefit, is because they didn't have enough people signed up under net metering. You're saying that you've got too many people signed up under net metering and it's about to be fully subscribed. Is that right?
I'm saying we don't have any evidence to value the job benefits for an additional 2.1 megawatts.
Okay. If I want to ask somebody from the company, how behind the meter generation is, whether or not behind the meter generation is valued as a resource for purposes of PJM and the FRR plan, or whether or not it is valued as a load reduction in the hours that it produces. Is Mr. Swez the best person to clarify that record?
Where a PJM resource, Mr. Swez would be the best person for that.
I do want to make sure I have one question here. You do DSM work as well, right?
Not any longer. I did work on that PTR pilot, because it was a pricing pilot, when it was a pilot, but that was reassignment.
Trust me, that's enough, I think, experience to answer sort of the question I'm talking about here. Based on your experience, if you told customers that turning off electricity at one part of the day, that they'd make a lot more money if they turned it off at that hour of the day, as opposed to a different hour, maybe it was worthless to turn off your electricity, you're gonna pay nothing, right? A free nights and weekends type situation. Does it seem rational to you that that person would probably follow that they would probably try to move their usage to the hours that electricity is free as opposed to the hours, it would reduce their demand in the hours in which they were given the greatest credit for reducing it?
That would seem rational especially for discretionary loads, that they would move.
And,
Yes.
and one thing the reason I'm asking is, you all did all this work and really kind of presuming that, customers, I think the presumption is that customers with rooftop solar today, are effectively identical to the average, residential customer. Was that your all's takeaway from the data?
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, you all compared the net KWH as being effectively the same between the two groups, right?
Correct, for the average customer in that view, that, we would separate them into a separate rate class.
Yeah, so your testimony on page somewhere between 8 to 10 indicates that, as I see it, that average rooftop solar customers and average residential customers use about the same KWH a year. Is that right?
I believe there is the current participants, I don't know if that information was ever filed, but yeah, the current participants, yes, if I could take 1 second. I think there is a
I think
table.
it's at the top of 9.
I think there is a table in my testimony. Here is my testimony. Yes, table 2 in my direct testimony on page 9 kind of shows the sample of the residential customer generators that had all the data for that year, 2022. 225 of them. And it was showing that, okay, the delivered amount in the average residential customer, those values are somewhat close, right? 11,107 to 11,201. So the
1%
amount.
difference.
I'm sorry?
A 1% difference.
Correct, between the amount they consumed after they installed solar. So they probably are consuming more before they sold.
The question I have is, let's assume your proposal is implemented in its entirety, right? For every kilowatt hour that's exported is compensated at a certain dollar per kilowatt hour, correct?
Correct?
Every dollar that is consumed but not exported is effectively avoiding the entirety of the retail rate, correct?
Correct.
Under your proposal, the retail rate is significantly higher than the successor net metering rate's compensation, correct?
It is.
Okay. So is there, post your proposal, is there an incentive for those customers that are on this new proposal to move their usage or use electricity that attempts to avoid the retail rate as opposed to necessarily exporting their excess to the company.
There, that is an implicit incentive, correct?
It's just
Yep.
like a financial calculation, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does that, in and of itself, as a follow-on to that, doesn't that change the demand profile of that customer relative to a non-generating customer?
Well, if they self-consume, then we would certainly, to the extent that that would be at the time of their peak demand, it would lower it, yes.
Okay.
If that's what, did I understand the question correctly?
I think so.
Okay.
But I guess what I'm trying to find out is if that is a reasonable takeaway, then doesn't your page 1 of BLS2 miss that?
Missed that.
You're using load profiles
We're-
and generation profiles
Right.
under NIM1, which is just a crediting program.
It doesn't BLS those tables under BLS 2 on the billing side does not incorporate any inclusion of behavior changes, whether it's adding a battery or moving load, as you suggested, along the lines of what you're suggesting. It does not include that.
Would it be rational to assume that given the change in economics, that something like that would likely occur?
If we're talking about discretionary loads, possibly likely. I'm not sure how much behavior change it will drive or not, depending on the change in the prices. I have not explored that.
Do you know what the all-in KWH rate is on average for RS?
It's approximately 10 to 11 cents.
Yeah, that's a neighborhood. It's above 10 cents.
Okay.
What's the compensation, KWH compensation that you're proposing? Approximately? 2 to 1.
5.8, 5.7, 5.8.
So 2 to 1 difference.
Yeah.
They're getting double the value if they'll consume the energy as opposed to export it. Is that right?
That
That's
is
the
what
math.
we're saying, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Council, we'll come to you for a redirect, but we'll just take a short recess first, give you an opportunity to speak to your witness. We will take a recess for 12 minutes until 3 o'clock. You good? Counsel, do you have any redirect to this witness?
Just one question, Your Honor. Mr. Sailors, for current Duke Energy Kentucky customers, will their bills change at all if net metering 2 is approved as proposed?
No, the current customer generators that are active on the program are going to be grandfathered into that billing paradigm. Just the new customers that join after the effective date of net metering 2 will be on net metering 2.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors.
Can I ask a clarifying question real fast? Do you know whether Duke has any objection to calling those customers legacy customers?
I'm not aware of any objection to that. Has that been used elsewhere?
I think that's what the commission preferred or expressed preference for in
Legacy
the
net
LG and
metering
KU
customer.
cases rather than grandfathering, given the negative connotation of the word.
I missed that, so,
With legacy, you're unaware of any objection that like the letters ACY in the Duke billing system causes it to all fall down, or you're not aware of anything?
not
that-
aware of any
Okay.
issues with that.
Okay. Anything else, counsel?
No, that's it. Thank you, Your
All right.
Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Judge, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. For our next witness, we call Melissa Adams.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
Melissa Adams, 411 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27601.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Adams, did you cause certain responses to data requests to be filed in this proceeding?
Yes.
And did you have any corrections or changes to any of those responses?
No.
And if you were asked those same questions here this morning, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
And is it your intent that those responses be admitted into the record for this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Counsel? Or, I'm sorry, Mr. West?
No question.
Counsel?
No questions.
Thank you,
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman and Vice Chair. Ms. Adams, my name is Audrey Ernstberger, and I'm counsel along with Mr. Gary for the Joint Intervenors, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, and Kentuckians for the Commonwealth. If I ask you something and you don't understand the question, please just say so, and I'm happy to rephrase. And if there is another witness who'd be better able to answer the questions, will you please direct me to the name of that person? Thank you. My first question is simply to understand the scope of your involvement in this proceeding. Am I correct that you did not cause either direct or rebuttal testimony to be filed in this case?
Correct.
And that your involvement is limited to answering data requests that were posed to Duke Energy Kentucky by various parties?
Correct.
Do you have those your responses to data requests that you authored before you?
Yes.
Am I correct that the following data requests are the ones that you responded to? KSES data request 2, item 15, DR2, item 16, or page 16, I should say.
Yes.
Data request 2, KCS, data request 2, page 24. Data request 2, page 36. And then the Office of Attorney General, data request 1, item 3, page 3, and data request 1 from the Office of Attorney General, item 4.
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. You're identified in both your affidavit filed with the responses to the second set of data requests from my clients and in the witness list as the Director of Analytics. Could you explain what that job description entails, please?
Sure. This role is primarily supporting the DSM and EE programs for all jurisdictions. So my team prepares the majority of the work papers and exhibits that are filed with those rider filings. For Kentucky, that would be the amended filing and the annual filing.
Are you yourself preparing those work papers, or are you just overseeing the team?
Overseeing the team.
Thank you. So could you tell me a little bit more about your involvement with the DSM programs offered by DEK, just at a granular level?
So I oversee the modeling of the cost effectiveness for each of those programs. Again, the filing work papers and exhibits, the EM&V process for those programs, and also modeling of new programs and modifications that would flow into our amendment filing.
So the questions that you answered in response to the second set of data requests, those were from my clients, that discussed how avoided costs were developed for DEK's demand-side management, including the transmission and distribution avoided capacity costs. Do you recall those questions, or would you like to take a minute to review them?
Yes, I recall.
So you provided the work papers used to calculate, just to be clear for everyone here, you provided the work papers used to calculate the overall DSM avoided costs, that's correct?
Correct.
And again, just to be clear, you actually prepared those work papers, or did you have any involvement in preparing those work papers in particular? For example, did you choose the components and values to be assigned to them in calculating the overall DSM avoided cost?
So my group takes information from other teams within the company. So Mr. Colombo, for example, helps provide the avoided energy and capacity values, and then we use those within our rider. We get information for transmission and distribution from T&D Finance and use that information to develop our avoided cost rates.
Who are, if I may, who are the members of your team that prepares the work papers in particular, upon receiving information from the people and divisions that you discussed?
It varies. Sometimes I've done it, and sometimes other members of my team have done it. There's several that are involved.
Thank you. With respect to transmission and distribution avoided costs that are considered as factors in DSM, did you prepare those work papers? And did you choose the components and values to be assigned to the transmission cost benefits?
I did not personally prepare these, but I did oversee them.
And could you name the member of your team that did prepare them?
That would be Michael Jacobs.
Thank you. Transitioning for a second, are you aware of the programs from Duke in other service areas?
Yes, some, yes.
For
Are you
example,
speaking of DSM&E specifically, or other
Yeah.
programs?
Yes, for example, the Duke Carolinas Improve and Save program.
Yes.
And also the Energy Wise Home program,
Yes.
and the Duke Carolinas Duke Energy Progress and Power Repair Pilot program.
Yes.
Has Duke explored implementing programs similar to any of these in Kentucky?
So the Energy Wise Home program is very similar to the Power Manager program offered in Kentucky already. So that already exists. Improve and Save, I am not sure if that has been evaluated for Kentucky or not. I know we are in the process of putting together our amendment filing for August of this year. And so we're still looking at what will be included and what will not for that particular filing. So each year we do that evaluation process to introduce new programs and measures. And we do often look to other jurisdictions for successes and best practices as far as what to include. We have not evaluated Power Pair, which is the other one you mentioned. It is a pilot program right now, so I think we're probably going to look at the results of that pilot before we introduce it anywhere else.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. And are you involved in the determination of what DEK DSM programs are considered to be cost effective? In determining whether a program is cost effective, does DEK include values for avoided costs associated with the implementation of DSM measures?
Yes.
And in determining those avoided costs, does the determination of cost effectiveness assume a certain degree of adoption of those DSM measures across a ratepayer class, or the ratepayer class, I should say?
We do look at projected participation and cost as part of the cost effectiveness testing, yes.
Does DEK's evaluation of the cost effectiveness of a DSM measure include distribution costs that are avoided by employment of DSM measures?
Yes.
Could you explain how an individual's adoption of DSM measures creates avoided distribution costs?
This may be something that Mr. Molino or Mr. Hohenstack could speak to as well, but generally speaking, a DSM measure would be reducing load during a peak period of time on the system consistently, and thus potentially reducing the need for transmission growth projects. And that's how our value is based on growth, transmission growth projects, not overall transmission cost.
Thank you. So it's fair to say that the benefits accrue to the utility system and the other customers, not just to the one person who's implementing DSM measures?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that avoided distribution costs are realized because that customer employing DSM measures needs less energy distributed to it to meet its demand?
Yes, potentially, yes.
Does DEK's evaluation of the cost effectiveness of a DSM measure include transmission costs that are avoided by DSM measures?
Can you repeat that?
Does DEK's evaluation of cost effectiveness of a DSM measure include transmission costs that are avoided by DEK?
Yes.
And could you explain how an individual ratepayer's adoption of DSM measures creates that avoided transmission cost?
For DSM, we treat transmission and distribution as kind of one component, so the benefit would be similarly explained.
So just to restate what you just said in the past couple questions, it's fair to say then that the benefits would accrue to the utility system and other customers and not just the individual customer who is employing the DSM measures.
Yes.
And is it also fair to say then that the avoided transmission costs arise because less electricity has to be transmitted to that customer?
Yes.
Does DEK have the ability to monitor the degree to which an individual customer uses a DSM measure?
Through our EM&V process, we are able to determine how effective those DSM measures are. When we call an event, we're able to see how customers respond, how many respond, what kind of load is shed.
And that's correct, it's the case for all DSM measures.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the use of these DSM measures is not constant or continuous?
I'm going to say that it depends. It could be constant over the period of the event that is called, or it could be a cycling event where certain customers are cycled on and off depending on the program. We have air conditioning switches, for example. If those are cycled on an interval basis, then some customers would be intermittently using their HVAC, or it could be that thermostats are adjusted across the board, and the entire load is held steady for a certain period of time. So I think it varies based on the technology in the program or the measure.
But it's fair to say then that some DSM measures are not constant or continuous.
I think that's fair.
Do you control, and by you I mean DEK, do you control the timing, frequency, or pattern of usage by customers of DSM measures?
I would say we do for specifically DSM programs. Can I clarify, when you say DSM, are you speaking of DSM and EE interchangeably, or are you just focused on demand response programs?
I'm just focused on demand response programs.
Then yes, I would say that we are able to control those.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Seth,
Any questions for this witness?
can you redirect?
We have no redirect, Your Honor, but I also just wanted to ask, is Mr. Sailors excused?
No, I don't think we're gonna be able to let Mr. Sailors go, for no other reason than I do believe that, I think that Mr. Spinard had a question that was pushed to another witness under the presumption the other witness can answer it. So I would like, given that Mr. Sailors has supported probably 90% of your all's case, best to stick around until the end, in case it needs to be
Sure.
recalled.
Thank
So,
you, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Adams, you may be excused, though.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to declare your next witness?
We'll call Jacob Collie.
Heavy as the head, Mr. Sailors.
Oh, I didn't hear you calling it.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name's Jacob Collie. My address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Counsel?
And what is your title with the company?
My title is Director of Customer Regulatory Planning Support and Compliance.
And did you cause responses today to requests to be filed in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to any of those responses?
I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And is it your desire and intent to incorporate those into the record of this proceeding?
It is.
The witness is available for cross.
Mr. West? Mr. Spinard?
Mr. Chairman, we have some questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Colley. Hope you can hear me, and if at some stage you don't, just let me know, and if I need to repeat a question or rephrase a question, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
All right. One of the things that you have supplied information, you've supplied information concerning successive customers, so just, let's see if we can walk through this. Duke has a number of residential customers, and is it your experience, for example, that a homeowner sells the home, and so the very same premises within the Duke service territory, they're serving person A, they sell the premises, excuse me, and then they begin serving person B. We kind of match that out. How seamless is that? Is that the type of thing that when person A sells, person B shows up and they tell Duke, we want to close on a such and such date, and at that magic date, it gets transferred over to the billing begins with person B? How do you all do that? Transition from one owner to a successive owner?
In regards to the net metering
Just
arrangement,
right
or
now,
just
I
in
apologize,
general?
just residential customer. And I also apologize, I have allergies, so bear with me. So plain residential customer, no solar, and they sell their home, how does it transfer over to the successive customer?
So, I'll try to use an example that may make more sense for me, is if I'm purchasing your home and you are moving out on a certain day, and then I'm moving in, 2 days after you move out, the moving in customer would need to contact Duke through either digitally through our online portal or through the contact center, and inform them of the date that they would be moving in, and then that would initiate the processes for the account to be placed in the new tenant's name or the new owner's name, and the service to be transitioned on that date.
Okay, so the residential customer without solar contacts Duke and establishes the move-in date, and then the account's going to be transferred into the new customer's name. With regard to your response to CASIA data request to item 3, there was a question about whether or not the individual who is starting service, who's a successive owner for a property with solar, whether they could do for what I would call one-stop shopping, and the response reads in part, the digital start service process is not designed to also process interconnection applications. Instead, when a customer is moving into a premise with net metering, the company will prompt the customer to let them know that an agreement is required before they can receive credits. And you can read the rest into the record if you wish, but the basic point here from your response is that if I'm the successive owner of a property with solar, I can sign up and become a Duke customer for general purposes to get that account open and to ensure service. But if I want to be a net metering customer and take advantage of the facility that's on that premises, I have to do something extra, and I can't do it through the same point of contact with Duke. Is that correct?
That's correct. They're different processes.
Okay, so with regard to the requirement, again, going back to the response to the second request, item 3, and it asks for Duke in part, and on any of these, if you need to read them into the record, that's fine, but it was asked to confirm that Duke will require each successive customer at a premises eligible for net metering service under NM1 for the remainder of the grandfathering period to submit a level 1 application for interconnection and net metering. And then it identifies the portion of it set forth in the tariff. And so your response is confirmed successive customers will need to enter into an interconnection agreement with the company. For a successive customer, this is a simplified process, but it must be completed before receiving net metering service. So with regard to that response, it's indicated as a simplified process. How is it for regular level 1 application for interconnection that a customer who wants to commence net metering service has to submit, for example, and then the successive customer who's purchased the home or the residence or the whatever the facility is, how is that simplified?
If no changes are occurring at the premises for the customer generator, for the equipment, inverter panels, it is a more streamlined process because the additional reviews would not be required because it is more simplified in the sense that it is treated more as transfer, but the interconnection agreement must also change names, which requires an additional application to validate that the customer taking on the net metering arrangement is aware of the terms and conditions, the safety precautions, the additional components that come with owning a facility, and it is a step in the process to ensure that application is transitioned to, and that agreement is transitioned to the new owner, versus a transition of just the electric service is a less complex arrangement with the utility, which is different than when a customer is assuming ownership of a net metering arrangement.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And just to clarify, whether it's an individual who is going to, you have a residential customer who wants to add solar to the residence, they're required to file the level 1 application for interconnection. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that successive customer for a residence that has solar installed when they purchase it, for which there has already been the approval of the level 1 application, they will be using the same form, level 1 application, for applying for the continuation of net metering service at that residence.
The application will be the same, yes. The customer will be notified and aware that this application is to assume the arrangement that is already in place.
Okay, with regard to the response to Casillas' first request for information, item 9, and this was for Part B, you were asked for all applications received that resulted in an account participant, state the average amount of time from the date of the application to the date of interconnection, the start of service under the net metering tariff. And the response, there was an objection to the response, but notwithstanding the objections, it states that for all applications that were received in 2023 that subsequently connected, the average days from application to interconnection was 56 days. Do you recall that being in the ballpark of your response?
Yes.
Okay.
That's,
Okay. Well, the question is that for that successive customer who wants to take net metering service at a residence that has solar, they have to file the same level 1 application for interconnection that all customers who are seeking to commence service at a residence would have to file. And is it anticipated that has Duke projected an anticipation of the average number of days from application to whatever approval is going to be given? Have you all made any projections on how many days that's going to take for the successive solar customer?
are we still using the same example of if I'm moving into your home that has solar, do we make a projection on how many days it takes for that process to occur?
Yes.
I do not have a projection of how many days
So
that would
let's
take.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really don't mean to walk over you. It's time to get used to the witnesses and the exchanges. So please finish your.
I don't have a projection of how many days that that would take.
Okay.
It's rather quick.
Well, you've been here during the prior testimonies. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So for those grandfather customers, they're getting a 1-to-1 kilowatt credit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if the customer moves in, and let's use April 1st, we'll use a hypothetical. The customer moves in on April 1st and commences service and is approved as a due customer overall on April 1st. If it were to take, for example, roughly half the amount of time that takes the 56 days, let's take it to, I don't know, roughly half the time. April 31st, they're still not approved for net metering service, but they're going to be receiving a bill at that residence. Will they be receiving a bill as a RS customer without net metering? Do they pay the full freight, or are they going to get any benefit for that period of time in which they're waiting for their application to be approved? Are they going to get any benefit from that one-to-one rate?
If the, I would need, I need to validate that, but I'm fairly certain that they would, when they start service, they will start service under the residential rate, and then it would be up on them to make the application to transition to the net metering tariff. So it would be on the onus of the customer to initiate that change, which would be communicated to them digitally. If they start service online, there's a notification process that occurs, and if they contact the call center and speak with someone to start service, the indicators on the premise let them know that they have solar, or they're a customer generator, and that net metering 1 is available to them as a legacy on the legacy rate, and they in the process that they would need to take to assume the net metering 1 tariff rate.
Okay, so, okay, with that, we go to our hypothetical customer, they become a Duke customer for purposes of residential service. Is it basically built in that for the period of time before their level 1 interconnection application is approved for that successive net metering service, that they're going to be billed like any other residential customer?
That's my understanding.
When you were here, you indicated you were here during the testimony of some other witnesses. Clearly, with regard to this, I need you to confirm what your understanding is. Clearly, with regard to a change in the rated capacity of the unit, a change in the inverter, okay, that's the change that, is that a change that would knock that individual out of the NM1 legacy status?
That is the proposal, yes.
Okay. And is that proposed that if it change an increase or a change is a decrease, is it any change in the inverter nameplate?
It would need to be an increase in the inverter size, which would trigger an additional engineering study and would trigger the expiration of the NM1 rate. And if the customer wanted to make that change, then if the NM2 rate was available, that would be the rate that we would offer the customer.
Okay.
The tariff, yes.
Right. In terms of predictability, in terms of you've answered a lot of questions here. In terms of predictability, do you think there's any virtue or any value in Duke Energy Kentucky having a process through which an individual who has an existing solar facility and wants to make a modification to it, a repair or replacement of panels or any modification that does not involve the change in the nameplate capacity of that facility, is there any process through which that individual can contact Duke and basically get a pre-approval of the change? If they want to add battery storage, or if whatever change that they're putting in, is there any way that an individual who wants to make a repair or replacement can clear with Duke that the repair and replacement will not result in a loss of the legacy benefits?
Yes, we have our dedicated portion of our contact center called the Renewable Service Center that are available 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, available by email with typical 1 to 2 day response, and can inquire, ask questions, learn about what needs to happen to ensure that they maintain their legacy status, and what may trigger a change in that status. Repairs and replacements, like for like, would not trigger a change, so there would be no concern there. But if there's an enhancement to where it would change the inverter status or inverter to a level beyond what it currently is, then that would trigger the change. But all of that will be available to our Renewable Service Center teammates, and they would be, that's what they do every day, is work with customers on questions like these, help them understand what is needed to work through the interconnection application process, and help them in a consultative way or in a processing way regarding their customer generation.
Okay, so they contact the company's renewable service center, and they discuss what they plan to do. Will the renewable service center issue them some type of documentation or some type of communication through which If questions were to arise later, that customer could at least say in an exercise of diligence that he contacted Duke and let's say in our hypothetical, their plan was approved. How does that, is there any certification or any approval or any documentation generated from the company's renewable service center that would provide them with feedback on what they're proposing to do?
Yes.
Okay.
If they want to upgrade their system, their capacity, and it triggers a change in the inverter, they will go through the interconnection process, an application, an engineering study, and then once they're issued the interconnection agreement, if they change their mind, until they make, just like when they are initially putting panels on their home, until they install the panels and inform us that everything is operational and they would like to transition to the net metered tariff, then, they can, pull out, so to speak. They can change their mind. They can say, you know what, my finances have changed. I don't want this to occur. There's no triggering of a change in tariff until the customer has completed and notifies us that change will happen. So we could consult with them, or they could go through the process and change their mind and through their upgrade process and decide that they don't want to do it. And we would still proceed with evaluating their one-line diagrams, communicating with them on ensuring they have the right UL certifications for their inverters, ensuring that they have the proper insurance in place and understand the terms and conditions of the interconnection application and agreement process, so that it would be similar to when they may have initially installed generation at their home. So it could be consultative, or it could be go through the process and decide and change their mind.
Okay, other than an increase in the rated capacity of the inverter, what, if any, are the other things that a solar customer could do that would knock them out of the legacy provisions for that NM1 tariff?
When the sailors mentioned they could request to be changed, that would be at their own decision. It could be a safety concern. It could be a metering concern that maybe they've tampered with their meter. There could be other equipment changes that I can't speak to exactly what would happen, but there could be grid impacts because the equipment is not operating as necessary, and we may have to discuss with the customer on rectifying that situation. But there would be safety or customer requests would be probably the two primary reasons outside of an upgrade to the inverter, which would be the main reason.
Okay. One of the things you mentioned was tampering with the meter, but tampering with the meter is something that's not unique to solar. Anybody who tampers, is it the case that anybody who tampers with the meter is going to have a problem?
Yes.
Okay.
You asked for, that was just an example regarding safety.
Okay. With regard to the company's, if you can answer this question, the company's approach or the company's policy, do you believe that those legacy rights, do you believe that those legacy rights have value to the individuals who receive service at that residence that has a solar generator?
I can't speak for whether to what a customer would value or not value.
Okay. So if it's, let's do this on the hypothetical, if a customer who has a net metering facility is getting a 1-to-1 kilowatt credit, generally speaking, if you have an opinion, is that arguably more valuable than the same customer who would be giving service under the proposed NMS2 tariff?
If you're try and describe the value of what is exported to the grid in a dollar value sense. Is that what I'm hearing? In that sense, if the kilowatts, hours, the electrons exported to the grid, how that is compensated from a dollar perspective, if I would say that the dollar value is higher under what it would be the legacy net metering tariff versus what the proposal for NM1 based strictly on the dollar values proposed.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. I apologize for talking while you were answering at times. Mr. Chairman, no further questions?
Any questions, Mr. Carey?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions, council?
Yes, just a few.
Please proceed.
Okay, I guess I'll start with my easiest one first. Have you had an opportunity to review some of the public or all of the public comments that have been filed in this matter?
I have reviewed the one, yeah, I have, yes.
Okay, and I'm sure you were aware that in the fifth request, we asked for a list of customers, prospective and current customers.
In the fifth request,
Yes, in our fifth data request, you all provided a list of current customers and then I think customers who were in the queue.
I don't know if I have a copy of that. I am aware of it, yes.
Okay, yes, it was filed confidentially, sorry. There was, it appears, based on our review of the information that you all have provided, that there was one customer who is a current customer. Were you aware of that? Who filed the public comment?
I was not. I'm don't know if I've seen that one. I'm sorry, I was not aware of that.
Okay, so if we ask as a post-hearing data request, if you all did any, I assume that you have not, but if you all reached out to this particular gentleman, and since he filed a public comment, I assume I can refer to him, but I know I'm gonna not say his name correctly. Would you all be able to respond to that?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And then in the staff's fourth request, item 5, we asked
Yes.
for a list of the projects, which you all gave by project number,
Yes.
that were currently like queued up as well.
Yes.
I think the oldest one in that list was in 2019, or started, it was under construction now, but the process began in 2019.
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
And then I think there was a few others that were 2021 and 2022.
Yes.
And would you just be able to confirm that currently, if the commission issued an order, like as of tomorrow, that those people in the queue, if they are under construction, they would have to take service under the NM2 rider?
If they are not in service from the date of the effective order, that is the proposal, yes.
Okay. And then, lastly, I think in that same data request, in item 7.
Yes.
Okay. I think in this one, you all said that it is possible for Duke to determine the total kilowatts delivered from the grid to the customer, and the total kilowatts delivered from the customer to the grid, even when all communication capabilities of the meters are disabled. Is that was the response?
Yes, that is the response. as
Okay.
written, yes.
Given that, and that there's no time of use factor under the net metering 2, can you explain why Duke Kentucky is proposing to not allow the NM2 customers to participate in the advanced meter opt-out tariff?
I can.
Okay.
So, the primary reason, those require on-site reads, and those reads are the device that takes those reads we review the digits on the meter, and those are scalar read, meaning they're just like the static snapshot in time, and those reads that read is used for billing purposes. And net metering is configured in the billing system to be read and billed through interval data. And the configuration is not set up for scalar read readings to be utilized for net metered billing purposes. So while the data request is accurate, however, for when we get the read in the billing window, that flows from the metering device to the meter data management system to the billing system, it flows as a scalar read, which triggers it to be read on a normal like RS tariff, as a start and stop read. Interval read meters, which are required for net metering billing purposes, require the remote technology and the interval readings to be delivered to the company.
Okay. Staff doesn't have anything else, Your Honor.
Vice Chair?
Yes. Hi, welcome back to Kentucky.
Hey, how are you?
I had asked some questions earlier, Mr. Sailors, about the monthly bills for customers. The public comments, they were expressing that they like their bills currently and think they're easy to understand and wouldn't want them to change. Could you explain to me if this new tariff rider were enacted, how their monthly bills would change, how they'd look differently?
You mean in just the presentment of the bill?
Yeah, just if it's not going to be this, the current way that this monthly netting of monthly netting accounting method, what will it look like?
So as from a dollar perspective, I think when the sailors would be best positioned to speak to kind of the impact to the bottom line, you know, your total bill. As from a presentment standpoint, there would not be I would call a material change to what it would look like. You would see, in my mind, a value for what was exported, and that would be shown as a credit on your bill. So the presentment, you know, will change slightly because the billing process has changed, but as for how the calculation of the netting of the kilowatt hours occurs and how that impacts from a dollar perspective the amount that you would owe to Duke each month, I'm not the best positioned to speak to that change.
I think I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think that when I read the public comments, the monthly netting component is more of a bill calculation, and how the kilowatt hour values end up on the bottom line on your bill versus how their bill is presented to them, what it looks like as it comes in the mail or their inbox.
I think they fear confusing information, or that it's going to not be easy to understand. Are you saying that it will just be dollars instead of kilowatt hours, or not include the kilowatt hours and only have dollars? Or we don't know yet?
It may be better for us to, I'm not trying to volunteer, but it may be better to provide some examples of what that may look like. I
mean, like in a post-hearing data?
Yeah, something like that, versus of trying to describe it.
If you don't know right
Yeah,
now.
because I think the way I read the public comment, and this was just my interpretation, it was about the calculation of how the kilowatt hours will be netted versus how that now only the exports will be paid versus the netting that occurs under net metering 1.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Have you all provided a sample bill of what this is going to look like?
I don't think so.
Okay. You know what the current bill looks like?
Generally, yes.
Okay. So it's got, like, let's just say it's a dual customer, gas and electric customer. The top one is current usage, last month's usage, the net amount, and then the gas is the same thing. And then below that is the, I just pulled up your all's tariffs. It's got the monthly service charge. So it's got the billing details electric, billing details gas. So it's got monthly customer charge, energy charge, which is just the kilowatt or the calculation above, the resulting usage over the month times the amount, riders, DSM, so kilowatt hours times the amount, rider PSM, which is the I don't even remember what rider PSM is. I think it used to be that maybe the off-system cells is different. Anyway, so kilowatt hour times the amount, fuel adjustment, kilowatt hour times the amount, rider ESM, which maybe a percentage of bill rider has that amount, and then at the bottom it just says current electric charges the amount. Do you know how the net metering successor rate is going to be displayed on this bill?
I don't, but we can provide an example. It would be in that list that you just named. It would fall within there. I'm not sure exactly its placement.
Okay.
But it would be before the subtotal. Or the total, excuse me.
Are you familiar with rider AMO?
Yes, I'm generally familiar with
The advanced meter
yeah,
opt-out
the
rider?
opt-out program, yes.
So AMO is available to residential customers under RS who request an electric meter that does not utilize radio frequency communications to transmit data, provided that such a meter is available for use by the company. At the company's option, meters to be read manually may be either an advanced meter with the RF communication disabled or other non-communicating meter. The meter manufacturer and model chosen to service the customer's premise are at the discretion of the company and are subject to change at the company's option at any time. Rider AMO is optional and is available subject to the terms and conditions below, and then it has a definition of advanced meter, and then the charges, and then the TNC, and then the service regulations. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure I understand your response earlier about the availability of net metering or net metering successor rates as it relates to customers who take service pursuant to rider AMO. Is that without the ability to, I'm going to restate what I heard your answer to be and just tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Without the ability of an advanced meter as defined under this tariff, to transmit information through radio frequency communication, under the meters you use today, you will not be able to see anything other than the current meter read.
My understanding, for billing purposes, we are on a monthly basis when our meter reading team goes to the premises to review the read for the month. Their device that they use inputs the snapshot, 100 or 200, whatever the kilowatt hours that were used, which is then used for billing purposes. The net metering billing configuration utilizes interval readings to bill the customer. And that is the configuration within the billing system without a major enhancement to how that is configured. It would change, that is why that AMO is not eligible because of how the reading is used for billing purposes.
Yeah, so that's what I want to get to. Are you all saying you can't get the information out of the meter and not violate AMO? Or are you saying the way the billing system is set up, you would have to do something specific or new or novel with the billing system to be able to get the data for a non AMO customer, or for an AMO customer?
My understanding is now the devices that receive the reads when we input the reads do not have the capability of transmitting interval readings. There's a device in the hand, they input it, they cannot plug in and get the interval readings. That is not what they're trained for. That's not what they carry around when they go and do the monthly readings.
But that's, I want to make sure I have a distinction, whether it's the inability of the meter to convey at all anything other than the static, I'll use your term, the static.
Sure.
Or if it's the mechanism or technology that's used to read those meters in non-RF communicating form, or if it's the billing system's ability to do something different than to automatically take on the back, like as a backhaul system, to take the RF communication that comes to them on an interval basis. Where in that process is the technology hang up or the issue or the inability to transmit the data?
My understanding is it's kind of a combination of the device that's utilized for the actual reading and then the configuration of the billing system when for billing net metering in general is designed to utilize interval readings. While I will admit, it sounds simple to just like say go from the static scalar read to an interval reading, but it is a very complex change that is required within the billing system to accommodate the interval versus scalar readings.
But that's
so
what
it's a little bit of a combination.
That's what doesn't make, that's what's not clear from the data request responses provided up to this point, is whether it will take additional IT or take additional effort, or whether it is physically impossible.
Right.
Because those are two different things. Saying we'll have to do a $1 million upgrade to our billing system to allow the 3 AMO, rider customers, that's an answer, but we don't have that answer. We don't have, it would take upgrades or it would take a new technology to be able to do it. The only answer we have is that it's not, the way it's done today is not, it's not able. So as a post-hearing data request, just to be clear about what we're trying to find out what the issue is, what changes would be necessary to allow a customer taking service under rider AMO to be able to participate under NM1 or NM2?
Okay.
Okay. In the fourth, and I think I think this is what staff said they were going to. Staff council said they were going to ask for in a post-hearing data request. Are you all requesting the post-hearing data request an update to that staff DR 4-5?
I did not specifically ask.
So
for
I'm
that.
going to ask for an update to the staff DR 4-5. It had, let's call it 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, maybe 25 to 30. What you called
Pending.
Yeah, remaining applications and pending status.
Yeah.
Do you, just off the top, do you think that list is shorter than it was when you responded, or is that about the neighborhood? Because I think that response was provided in April?
The
Yeah.
net is larger, so there's been some that have connected, and then there's been more that are pending.
Yeah, I just, of the project IDs listed there, do you think some of that backlog has been cleared? Not new applications.
Oh, yeah, there's some have been cleared, yes.
Okay. So it's my understanding that the average between getting an application and connection, or maybe in service, somewhere in here is less than 60 days?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, I assume you know what that calculation is made up of, does that include outstanding, or is that of opened and closed, that's the average length of time?
So in the 56-day calculation, it was the 2023 applications from application to connection. So that means they're energized, they're on the tariff.
So if there was somebody that showed up January 5th of 2023 and they're still not connected, that doesn't show up as being, that doesn't show up as an extra 500 days towards that average. They just aren't included in that data set at all. Okay.
So the average is, now, the math is the math. Like you have some that are a couple hundred days, and you have some that are very quick because I'll say they're a little more risk tolerant customer that builds it and then creates the application because they're sure of going through the process quickly. So if everything, all ducks in a row, things can move very quickly. But that is dependent upon kind of how the customer decides their process to how they want to move through the process.
As opposed to saying, I want to get my
I want to.
I want to get your all's pre-approval before I go and spend this money.
Yeah, or I want to make an application, then I want to sit on it, try to figure out an installer to work with, that
Okay.
that sort of thing.
All right,
it
so
varies.
do you know how many you all filed this application on December the 11th?
Yes.
There are about 5, 10, 15, let's call it 20 of these that were filed prior to December 11th. Excluding the ones that go back, a few years or a couple of years. Well, so what I'm asking about, so before 20, let's just look at that first page, so like the first 20, and then not include the 2021, 2019 ones.
Okay.
Where it says, under construction, in progress, pending install confirmation. Frankly, that seems like that encompasses a significant portion. If we're talking about 0 to 100% completion, that description would seem to encompass a lot of that 0 to 100 process.
For the customer, but for us, once we move them through the engineering study, we're waiting for them to tell us.
That's what that means.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
Yeah, so
We've conducted our part. We've said, go ahead, or we're ready to interconnect, and you're just waiting to hear back from them to actually interconnect.
Correct.
So all that means when it says under construction, in progress, pending install confirmation, is that you all have signed off on everything you need for them to connect, and now you're just waiting to get the call back to do the confirmation.
Yes.
Okay.
They've gone through the application, consultation, back and forth, provided us all the specs for what we need.
Okay.
And we're waiting for them to tell us that they've constructed, or maybe they aren't going to construct, or whatever's happening.
So what I want to make sure of is there an application status where it's the customer has told us they've done everything they need to, and they're now waiting on us to go out and do the final survey or to do our final thing? Is there? Here's what I'm trying. I'll only withdraw that question. Here's what I'm trying to find out. If we ask in this post-hearing data request, is there any way you can tell us to say we are the holdup in getting these people in service? Like they've done everything they need to, and they're waiting on us, so that we have an appreciation for when we enter the final order, which of these people got in service, and for those that didn't, whether or not it was you waiting on them, or whether or not they told you all and it had been 100 days and just Duke hadn't made it out yet to do what they needed to do.
Okay.
Is there a way that you all would know that we've received everything we need to from the customer, but we haven't done our part?
Yes.
Okay.
It might take some investigation, but
Okay. So we'll make sure of that in the post-hearing data request. Okay. Council, any redirect?
I have one question. Do you recall questions about the public comments that were filed and the bills and how those would change? If any of these public comments were from an existing, let's call it a legacy net metering customer, are their bills gonna change? Unless they change to the net metering too?
Their bills will not change unless an event is triggered that would move them from to the net metering 2 rate.
Right, so if any of these are existing customers of Duke Energy Kentucky, they are still gonna be compensated the same way because they're gonna be grandfathered, for lack
They
of a
will.
better term, under that existing net metering tariff.
They will be on legacy net metering for 25 years from the effective date.
Okay, nothing further.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Let's take a short recess. We'll come back at 4:15.
Oh, can he be excused?
back on the record in case number 2023-00413. Council, would you declare next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to call Matthew Columba.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Sure. Matthew Kalemba, 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Columba, would you please state your title for the record?
Sure. Vice President, Integrated Resource Planning.
Thank you. And Mr. Columba, did you cause testimony and certain responses to data requests to be filed in this proceeding?
I did.
And did you have any corrections or changes to any of your testimony or responses?
I do. I've had a title change since I filed testimony. So on page 1 of my testimony, lines 5 and 6, which moved to strike Managing Director, IRP and Analytics, Midwest for Duke Energy Kentucky Incorporated, to just Vice President, Integrated Resource Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Columba. And other than that, one change, if you were asked the same questions this morning or this afternoon, would your responses be the same?
They would.
And is it your intent that your testimony and your responses be admitted into the record of this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Columba. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. West?
No questions.
No questions?
Mr. Gary?
That went faster than I anticipated. Thank you very much, Mr. Cleva. I was still trying to pull something up. As you've been here all day, right? Yes, sir. So I don't need to reintroduce myself, but I represent the Joint Interveners, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth. I do have a few questions for you. As with our introductions before, if I misstate anything or you need clarification, definitely let me know. And if somebody else, hopefully not at this point, is better suited to answer the question, definitely let me know as well. Okay. Thank you. So I guess I'd start by asking, your title changed. Has your role changed? Yes. So now I'm over the group the team that does integrated resource planning for each of our jurisdictions. Okay. Were you a part of that team before? I was. So okay. I was over so now you're like your supervisor's role. Yes, sir. Okay. And so your primary role in this proceeding, if I could state it simply, was to produce the inputs that Mr. Saylors used in his calculations, right? Most of his inputs, yes. Most of his inputs, yes. Particularly with regards to the avoided costs. Yes, sir. Okay. And you heard me ask him some questions earlier about the principles that the commission has laid out in previous proceedings, yes. How those should be developed. And one of those principles was that transparent data should be used generally. Okay. And I started to ask some questions of Mr. Saylors there, and he deferred to you. Yes, sir. So you were aware, at least from that line of questioning, that the commission has expressed a preference for use of net cone for utilities, at least that are within the PJM area? I'm aware of that, yes. Okay. But that's not what you proposed here, right? Correct. Okay. And I wanted to get specifically to, I know it's Mr. Saylor's rebuttal testimony, but you updated the inputs that he used in his rebuttal testimony as well, right? I did. Okay. And in his rebuttal testimony, he mentioned the updated PJM ELCC for fixed tilt solar, correct? Correct. Okay. And you saw me present what I introduced as, well, I had not gotten to moving to introduce, but I presented that table that was labeled JI2. Yes, sir, I have it. Okay. Was that where you got that updated ELCC figure from? It is, yes. Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm looking for an extra copy so I can actually hand it to you and I don't have to. I have a copy. Okay, you do have that copy. Sir. Excellent. Okay. And at the top of that, at the, too many papers in front of me, I'm sorry. At the top of that table or that page, there's a reference to a FERC order, correct? There is. Are you familiar with that FERC order?
I am generally familiar with it. I understand why he would have kicked it to me.
Okay.
But I don't know the interactions between PJM and FERC for the most part. There
Okay.
are others within Duke who deal with that interaction and read the orders and provide me the information to go ahead and use
Okay.
them in my,
So you wouldn't have read that order either?
not in any great detail. I've read
Okay.
a summary, I believe.
So you're not aware of the purpose of the updated ELCCs?
My understanding for the purpose was to address increasing risk for meeting demand. So it's looking at resource adequacy and trying to ensure that PGM is able to meet demand going forward.
Okay.
That was my understanding.
Okay. And are you aware then that the FERC order and the PJM application to FERC was to update the methodology generally for how they do this for all generation resources?
I am generally aware that
Okay.
that was the case, yes.
Are you aware that they proposed to assign marginal ELCCs to all generation resources?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's not the case before, correct?
To my knowledge.
Prior
yes.
to this FERC order, they didn't use ELCCs for all resources, it was just these, make sure I get the term that they use correct here. Variable resources and limited duration resources previously was what they used ELCCs for, right?
Previously, yes.
Okay. And in this order, PJM proposed to calculate accredited, no, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. They proposed to assign ELCCs to firm resources as well as those two other types of resources, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the next step after that is that they propose to calculate updated UCAP, that's unforced capacity, right?
Right.
Okay.
yes.
And those would be based on, at least in part, the new ELCCs, right?
I believe that's the way that.
The general-
That general flow of how that
So,
goes.
my understanding, forgive the very high level here, they develop an ICAP or installed capacity, right? And then the ELCC, or at least now, the ELCC will be used to develop the UCAP from that ICAP.
That's essentially correct,
Okay.
yes. Mhm.
And just generally looking at that table, those ELCCs dropped, or Mr. Saylor stated in his rebuttal, dropped for fixed tilt solar, right? But they also dropped for other resources?
They did, for other resources, yeah.
And then I guess I skipped a step, that UCAP goes into calculating that net cone figure as well, right? Or is the net cone figure in some sense?
It is used in the calculation of
Okay.
net cone.
But PJM hasn't gotten to that UCAP step yet, right? Using these new ELCCs?
I don't believe they have yet.
Okay. So, as we established, ICAP, I guess, which has its own net cone ICAP, then the ELCC, the ICAP is divided by the ELCC essentially to get the unforced capacity, or UCAP.
Divided by the ELCC or multiplied
Maybe
by
it
the
would help.
ELCC percentage. I'm
That's-
not following the math right
Here,
now.
if Mr. Rhodes is still there, I'll bring up one other thing. And I believe this has actually been placed in the record, or at least referenced in the record. Does this look familiar to you? Perhaps start with the first page, the periodic review of gross cone and gross ACR values.
Where would that, was it in the discovery, your guys' discovery
It
responses?
was in one of our discovery responses. I don't think the full presentation was placed into the discovery responses. I believe it was referred to. If this doesn't look familiar, that's okay. We can.
I'm not familiar with this particular.
That's okay. Then there's not a sufficient foundation there. But generally, I was trying to help make it go a little faster. But generally, the installed capacity on a per megawatt day, $1 per megawatt day basis, is then divided by the ELCC, a percentage, and you'll get a unforced capacity number that will be, unless the ALCC is somehow greater than 100%, the UCAP will be greater than the ICAP, right?
Yes.
Okay. And they haven't gotten to that UCAP step after this FERC order approval. They've just used the ELCCs, right?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. And you use these updated ELCCs and applied them to your peaker methodology, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that peaker methodology, can you describe briefly perhaps how that's developed?
Sure. So the peaker methodology assumes that a peaking resource, in this case a combustion turbine, is there for capacity purposes, and that the energy portion of the avoided cost calculation is based on the avoided energy from, that's based on the LMPs that are modeled for the PJM, or at least the LMPs that Duke Energy Kentucky would be purchasing or selling against in the future. So there's a capacity portion that's
Okay.
that's
And the LMPs are not the capacity portion?
No, sir.
Okay.
The LMPs have to do with the energy and the capacity.
Okay,
It's
so
the CT.
specifically the capacity portion.
Mhm.
And you were here earlier, you heard Chairman Chandler ask about the basis of that peaker methodology that had been used, aside from just in your IRP, also in some of the DSM filings, correct?
Yes,
You heard
I
those
heard
questions,
those
sorry,
questions,
yeah. Okay. And his understanding was that this was based on I think, a 2016 reference unit that's been updated since then through inflation.
Yep, so technology has changed as well. So the this combustion turbine peaking technology has changed over time.
Okay. Generally gotten more expensive overall.
Overall, it's gotten more, particularly in the last year due to high
Okay.
inflation impacts.
It's generally gone up, especially in the last year or two.
Yeah, last 2 years probably.
Okay. Did that updated peaker method mentioned in Mr. Saylor's rebuttal testimony account for the updated ELCC for combustion turbines?
It did not.
Okay.
It did not.
Okay. And when the peaker method was updated, did it specifically account for the effects of any new environmental regulations? that you're aware
No,
of?
it was just, we were just updating the capacity portion.
Okay. Okay. And sorry, I'm jumping just a little bit in my own cross, so I lost my place. But you just mentioned that it was just the capacity portion, and elsewhere you have mentioned that the environmental costs are included in the energy price, right?
They are.
Okay. And there are several different, like broad categories of environmental costs. There's air, water, weight, all the different media, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And each of these are generally required for compliance with EPA rules.
Generally correct, yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And those rules are updated or added to periodically.
They are.
Okay. And the company updates projections of these costs as part of like the IRP process that you're in charge of.
We do.
Okay. So for the IRP, you update these at least every 3 years? That the environmental costs are part of the IRP, that happens every 3 years?
For purposes of the IRP, they're updated every 3 years.
Okay. So environmental costs are accounted for in energy, and those are generally for the costs of the operation and maintenance of environmental equipment. I think you mentioned specifically like SOx and NOx allowances.
Yes, so SOx and
Okay.
NOx allowances are included in there. That's correct.
Okay. So generally, the energy cost accounts for the compliance costs regarding the operation and maintenance of this control equipment?
That's correct.
Okay. But environmental compliance costs can also come from the cost of installing equipment, right?
Correct.
And would that generally be accounted for in the energy cost? The
So-
cost to install new equipment?
So for the capacity piece, there's maybe two separate areas. So like the combustion turbine that we're using assumes that a SCR, selective catalytic, and the R is slipping me.
Reduction.
Thank you.
Sorry, I don't mean to put words in your mouth.
Thank you. So that is included as the, as a environmental control on the capital side. And then on the energy side, to the extent that there's equipment installed, the operating cost to run that equipment would be included. Now, if there's additional costs that are needed for new generation to be added, those environmental costs would be on that new generation. So when the model is selecting what new generation to build, it would realize that there may be additional costs associated with environmental compliance requirements.
Okay.
But adding new capital to existing resources wouldn't show up because those resources are there, but the cost to operate that equipment would show up there.
Okay.
In the energy piece.
But would the costs to install new equipment on an existing piece of, an existing resource be accounted for in that modeling and deciding whether to, say, continue running that or build a new resource?
It would, so it can decide to retire a resource rather
Okay.
than build, rather than keep the resource around.
Okay. So that cost to install new equipment wouldn't necessarily be accounted for in the capacity cost, say the avoided capacity cost here for a CT, right?
No, it would not be.
It's just the cost if you were to marginally have to go out and build a new CT.
Right, but again, we're comparing the energy costs that we're looking at are what the rest of the market would do. And so the market is going to decide if it's going to build or not, or retire this equipment due to environmental regulations. And that will impact the final energy prices that we're buying or selling against into the market. Our own internal costs for, upgrades at our units to comply with environmental are not captured within there.
Okay.
A
Yeah,
clarifying
please.
question here.
Sure.
Are you under the impression that the PJM energy markets allow competitive generators to include capital costs in their energy bids?
No, I'm not suggesting that. No, I'm just saying that when we run our models to come up with the future power prices, the operating costs for resources within PJM find their way into those power prices. So if someone's installing capital, we won't capture that capital, but we'll capture the operating costs of that new capital.
So you're presuming that the compliance markets, like to buy credits, is equal to the capital abatement costs, and that they're equal to each other, and so they're gonna use the credits, or they could buy the credits, which I think you say in your testimony, you presume they do include in their energy cost as a variable expense, and therefore that would show up in your all's modeling, right?
That's right.
But you only cite 2 of those markets, right?
That's correct.
And so like CCR compliance cost, ELG compliance cost, that kind of environmental compliance cost that you include as a risk or a cost, a capital expense, or an upgrade risk in the IRP, for instance, the 2021 IRP, does not have a market where you could buy credits instead of making environmental upgrades that are capital expenses, right?
Right, so for NOx and SOx, for certain that they're included in the credits. For things like ELG, the assumption is that if the unit's gonna continue to operate, they're gonna install equipment to meet new ELG rules. And the variable operating costs to run that equipment would find its way into the power prices.
As a reduction of available supply that increases prices? Because
No, it's just you have to, I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying, how would it, other than saying that that the power plant is able to export less energy because it has to use, for station power purposes or for internal load purposes, it has to use, I don't know, an extra megawatt to run an internal facility. How else would, how else would that impact power prices?
If there were other catalyst costs or things of that nature that were needed for that equipment, then and if that catalyst cost was on a variable basis, so the more you ran the unit, the more you actually had to spend on that variable.
You say, are you talking about consumables? Like environmental consumables?
A catalyst that helps you meet an environmental compliance requirement. So when you run the resource when you generate more energy from a particular resource and you need to use more catalyst, that would come in as a variable operating expense, and then that cost
would be passed.
Would be part of the dispatch cost of that unit.
Sure.
Thank you. And following up on that question, I wanted to ask about some of the specific environmental costs. Here you mentioned, and Chairman Chandler was just talking about the catalyst, but you mentioned specifically the allowance costs for SOx and NOx.
That's right.
And those allowances are consumed or not, depending on whether a unit has enough allowances of their own, and they meet those by generally having to run an SCR or some other control, right?
That's right.
Okay. And those allowance costs for SOx and NOx came from a third party before you got to calculating your portion, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
From somebody else before that. And in response to one of our questions, you said that those were for compliance with the Good Neighbor Plan.
Yeah, that's right. Can you just?
Yeah, one joint intervener, first round, question 4, I think number, letter C specifically.
I recall, I just want to go. Yep, okay.
Okay. The impacts of the Good Neighbor Plan are reflected in the NOx SO2 allowance prices input into the Encompass dispatch model that is used for calculating the avoided energy price included in this filing.
That's right, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the Good Neighbor Plan?
I'm not overly familiar.
Okay.
I understand it to some extent, but
Are you aware of the basis for the Good Neighbor Plan?
I generally am.
Okay. So it's required for compliance with the 2015 Ozone National Ambient Air Quality Standard, right? Specifically the interstate transport of pollutants under the 2015 Okay. And there are a lot of rules for NAAQS compliance generally. You would agree?
I would agree.
Okay. Just within the interstate transport prior to the Good Neighbor Plan, there was the Cross-State Air Pollution Rule, or CSAPR, or CSAPR, or however you say that acronym.
I've heard of it.
Okay. And the CSAPR update and the revised CSAPR update, it goes through multiple iterations, right? Okay. Are you aware of the current status of the Good Neighbor Plan?
I'm not aware of where it stands today.
Okay. Just generally, you're aware that there has been some back and forth on the Good Neighbor Plan?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. And it varies from state to state a little bit, right?
It does.
Okay. But your NOx and SO2 allowance costs, were those for the PJM market as a whole, or?
So I believe those come from our environmental EHS team at Duke, and I think they were specific to the Midwest, so Duke Energy Kentucky and Duke Energy Indiana.
Okay. So are you aware of whether those are the Group 3, the cost for allowances in the Group 3 program or the Group 2 program?
I'm not 100% sure which group program
Okay.
that they would be for.
That may be something we ask for in a post-hearing data request, if that's all right, Your Honor. Just more info on what the allowance costs are based on. All right. back to the energy prices, you said that the LMPs reflect the price of energy on the PJM market, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you describe just generally the area of the PJM market geographically?
Well, so the model models the entire eastern interconnect, but the
Okay.
PJM area stretches, as far east as Virginia, and as
Sort of up the East Coast?
up the East Coast, yeah.
Okay. And your testimony was filed in December of last year?
That's correct.
And just backing up, you said the model models the entire eastern interconnect. So the LMPs are reflective of the entire eastern?
No.
Okay.
To calculate the PJM, the actual specific LMPs that we're using that Duke Energy Kentucky has access to, it models the entire eastern interconnect, so it understands flows between different parts of PJM
Okay.
into different, CERC and other areas within.
Okay. But the LMPs reflect the PJM market specifically?
Specific
within
to
the eastern interconnect?
And specific to what Kentucky has access to,
Okay.
or DEK has access to.
Okay. Okay, so your testimony was filed in December of last year. Are you aware that EPA adopted a new fine particulate matter National Ambient Air Quality Standard? I should define my acronym, sorry. Since then?
I'm familiar. Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of the process after they develop a new NACS for implementing that regulation?
I'm generally aware of it.
Okay. So after each NACS, the EPA will designate areas attainment or non-attainment, right? Okay. And generally, there are more requirements to build and operate new resources in a non-attainment area.
That's fair, yes.
Okay. There's non-attainment new source review, which includes lowest achievable emissions rate and offsets for new resources.
That sounds right. I'm not certainly
Okay.
an expert on that, but.
All right. But generally, these more regulations will make it more expensive to build a new resource.
That's generally correct. That would be the.
Okay. Are you aware that much of the PJM area is already non-attainment for at least one NACS?
I'm not aware of how,
Okay.
which areas are.
Would it surprise you to hear that much of the East Coast has pollution problems generally?
It would not surprise me.
Okay. And a lower NACS will generally result in more areas being designated non-attainment.
That's right.
Okay. Which means it'll be harder to build new resources to comply with these new regulations.
Yes.
Which means it'll be more expensive. All right.
Well, I'm not sure. I would agree that it depends what we're talking about would be more expensive. Are we talking about the energy prices are going to be more expensive, or
Well, you
the?
accounted for environmental costs in your energy prices,
We
right?
certainly do.
Okay.
But to the extent that existing resources retire and they're replaced with more efficient resources, or perhaps other resources that have lower operating costs, it depends what happens exactly to energy prices. But agree that there will be incremental costs that are, capital costs on the system.
And the cost to build new resources will become more expensive.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And you're likely aware that a number of other regulations have been adopted by EPA since December of last year?
I am aware.
Okay. Just one you may not have actually heard of. So last Thursday, were you aware the Interior Department announced they wouldn't make any further coal leases in the Powder River Basin?
I have heard that, yes.
Okay, you have heard that. I'm slightly surprised because I only passingly noticed it, and I try to pay close attention to that. Generally, less coal leasing tend to drive up energy prices or down?
Depends, but it would drive up coal prices
Okay.
generally, yes.
Where you probably saw I was going, the EPA just 2 weeks ago now announced a number of new rules. Generally aware of that?
I am aware.
Okay. The mercury air toxics rule, correct?
Yes.
And I think ELG you already mentioned, but they updated the effluent limitation guidelines.
Yes.
Right. And of course the greenhouse gas rule, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Referring back to JI 1-4C, at the time that was asked, he generally said that the company did not include compliance with future environmental regulations in the avoided costs calculated here, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the cost to comply with all those new regulations wasn't accounted for?
Not in in this update, it was not.
So not in the updated costs in Mr. Saylor's rebuttal either?
Correct, it was not,
Okay.
it has not
So
been
they
presented
weren't in the
this.
original, they're not in the updated costs either?
They have not been presented in this
Okay.
docket.
And with regard to the avoided carbon cost, it was your testimony that it was fully accounted for by being embedded in the proposal related to the IRA generally, right? The effects of the IRA fully accounted for carbon costs?
The effects of the IRA have similar impacts as a carbon tax might have.
Okay, so they had similar impacts to what a carbon tax might have had.
Yes.
And you used the inverse approach in the IRP, right?
In the 2021 IRP, before the IRA was available, we had used the carbon tax.
But, okay. And generally, so a carbon tax is a proxy for possible costs of carbon emissions.
It's a proxy for future carbon regulations.
Okay. It's not because we expect Kentucky is going to adopt a carbon tax anytime soon, right?
Kentucky or anyone else perhaps, who
anywhere
knows?
else.
It's a proxy, yes, sir.
You're anticipating my next question, thank you. We just mentioned the GHG rule that was just adopted. Have you had a chance to review compliance costs with that at all?
Not in any great detail.
Okay. Are you aware that in that rulemaking, EPA estimated the costs of compliance with the GHG rule for a variety of different kinds of units?
I'm aware that they had made their own
That
estimates,
they had
yes.
generally, okay. But you haven't had a chance to read that rule in full?
I've read the rule, but I don't recall what cost estimates that they're
Okay.
assuming. I haven't looked in depth at what the actual impact we think it will be on costs.
Okay, so you read the rule, and you read it, even if you can't recall the numbers, you read the estimates in there for
I
compliance with
vaguely
the rule?
remember seeing those
Okay.
estimates, yes.
Your Honor, I'll probably refer to this in briefing anyway, just as a regulation that's out there, but I'd ask that the commission take administrative notice of especially the new 111D rule. It was filed in a supplement to our response to the data requests to us as something that we might ask the commission to take administrative notice of. I don't need to get into the specific numbers there at this moment with this witness, just as long as that's,
No objection, Your Honor.
okay. Just as one illustrative example though, in the IRP that was recently filed, you now oversee the IRP process, but you were involved in that prior IRP filing?
I was not heavily involved. I was just responsible for the electric vehicle forecast and
Okay.
other renewable cost assumption type of issues.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, actually.
Counsel?
I just have a few, and I don't know that they were specifically asked, but I'll try to make them quick. On the top of page 5, in your direct testimony, it's actually like the bottom of page 4, the sentence starts, but then the top of page 5.
Yes.
You stated that you all use the Encompass's capacity expansion model to determine the optimized least cost mix of resources. And you are familiar with the principles that Mr. Gary asked Mr. Sailors about earlier from the 2020-174 case?
I heard it today.
Okay, that you haven't heard. I will not ask you then about that at all. But with regard to the database, is that considered confidential by Duke, Kentucky?
It's confidential by the company that develops that database.
Is any of the any of the modeling that comes out of that, like in this case, the least cost mix of resources, are any of those results compared to or evaluated against modeling that uses publicly available data?
So I'm not aware of comparing that. However, one thing that we do is we look at other resource plans to see that other utilities have provided, to see generally are the results of this model making sense? Are they, retiring coal on a certain trajectory that other utilities might be generally doing, or what resources are being added? Does that make sense? It's not, but it is not a megawatt for megawatt look. It's a directional. Are the results directionally making sense? I'll also add, sorry, one other thing is that it's the for the. I take that back. Scratch my comment. I thought there was something else that we compared against, but I realized it had nothing to do with this Encompass model. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I guess that leads me to my next question. Would there be any way for someone who doesn't work at Duke, Kentucky to verify or analyze the results of your modeling?
I believe we can share the results through an NDA, but we have to get, I believe the results of the model we can share through an NDA.
But
but
not
I
the
would,
data used to...
I would need to confirm that with Anchor Power if they would. It might need an NDA through them.
Okay. And then, I know that Mr. Gary asked you a lot about the LMPs, but, so I won't prolong that. But would you agree that the LMPs could change depending on the portfolio developed? Which, okay.
I would agree that they can change, yes.
And then, I think at the bottom of page 5, into page 6 of your direct testimony, I think you talk about the carbon cost and the carbon tax. The company did not include the carbon tax in the development of the LMPs because the IRA is already achieving the same outcome. Can you describe a little bit about what you mean by same outcome?
Sure. So there's different ways to effectuate carbon reduction, multiple ways to do that. And with the approval and signing into law of the Inflation Reduction Act that incentivizes solar, renewable, non-CO2 emitting generation, so whether that's renewables or nuclear or what have you. So through what I call a carrot, you reduce the cost for those resources, which makes them more likely to be selected in a model. It causes existing nuclear perhaps to stay around longer because it's receiving tax credits to continue to produce clean energy. So in that manner, and through that, it would over time reduce carbon emissions because you're adding cleaner or non-emitting generation to the system or extending the lives of non-emitting existing generation. A carbon tax would do a similar thing such that it would cause you to not want to generate carbon because otherwise you would be taxed for it, so you could potentially add new resources to the system. But you may keep around emitting resources for reliability purposes because other non-emitting resources aren't available, say SMRs or things of that nature.
That's all that staff had.
Good afternoon. Make sure I have an appreciation in light of your last answer. You worked on Duke Energy Kentucky's 2021 IRP, is that right?
I was only supported one of the sets of inputs for that IRP.
Are you familiar with the IRP?
I am familiar.
And how it treated carbon emission regulation risk and environmental compliance costs risk?
I'm familiar that a carbon tax was included, but I'm not familiar with all the other environmental compliance costs that were included in that IRP.
Well, so like if I said, if on page 142 of 174 of the IRP, if it said, lastly, looking further into the future of potential wastewater quality requirements, ongoing evolution of the ELG for additional and more stringent discharge limitations, such as for bromides, may ultimately necessitate additional waste processing changes and/or equipment installations. A placeholder for such project cost was included in the IRP analysis for East Bend in the early 2030s time frame. Does that sound familiar? How it's talking about that cost and risk of how Duke looks at those types of risks in other IRPs?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that we included, if there was some likelihood of environmental regulation to be passed, that we would have included it.
Okay. Is that a reasonable way to model environmental compliance risk, is to look forward, assume what you think is most likely to happen, your generators stay online, and look at incremental environmental compliance cost as an input of expense into the model?
I think that's a reasonable way to do it. I also think that it would be good to do sensitivities around that to say, what if this regulation didn't happen, and would that cost still be?
And then when models are allowed to make, are not hard, when generation choices are not hard-coded into IRP models, that additional incremental environmental compliance costs could be the determinative factor of whether a model economically retires a generator and adds a different one. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And that's in large part the calculation that these models make, which is whether the stay open cost of the current generation is more or less than the replacement capacity cost of alternative generation. Is that right?
That's generally correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So this is a real important input into the utilities generation decisions and its integrated resource planning. Would you agree?
It's an important input. The costs on, I don't know what the costs were used for East Bend. I know in some of the other jurisdictions, the costs can be very low for compliance, and other jurisdictions, it can be very high. I'm not actually sure. I know East Bend has a lot of environmental compliance attributes already on it, but I'm not specifically sure what to project forward for East Bend.
Are the risks symmetrical insofar as not including likely or probable cost and planning would require you to engage in a future in which you're underestimating the expenses, but you're likely to incur the expenses? Is it symmetrical in the sense that including costs in modeling that, assuming you're going to incur them, and it's unrealistic that you are going to incur them, could lead you down a completely different path that is ultimately more expensive for consumers than would have otherwise occurred?
It's possible. It just depends when those regulations are expected to be incurred, or when they're expected to be online. So if we're following an IRP and then we don't need, if that regulation is going to happen in, say, the early 2030s, and we've got time, we don't have to make a decision today, and we can wait till the next IRP or another time to make that decision and do additional modeling to see what that impact is. It may not be a critical factor on where we go forward in our plans. It gives you an indication of what the plan may look like, but you have time to adjust. But if there are things like, say, in the early or late 2020s where you don't have time to adjust, then yes, I would agree that it would.
Would you agree that in Duke Energy Kentucky's 2021 IRP, it assumed over a 15-year period in that case, different environmental compliance costs than just NOx and SOx emissions credits?
I would assume that we included additional capital investments that might be needed for ELG risk or things like that.
Would you agree that those additional capital risks that were included in the IRP are the same risks that the commission required to be calculated in the Kentucky Power net metering successor case as representative of avoided environmental compliance costs?
I'm not familiar with that case, but I would agree that that's probably, through this discussion.
Well, so let me ask, so you know it from the IRP context, right?
Yes, sir.
So if the commission in that case said, Similar to its considerations for carbon pricing, Kentucky Power considers the cost of compliance with federal and state environmental regulations when conducting system resource planning in its IRP. For the same reasons discussed above and Kentucky Power's failure to include avoided carbon cost in the NMS2 export rate, the Commission finds that Kentucky Power erred in not including an avoided environmental compliance cost with the NMS2 export rate. And then it goes on to say that the Commission further finds it's reasonable to determine the avoided environmental compliance cost to be included in the NMS export rate by spreading the Mitchell Power Plant, that's one of their power plants, compliance costs over an estimated level of generation. So I guess what I'm asking for is that kind of environmental compliance costs, the capital environmental compliance costs, that's similar to what you all do in the IRP, right?
It is similar, yeah, I would say that's similar.
And then in carbon, I think you said it earlier, you've decided to take the other side of the coin, and in this case, model the impact of the IRA. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you just include that in your 25-year energy presumption about what happens in the market with new entry generation. Is that right?
That's correct. As well as the generation that gets a production tax credit. So if a generator is eligible for a production tax credit, it's not just the investment and on the capital side, but it's also the production tax credit.
Did you watch the hearing at all in the 2021 Integrated Resource Plan?
I watched some of it.
Okay. Do you know who Vicki Sullivan is?
I do know Ms. Sullivan, yes.
You know Ms. Sullivan? Okay. Would you, based on your experience with Ms. Sullivan, would you say she would be well placed to have an appreciation, as well as anybody would, about the expected likelihood of carbon regulation or a carbon tax in the United States?
I think she would be well positioned, yes.
Okay. I tend to agree. And do you have any experience with Ms. Sullivan in so far as taking her counsel in determining how to treat the risk of carbon regulation in integrated resource plans?
We've discussed that, yes.
Okay. And so she testified in that case. Do you have any memory of? I'm not asking you what. I'm not trying to ask. Do you remember what Ms. Sullivan said like 3 years ago? But do you remember watching the hearing and Vicki Sullivan testifying?
I remember that she testified.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that she testified on the likelihood of CO2 regulation?
Doesn't surprise me at all.
Okay. And CO2 regulation was a specific item that you all included as a risk in that 2021 IRP, right?
We did.
Okay. And so would it surprise you if the 2021 IRP said, Duke Energy Kentucky believes that a constraint or price on carbon is likely to be imposed at some future date, so it is prudent to include a carbon constrained scenario for the long-term IRP modeling purposes?
I believe we would have said that back in 2021, but.
Okay. And so I just want to make sure I have an appreciation. You get an IRP coming up here. It's always either you got one or you got one coming up. It's one or the other. You got one coming up here. Is it your all's position that you now, even if you do believe that we're going to a carbon constrained world, that it won't be, it's no longer appropriate to model as a carbon tax, but rather to model the IRA and the associated amendments to the investment and production tax credits?
So for this IRP, and things can change in the last month before we file, but our expectation is at this juncture not to include a carbon tax, but we will be including the IRA as well as the impacts from the 111, the updated Clean Air Act 111, regulating existing coal-fired plants and new gas generation.
So the constraint then would be the cost of abatement with regard to your current generating fleet?
Yes, that's right.
And do you know if that, let's take a big step back. You know the emissions profile of your current generating fleet, both gas and coal, right?
Generally know that, yes.
Yeah. You know what the emissions of CO2 is on a megawatt hour basis, right?
Yes.
And you have an idea of what the cost of abatement would be, I mean, as well as anybody could, with regards to CO2, is that right?
Yes.
Either a reduction in the amount of output, carbon capture, whatever the capital cost for carbon capture sequestration would be, or the capital and incremental operating cost of co-firing. Is that the neighborhood of what you would include as those expenses?
Co-firing, 100% gas conversion, and carbon capture sequestration, as well as early retirement.
Early retirement. But you know all those costs. I mean, you have an idea, you have a proxy for those expenses, right?
We will include those costs.
As well as, yeah, I understand, okay. But you can come up with a dollar KW for those, right?
We can.
And you know what the emissions are of the facilities generally based off of its production. And you all could come up with a equivalent dollar per ton cost of abatement for those facilities, couldn't you?
Perhaps. Depending on which pathway you go down, you would end up with different costs.
Yeah.
Right. But yes, I think you could. But since we're operating in a market and we're dependent on the market for energy at times, or can buy and sell from the market, we also know that the rest of the market is going to make assumptions, and we would certainly include those different pathways in the projection of future LMP costs to the best of our ability to model that.
You could, but at some point, you're doing IRPs because Kentucky is a vertically integrated state, right?
Yes.
And as a general matter, vertically integrated states have an expectation that their utilities have enough generation to serve their retail customers.
Absolutely. We'll meet the planning reserve margin that's required to meet load, yes.
At some point, the generators have to be there for the retail customers. You can't just assume for a 25-year period that the utility is going to, like a Maryland utility would or a Pennsylvania utility would. Their customers are just going to buy whatever the prevailing energy market is, and generators are going to build pursuant to market prices, and the utility's indifferent to having enough generation. Is that
Yes,
fair?
we'll have generation on the system to serve customers in Kentucky. Yes.
And that's what I'm trying to have an appreciation for, is when it comes to the carbon risk or the environmental compliance risk, at what point are you looking at in the calculations that you propose of avoiding future incremental capital costs?
So we're only avoiding future conventional generation costs, but we're avoiding the energy costs that we would need to buy into the market for. But I understand your point that in Kentucky, there will be a need to add, at some point through this EPA 111 rule, make changes to our carbon output profile. And we'll be have to include those costs in filings such as this.
And if that's I'm just saying hypothetically here, because we talk about economic retirement, if that is a retirement and replacement, for every KW of demand you can reduce, arguably that's a smaller replacement generator that a utility would need. Would you agree?
I'm not sure.
A reduction in, so you wouldn't, if a utility, I mean, this is the idea of avoided generation capacity and the idea of like PURPA and everything, is that insofar as you can reduce demand, and you wouldn't necessarily have to replace retiring generation with the same size generation, you could replace it with a smaller generator. That's the generation capacity cost that you are avoiding. That's the entire, you can tell me I'm wrong, but like that's been the idea of purpose
Well,
since
I'm sorry, when I'm thinking
1978. But I'm saying that's the calculation is what I'm trying to ask, right?
that calculation, yes, I agree. But in actuality, we will have to replace generation to maintain our planning reserve margin, so.
I'm giving you a thumbs up. As it relates to your retail and native load.
Yes.
Okay. It's about capacity. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And as it relates to your proposed environmental compliance credit or environmental credit that you proposed, has nothing to do with capacity. Would you agree?
I'll agree with that, yes.
All right, I appreciate it. I'll let you get back to the IRP. You have a short amount of time. Council, you have any redirect?
I do not have any redirect, Your Honor. Is Mr. Columba excused?
You may be excused.
Thank you.
Would you like to call your next witness?
We call Tim Hohenstadt, did I say that correctly?
Hohenstadt.
Hohenstadt,
Hohenstadt.
okay, Hohenstadt.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tim Hohenstadt. My business address is 1000 East Main Street, Plainfield, Indiana, 46168.
Counsel?
What's your title with the company?
My title is Director of Midwest Transmission Planning.
And did you call certain responses today to request to be filed in the record of this proceeding?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to any of those
I do not.
responses? If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
They would.
And is it your desire and intent to incorporate those into the record of this proceeding?
Yes, ma'am.
The witness is available for cross.
Mr. West?
No questions.
Mr. Spinar?
No questions.
Mr. Gary?
No questions.
No.
No questions.
Thank you much. Have a good one.
You're done?
Excused.
You may be excused. You'll have some questions?
I don't think we have any.
You have any other additional questions?
We have one question for the witness that was, we referred to, a witness
Mr.
by
Swift.
Mr. Sailors, and one topic, it may be.
Yeah,
slightly
I'm not, I know how attorneys are. You're not the, I understand the topic. So how many witnesses do you have left, counsel?
Just two.
Okay, so, well, we'll just call both of them then. Would you have to call your next witness?
Nick Lillo, did I say that one right?
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Nick Malillo. Address is 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Counsel?
And what is your title with the company?
It is Director of Asset Management.
And did you call certain responses today to request to be filed in the record of this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to any of those?
I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
They would.
And is it your desire and intent to incorporate those into the record of this proceeding?
Yes.
Witness is available for cross.
Mr. Spinar, is this the witness you have a question for?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Let us take, let's take just a couple of minutes. We'll just be in recess. Nobody, if you need to use the restroom, that's fine, but we'll take just a couple of minutes recess. I just want to make sure we can do a couple of things and then we'll come right back.
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
All right, we'll be in recess until call us back in. Mr. Spinard?
Parts B and C.
Excuse me, Chairman, it's not, it won't start, sorry. It's not
Just hold on one second, Mr. Spinard.
Okay.
It started and it stopped. Okay, we're on that, Chairman, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, good afternoon. You are the witness, the Duke witness who sponsored the responses to parts B and C of the response to CASIA data request 2-13. Are you familiar with that response?
That is correct, yep,
Okay.
yes.
And were you here during the testimony of Mr. Saylor?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Part B of that response, the question was, for an individual customer that is exporting 1.3759 kilowatts during a 12 CP hour, confirm that the power will flow to the nearest loads such that the solar customer's neighbor, such as the solar customer's neighbor. If the company is unable to confirm this statement, please explain why not. And the response begins with the sentence, power generally takes the path, the quote, path of least resistance, unquote. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and during Mr. Saylor's testimony, we discussed this very briefly, but you say power generally takes the path of least resistance. Can you give us an example of what you mean by that?
Yeah, so more specifically takes the path of lowest impedance. So the current flow is inversely proportional to the impedance. So if it's a high impedance, it'll have a lower current flow. And if it's a low impedance, we'll have a higher current flow. And you know, so that's what I mean by that.
Okay, so in terms of the residential customer who has a solar generator on their home, when that, during any given hour, when that customer is net exporting, meaning putting power, energy out onto Duke's grid, what generally happens to that power? How does it, what, does it go to the nearest neighbor? When we talk about the path of least resistance, typically, what is, if there is such a thing, what typically happens to the energy that the net solar generator that exports, what happens to that energy?
I mean, so we'll go out to the grid and, you know, generally speaking, referred to as path of least resistance, which is actually specifically path of lowest impedance, but, you know, may not be that next door neighbor, right? They could also be outputting with their solar, or maybe they're not home, so they don't have any load at that given time, so it might, you know, I'll say bypass them. So it just all depends.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, no further questions.
Mr. Gary?
Just one follow-up to the question Mr. Spinard just asked. So it won't go out to the next door neighbor necessarily if they're also producing solar, say, or just don't have any need for power at that moment.
Sure.
But it would go to the next neighbor or the nearest person who is in need of power at that moment, right?
It would definitely follow the flow of lowest impedance.
Which means it would go to the closest place where it was needed, right?
Typically speaking, yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Counsel?
No questions.
Are you just explaining the idea behind sources and sinks
A bit, yeah.
in practice? Yeah.
Correct.
So it's not gonna go to the neighbor if the neighbor's also exporting power, is that right?
Correct, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
Yep.
But if the neighbor is the nearest, well, it's not the path of least resistance necessarily, right? That term gets thrown around, but it's all paths and it prefers least resistance. Is that more accurate?
Lowest impedance, but correct, yes.
Okay,
Yep.
all right. Do you work, tell me about your day-to-day.
So
What's the big picture of your job, I guess is what I'm really asking.
Yep, so kind of two main components. One is the long-term planning, so capacity planning for the system, and that's for all of Midwest, Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana. And then also reliability for Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana.
Okay, so when you say capacity planning, you're talking about transmission capacity or generation capacity?
Distribution capacity planning.
Distribution capacity planning.
Yes.
So you're the person, I thought you'd be the person, you're the person. You don't have to close your eyes, but envision a future here with me, where, you all turn into, utilities that own the distribution wires, the transmission system, end up looking something like an air traffic controller or a system operator, but that electricity is moving freely, maybe not even one customer to another, like a transactive energy or transactional energy, but just customers are producing more energy, or they're storing energy, or they're pushing energy back, or they've got electric vehicles, they've got batteries, they've got other kinds of limited duration DERs, whatever they are. I would assume that your hope, and maybe your job, is to make sure that you don't build a distribution system based off some expectation that if at any moment all of this doesn't work right, we need enough capacity of the system to meet the entirety of demand if there's no other production. It's about minimizing the size of the system to what works. Is that fair enough? Is that accurate?
I mean, I think at least as of today, I mean, one of our main responsibilities is making sure there is enough capacity on the system to meet the demand.
Yeah, to meet the demand. But I guess what I'm trying to say is meet the demand that you actually incur, not just what a consumer might actually be using. Like, for instance, here's what I'm asking. In the future, you're doing these distribution load profiles of what customers are demanding from you.
Yep.
Are you all looking at what their total usage is, or what their net of, or without regards to what their production might be, internal or exporting? Or are you looking at what their actual demand is?
So as of today, when we do forward-looking capacity planning, we would not take net metered solar into account, because you don't know for sure it's going to be there at the peak. And again, we're planning for that peak and making sure there's enough capacity for that peak time.
And that's possible because you all don't have a penetration in excess of 1% in the Midwest. Would you agree?
I agree, we don't have that penetration, yes.
But in areas where they're seeing the type of penetration of the distribution system, can you afford to ignore completely all DERs for purposes of planning for the, entire size of the distribution system?
I mean, I can't speak to those jurisdictions. I can speak to what we're seeing today, and at the penetration we're at today for the distribution system. We don't plan for them to be there, because if they're not there, we wouldn't be able to support the peak.
Do you talk to your colleagues in Florida? What do they do?
I do not know. I mean, I don't know.
You don't talk to the colleagues in
So
Florida?
I talked to my colleagues
Okay.
in Florida. I've not had this specific discussion with them, no.
Okay. So you all don't have conversations about how, if we're gonna get all these electric vehicles, that we need to come up with tariffs so that we can incent them to reduce their demand or move their demand, or to export at certain times so that we don't have to massively overbuild the distribution system to the detriment of consumers?
Yeah, so I think at the company, there's definitely kind of, I'll say, higher level, larger scale discussions about those types of things. But to this point, certainly in Kentucky, we've not had to, I'll say, implement or take a lot of that into account because it's just not here yet.
Okay. Is this a Field of Dreams issue? Do we wait for everything else to come and then be reactive to it, or do we anticipate it? What would be your recommendation?
I think certainly anticipating would be a better way to go.
Okay. Have you found that, in your experience with reliability and stuff, that once something sort of sneaks up on you and you have to be reactionary to it, that you end up, it ends up being more costly being reactionary as opposed to balancing, being proactive and reactive?
Yeah, I think generally that's true.
Okay. And when customers, when a utilities has cost of service regulation, more expensive for you usually means more expensive for the system and customers. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay. Counsel?
Nothing further.
You may be excused.
Okay.
Thank you. Would you like to call your last witness?
Our last witness,
Last
yes, Your
witness,
Honor.
all right.
Thank you. We're going to call Joan Swez.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is John Swez. My business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Swez, would you please state your title for the record?
Yes, I'm Managing Director of Trading and Dispatch.
And did you cause certain responses to data requests to be filed in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And are you adopting any additional responses to data requests?
Yes, I am. I'm adopting KSES Data Response 1-7.
From Scott Burnside?
Yes, I'm sorry, from Scott Burnside.
Thank you.
And specifically parts, I believe it's F and G.
Very good. And did you have any corrections or changes to any of those responses?
I do not.
And if you were asked those same questions here today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
And do you intend that these responses be admitted into the record of this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Swez. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. West?
No
Mr. Spinard?
questions.
Mr. Gary?
No questions.
Counsel? Afternoon, evening, Mr. Swez. You've been here for the whole hearing, right, listening?
Yes, I have.
You've heard, did you hear the part of the hearing I was asking about the benefit of, I call it a benefit, but that insofar as a successor net metering customer under the company's proposal consumes its own generated electricity as opposed to buying it from the utility, it's effectively avoiding the entirety of the retail rate. Do you remember that part?
I heard that, yes.
Okay. Does that conceptually make sense to you?
It's conceptually as in what's happening or the compensation they're receiving?
Of what's happening, that they're avoiding having to buy it from the utility. We know what the utility is going to sell it for because it's in a tariff. Like we've already told them what. So it's a defined rate, and insofar as they consume their own, they're avoiding having to buy from the utility. And we know that the rate, the benefit is the avoided tariff rate. Does that conceptually make sense to you?
I understand, yes.
Okay. Is that effectively what behind the wholesale meter generation, is that effectively the benefit that Duke as a system receives from behind the wholesale meter generation?
So I was going to maybe talk for a minute about that. I think I can answer that question. But I think PJM calls it non-retail behind the meter generation, and that's referring to like our four assets, Arrow, Solar, Crittenden, Walton 1 and 2.
Yep.
And so those assets are specifically in our FRR plan, right? In our FRR plan, we just have Woodsdale, East Bend, and demand response. So they're not actually part of the plan. But they, to the effect that they actually changed the peak load of Duke Energy Kentucky, and it's reflected in some future forecast, it could be indirectly in the plan. So they're a little different than the retail behind the meter generation. And one more thing about that, they do, so there could be some indirect benefit, but they also do, PGM now makes us, or tells us to tell them the output of those units during emergency events and capacity performance events, and they're now subject to CP penalties as well.
They're registered, is that the correct term?
Yeah, we have told them those assets, which ones, the names of them and, their capability, and they know they exist, yes.
The location.
Location,
Yeah.
exactly.
So, so the parallel I was trying to ask about is that, those behind the meter large megawatt plus size generators behind the wholesale meter aren't discounted by ELCC values for the purposes of your FRR plan, right?
Well, I mean, again, they're not specifically in the FRR
Yeah.
plan. So how much value we're getting from those, how much capacity value we're getting from those, I have no way of knowing.
But the way, you mean you don't know into the future what it will provide you, but you can look back in the sense that you know what their production is at those 5 CP basis that PJM is allocating costs, right? Or that they're requiring your FRR plan to comply with.
So I do know that they do ask, like you mentioned, the 5 CP. So every year we get told, well, 2 things. One, what did you produce during emergency events? And then also, hey, here's the CP hours, not to be confused with capacity performance. I know coincident peak. So to keep that straight, it trips me up sometimes. But so during those CP hours, we tell them the output of those units looking back over the past year. But I don't know if there's a way to specifically say, like, this is how much capacity value we received for those assets. I've never seen it, if there is a way.
I'm trying to ask this. The benefit you all get is that it reduces your load by whatever amount they're producing, coincident with the snapshot that PJM is taking to determine your future demand requirements. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that for every megawatt that those non-retail behind the meter generators produce, that our load as seen by PJM is reduced by 1 megawatt.
And then it gets grossed up because you're getting credit for it by the entire, whatever the reserve margin requirement is, right? Because that's 1 less megawatt you need, so that's 1.17 or 1.14 megawatts when it comes to needing generation. Would you agree?
I don't know if that's correct, because this is where I get a little confused, because the generator side, of course, we used to do UCAP, 1 minus the E4D equals UCAP. And, that effectively was some, say, 8% reduction, right? Because typically E4 is 8%. And on the load side, they would add a smaller reserve margin, so the total of together were approximately 15%. So I'm not sure in your math if it's all the 15 or some smaller amount.
Let me ask it this way. If you increase all else equal, if you increase your demand by 1 megawatt, you have to carry more than 1 megawatt of generation to be the incremental megawatt of demand, right?
Just make sure I understand your question. When you say increase your demand by 1 megawatt, you're not referring to right now, here and now. You're referring to in our FR plan.
That's right. If PJM tells you, I'm sorry, we told you an amount that you had to meet your FR plan. It's actually 1 megawatt more. You all would have to go find or add or identify for purposes of your plan 1 megawatt plus a reserve margin, right?
I agree. It'd be a little smaller, like a 9% reserve margin or something smaller. Yes.
But the opposite would be true, that if they gave you a plan, instead of it being, I'm making up a number, 900 megawatts of demand, they told you, never mind, we overcounted, you only need 998, you would also, the other way is true, correct?
I got you. So you said 900 load. Oh, it's actually 899.
That's what I mean.
So
yes.
you save 1 megawatt times 1.09, so like 1.09 megawatts. You save a little more than your reduction. I think that's correct.
Okay, great, perfect. And so how, we're going there's another meter involved. Another meter back, okay? So you've got Walton is one of the solar facilities, right?
Correct.
You got Walton producing in the middle of the summer, one of these hot May, June, July days, whatever it's going to, one of the peak days. And it's producing near nameplate. That's what we just talked about, the benefit of that in terms of load in the FRR plan. What if you had a bunch of residential customers that were generating electricity, not towards their own, but they were generating excess electricity. So they were covering all of their demand, and they were putting electricity on the system for others to soak up, like we just heard about how, path of, I regret not taking any engineering or science classes now, but the path of least resistance type thing. How does that translate that layer and then through the wholesale meter in terms of the FRR plan?
So I know very little about net metering. Clearly, I'm the PGM side. But if you tell me the load is reduced by 1 megawatt, from my point of view, I don't see a difference if it's reduced because of Walton or other customer demand. I don't know why it's reduced. I just know it's reduced.
Yep.
So I have 1 less megawatt I have to hold in my FR plan.
Okay. And insofar as summer is what you're planning for, like as your riskiest hours, if you want to plan on loss of load probability or, a 5 CP for capacity, insofar as there's that incremental production or reduction in demand, through the meter, what do you see? You're effectively saving that level of generation plus the reserve margin, correct?
Well, I mean, obviously, summer has not been the most critical hours, right? I mean, we know the last, multiple events have been winter hours. That's why we see the ELCC numbers that we've been quoting. We've seen the 9% and all that, right? So because, PGM's still an annual auction.
That's right.
And they're assessing the risk and the riskiest hours, and the highest E was expected unserved EUE, unserved energy, I forget what the acronym is. And those hours, right now are the winter hours,
Okay.
then thus we have the low ELCC.
So you're talking about excess unserved energy.
Excess unserved, that's what it is, EUE? EUE.
EUE. So we've got loss of load probability, the likelihood that it might occur. Loss of load hours, the length of or duration of how long it occurs. And EUE, the excess unserved energy, which would be the magnitude, the amount of megawatt hours or kilowatt hours that go unserved because of a loss of load effectively, right?
That's correct.
And we're looking at all those as risks.
Yep.
Okay. And in terms of what you do with the FRR plan and ensuring adequate generation, does anybody ever bring up customer-sided DERs, net metering customers, rooftop solar non-net metering, SQFs, small qualifying facilities under PURPA, the integration of electric vehicles that can be used as two-way batteries? Does anybody ever have have you had those conversations with folks about how those are going to be integrated into meeting wholesale G&T demands at least cost or most reasonable planning criteria?
I've had very brief conversations, but I understand that when PGM does our load forecast, they're somehow looking at load, trying to keep generation and load separate, and they're doing a pure load forecast, and then they're doing a forecast of those other things, and somehow but the net to us, for the FR plan, is just one number. It's the expected load as seen by that PGM meter for that next planning year, be it 3 years out or 1 year out, whatever FR plan we're talking about, the preliminary or the final.
But insofar, that's what I want to get to, insofar as the utility can cost effectively, which is a important caveat, but insofar as the utility can cost effectively reduce that single number that PJM gives you year to year for your FRR plan, insofar as you can cost effectively reduce that, that's a system benefit for all consumers. Would you agree?
It's certainly a reduction to our FRR plan, which makes it less expensive, because actually is less expensive to abide by, or to fulfill your FRR plan, or it creates additional value because now you have length and you could sell it after a 3% holdback into the BRA. So it could be that you're just getting longer, or you're not spending as much to satisfy your FRR plan, one of the two.
Yeah. But DR is wholly separate because it's a resource, right?
Correct. DR is separate in our plan. DR is looks like Woodsdale, East Bend, and then DR, yes.
So there's thermal generators, there's your PV that you all own, there's demand response, and then there's just load, right? That's how you all are looking at things at the FRR plan level.
Well, the FRR plan actually doesn't have the photovoltaic, or the solar plants.
PV, that's fine.
That's actually.
That's in load two?
That's in load two. Yeah,
Okay,
we just
so-
see Woodsdale, East Bend, and DR, that's it. And maybe if we buy any bilateral purchases. Those four things.
Okay. So insofar as you can cost effectively reduce that load number, that would be a benefit to the system insofar as either you require less DR or less thermal resources, or you're able to, and you would have had to otherwise procure them, like, so you're saving what you would have had to pay for them or build them, or you didn't have to use them to satisfy the entirety of your plan, and you're able to monetize them some way, right? By either bilateral sales or through the, assuming long-short test, through the auction itself.
Yes, I mean, and obviously, it could be any load reduction. It could be because a factory shuts down. I mean, to my eyes, it doesn't matter what the reason for the load reduction. I just see less megawatts in the FR plan that we have to meet.
But I guess what I'm trying to get to, do you tell people that a load reduction, if we can find a way, is a benefit to us of, for every megawatt is this many millions or thousands of dollars? So that the folks that come up with DSM programs and energy efficiency programs or whatever else they are, or I'm gonna go to the commission in a hearing next week, can I know what is a net positive or net negative cost benefit analysis there? Do you have that conversation with them about what that break even is or what that incremental cost is so they know whether to look for something that's cost effective?
Certainly, we have that conversation with the power plants, the generators, and with the demand response folks, yes. So I'm on the bulk, more the bulk power side. I'm not really involved with the customer programs like we've talked about today.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out how do the customer programs find out about what target they should be, where's the puck going? Because that's what you all are trying to figure out any given year. What's PJM's requirement going to be for us next year? How do they know what cost you all are looking at in terms of meeting that plan?
I know, like Ms. Witness Columba is very aware of the FR plan and the requirements that we have to abide by. So I know it's part of the IRP planning process. I can't speak to the other customer programs, like where they look at the price of capacity and what's utilized when they create new programs. I'm not in that group, and I'm just not aware of what they do.
You remember a couple years ago when the commission attempted to get rid of all Duke Energy's DSM programs?
I do.
Do you remember with the relative speed by which Duke asked the commission to reconsider its decision?
I think we were kind of worked up by that, yes.
Yeah, and that was in large part because without those commission-approved DSM programs, you were not able to meet those, your all's FRR plan. Remember that assertion by Duke?
It changes year to year. Typically, we had a data response that showed we typically have a little bit of length. But for instance, for 24-25, the FR plan we just filed, we actually had this is in a data response, like I said, but we had a bilateral purchase of 8 megawatts. And so without the 3 megawatts of DR, we would have had basically, it saved 3 megawatts of additional bilateral purchase. So it doesn't always happen year to year, but it certainly can happen, just because of the ups and downs of generation E4s and now the new, requirements and load changes, but it changes year to year, but it has happened in the past, now twice. At least twice.
But there's a real important loop there. One plays into the other significantly.
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. No redirect.
Is there anything else for this witness? Thank you, Mr. Swez. I want to come back, counsel, before we move on to witness McCann. I don't remember, but I don't believe, Mr. Gary, you ended up asking any additional questions about the PJM ELCC calculations?
I have a note to move to admit JI2. I did ask Mr. Kalemba about that
You did.
sheet again, and he did confirm that was the source of the ELCC used in Mr. Saylor's rebuttal testimony.
Rebuttal
So we-
testimony.
Yes, we moved to admit that sheet.
Counsel, any objection to the document indicated JI1, the ELCC class ratings?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so moved. So at this point, we've admitted Casilla 1 through 10 and joint interveners 1 and 2. All right.
Mr. Chairman, was it Casilla 1 through 10?
1
or
through
was it-
11.
Thank
I'm
you,
sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
1 through 11. All right. Counsel, is there anything else from the company on their case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, thank you. Who, would you have to call your witness?
Yes.
Gary. All right.
Joint interveners would like to call Dr. Richard McCann.
Mr. McCann, please turn on your microphone and your camera. All right, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please state your name and business address for the record.
My name is Richard McCann. My business address is 426 12th Street in Davis, California, 95616.
Okay, counsel?
Thank you very much. Dr. McCann, did you cause testimony to be filed in this proceeding
I did.
and responses to data requests?
Yes. I
Okay.
responded as well.
And if I were to ask you the same questions in that testimony and those data requests today, would your answers be substantially the same?
They would.
And do you have any corrections to your testimony or responses to data requests?
I do have a correction and a note on addition to a footnote. Beginning on page 22, looking at lines, excuse me, my eyes are fogging over. Lines 8 and 9, there is a sentence where a word was left off at the end of the sentence. The sentence now says dividing over 1,458 kilowatt hours per kilowatt. The avoided capacity value is 2.07 cents per kilowatt, and it's missing the word hour, so it should say kilowatt hour.
Thank you, Dr. McCann. And the note?
And then, go ahead.
And the note you mentioned?
Turning to page 20 on footnote 34, I failed to include that batch of reports and studies in the package of supporting evidence that we sent along with my testimony, and that has now been gathered and sent along.
We'll follow up on that. I don't think there's anything additional there. And can you state what documents and materials you have with you today?
So I have, right now I have open on my, in front of me is my testimony, the responses of the joint interveners to a request for information from Duke Energy dated March 22nd, 2024, and the appendix to my testimony, the economic benefits of rooftop and utility solar in Kentucky, dated March 2024.
Okay. Thank you very much. The witness is available for cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd ask Mr. Gary if you don't mind to file those in markup with an errata. And I'll also ask, I think when I read this the first time, there's, oh yeah, here it is. Well, there's a reference to the Kentucky Power rate case from 2020, and it just says 202 instead of 2020.
Yes, and I think that was noted in a data request as well, but we'll correct
I
that as well.
appreciate that. All right. Mr. West, any questions?
No question.
Mr. Spinard, any questions?
No question.
Council, any questions for Dr. McCann?
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Dr. McCann, can you hear me?
I can.
Very good. Thanks. Are you familiar with Kentucky's net metering statutes?
I have read them, and I wouldn't say that I'm extremely familiar with them. I know the general structure of them.
Thank you. And would it surprise you that in the definition of a quote eligible customer generator, the statute specifies that the customer's generation be quote for the primary purpose of supplying all or part of the customer's own electricity requirements?
Yes, and that's pretty consistent with net metering tariffs in other states as well.
Thank you. And are you aware of any similar requirements for utility scale solar in Kentucky?
No, I'm not, because I believe utility scale probably doesn't have any load.
And so, kind of building on your answer, when a utility scale solar facility is generating, it's virtually always exporting, correct?
Yes, it's sending power to the grid. The net metering customer is serving the Duke customer who is located at the same location as the solar panels. So it's serving one customer.
The net metering customers, you're saying,
Yes.
is serving one customer?
Yes, serving one Duke customer, whereas the utility grid scale one is serving any number of customers.
And I'm sorry, when you say the net metering customer is serving one customer, are you talking about him or herself?
What I'm saying is that the Duke, in general, a solar rooftop solar system is serving first the load of a single Duke customer, and then the remaining is being exported out from that
Right.
generating plant.
Okay, thank you. So, and to be clear, the single customer you're referring to is the customer who has the solar panels, right? It's the same.
Yes, it is.
Yes. And so so this is all be consistent, what you're saying, with the idea that when a net metering customer is generating, often that net metering customer is not exporting.
Correct. It's being consumed on site.
Very good. That's all I have. Thank you, Dr. McCann.
Any questions for Dr. McCann? I have none. Any redirect, Mr. Gary?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you much. Thank you very much, Dr. McCann. Appreciate you waiting patiently for us today. And I just ask that you work with Mr. Gary on getting those errata filed.
We'll get that
Okay.
filed. We can discuss
week.
timing after
A week
here,
will be
but-
fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
a week.
will be fine. Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. McCann.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Is there anything else, Mr. Gary?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else before we talk about post-hearing processing?
Sorry, one thing. Is Mr. McCann free? Or Dr. McCann, sorry. Thank you.
Dr. McCann's
You're free,
free
Dr.
to-
McCann. I'll touch base.
free to turn us off. Is basically how
Thank you.
I feel like that would go in practice.
Thank you for accommodating me too.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. All right, anything else that we need to take up before we talk about post-hearing processing? Mr. Gary, you'll have post-hearing data requests?
Just the one, I think, that I noted.
Mr. Spadard, I know you indicated you'd have a couple.
Yes,
I
Mr.
know the commission and commission staff will have a few. Today is Tuesday. We have more on the horizon for us. So how about data requests filed by Monday?
Monday's a holiday.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I
Monday
think we can
holiday.
have them done by Friday, because Monday's a holiday.
Then we'll just do on, yeah, I won't be here, so. Then I hope none of you all are. So we'll do it Friday, post-hearing data request, Friday. I'm trying to look here. I have the information I need, but I can't find it. So if post-hearing data requests are issued by the 24th, council, how long, having heard the questions today, how long would you like to reply?
So I don't recall all of the questions.
That's fine.
I would have to go back through my notes, but I think 10 days, we should be able to get back
How
by.
about we do the 7th? That'll give you nearly 2 weeks.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
The suspension deadline is the 18th. Have you all taken a position in the case as to whether you all would put these into effect subject to refund? Do you know?
So when we filed to push back the hearing, we said that we would not.
Okay.
If the hearing was pushed back. So that's, our plan is not to.
Okay.
Until there's an
All
order.
right, that's helpful. And I just ask from the purposes of, you'd almost be doing yourself a favor by agreeing not to do that, because if we want to meet the suspension period, the briefing would be less than fun for all the council involved. And I assume you all would like to file a brief in this case. So,
Yes.
if that's the case, and you all think that you can respond by June 14th to the post-hearing data requests,
So June 14th or June 7th?
I'm sorry, June 7th.
Okay.
What about an initial brief? On either the 21st or the 26th.
Say the 26th if I'm involved, because I'm on a cruise on the 21st.
So let's, of course, you all will know the data, you all know the record prior to everybody else, since you control the, if we do simultaneous briefing, would June 26th work for you?
Yeah, June 26th would be good.
How about everybody else?
Yes.
So that's what we would do. We would do simultaneous initial briefs, simultaneous response briefs, limited to responding only to things that are raised in initial briefs. That's what we normally do. So if June 26th is the day of the initial brief, how about July 12th for responses? That would be 14, 15, 16 days.
I am out of the country until between the 12th, or I'm sorry, the 9th and the 17th, but I can get an initial together and hopefully somebody else from my office can file. Unless we can make it the 18th of July.
We would have no objection to the 18th.
No objection.
Mr. West? All right, that's fine. July 18th. I don't want anybody to walk away from this thinking we've never done anything for anybody.
Thank you.
We're always willing to hear folks out.
Even people who get to go on cruises and out of the
And out of country, and we'll be here doing this, so.
I still have to have the Wi-Fi package and still work, if that helps any, but.
Yeah, but you can build that to clients,
And
so.
that's a punishment in itself. I think
Yeah.
it's pretty outrageous on the cruises.
You can build that
as
to
I recall.
clients. You'll have to take that up with
It's my first real vacation.
Ms. Beisman, whether or not Duke will be paying for that or not. Okay. Anything else that we need to take up now that we have an idea of the post-hearing procedural schedule?
The errata, would it be okay if we just put a deadline of the 7th in there for that one, or is
That'll be
that-
fine. Actually, yeah, the 7th will be fine. Okay. Great. Anything else? What's that?
The witness can be excused.
Okay. Mr. Sailors, you can go home now. All right. If there's nothing else, this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.